what you've brought us here to handle. Lord, I lift up to you Solomon's prayer. Lord, that you would give us a hearing heart and a mind to understand, to govern your people. Please, Lord, give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And above all else, Lord, we're asking you for help, because if you don't help us, God, we have no help. So please, Lord, come through. Have your way here tonight. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Amen. All right, today we are honored to have United States Air Force retired Master Sergeant Michael Cash lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Master Sergeant Cash served in the United States Air Force for 7 years. While stationed at Hurlburt Field in Fort Walton Beach with the 24th Special Operations Wing, he was assigned to duty in Afghanistan, Kuwait, the Caribbean, and Latin America. During his military career, he earned numerous military honors. Today, Master Sergeant Cash continues to serve our community as a software systems manager for the Clay County Board of County Commissioners. We thank you for your service to our country and your continued commitment to Clay County. Please lead us in the pledge, and then please have a few words after.
Please remove your hat. Salute or cross your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I have a short thing to say. It's an honor to represent this county. Thank you.
Call to order Board of County Commissioners meeting for August 25th, 2026. Have all of my county commissioners, fellow commissioners here today, and we will go right into pet adoptions with Teresa.
Okay, our first cat today is Fern, spayed female, domestic short hair, 3 months old and weighs 4 pounds. Everyone relax. Fern has arrived. And yes, those big eyes are real. We're not sure if she's constantly surprised, judging our life choices, or just making sure we're all behaving. Either way, Fern is ridiculously cute and ready to find her people. Come meet Fern and prepare to be stared at, lovingly, of course. Our first dog is Maggie, spayed female corgi mix, 3 years old, 37 pounds, and heartworm negative. Meet Maggie. Maggie is a corgi mix with a little extra to love and a lot of personality. She's a little on the fluffy side, a little sassy, and completely convinced she knows exactly how things should be done. Maggie is ready to trade shelter life for a cozy home, some good snacks, and a family who appreciates a girl with opinions and adorable little legs. Come meet Maggie and see if her big personality is exactly what your family has been missing. Our next cat is Dorian, spayed female, domestic short hair, 3 months old, and weighs 5.1 pounds. Dorian is still waiting. Seriously, what's the holdup? Dorian is a beautiful gray tabby girl who has been waiting way too long for someone to realize how special she is. She's cute. She's got the perfect tabby face, and somehow she's still here. Dorian is ready to trade her shelter kennel for a cozy home, a comfy bed, and a family to call her own. Come meet this gorgeous girl before she has to file a formal complaint about how long she's been waiting. Lastly, we have Barnacle, neutered male, mixed breed, 3 years old, 38 pounds, and is heartworm negative. Meet Barnacle. Barnacle is 2 years old and has officially decided that awkward introductions are overrated. He may have started playgroup a little nervous, but give him a few minutes and suddenly he's bowing, running, and making friends. Come meet this handsome goofball and see if you're his new best friend. Ready to meet your new best friend? Our adoptable animals are waiting to add some extra love and fun to your life. From wagging tails to purring kitties, we've got the perfect companion just for you. Want to see who's available? Head over to our website and meet our adorable crew looking for their forever homes. If you got questions, you can drop us a line at clayadoptions@claycountygov.com and let's chat. Don't wait. Your new best friend is just a click away. Even dogs like you see there, Finnick, are looking for foster homes. We are always in need of foster homes where they can grow, receive socialization, and get the care they need until they are ready for adoption. Could you provide a loving temporary home for one of our foster animals? If so, please contact us at clayfosters@claycountygov.com. And if you're interested in helping our furry friends, but you can't bring one home, please take a look at our Amazon wish list. We're always in need of items for the shelter animals. You just go to Amazon.com. And that completes our pet adoptions.
Thank you, Teresa. And if my fellow commissioners would join me up front for some proclamations. Right. So Library Card Sign-Up Month encourages residents of all ages to discover the many resources, programs, and opportunities available through our public libraries. I would like to invite our library staff to join us up front. Don't be shy. All right, so after Commissioner Compare reads the proclamation, we will welcome any brief remarks.
The proclamation reads, whereas Library Card Sign-Up Month is observed each September by the American Library Association and libraries nationwide to highlight the value of library cards and encourage people of all ages to discover the resources available through their local libraries. And whereas since 1987, Library Card Sign-Up Month has promoted the importance of library access at the beginning of the school year, reminding families that a library card can open the door to reading, learning, creativity, technology, and lifelong discovery. And whereas Clay County Public Libraries serve residents through multiple branches and provides books, digital resources, educational programs, technology assistance, meeting spaces, and lifelong learning opportunities that inform, connect, and inspire the community. And whereas a Clay County Library Card provides access to ebooks, audiobooks, magazines, research tools, educational resources, and other services that help residents learn new skills, explore interests, connect with information, and participate more fully in their community. And whereas Clay County's 2026 Library Card Sign-Up Month theme, America 250, celebrates our country's milestone anniversary with events, programs, reading suggestions, and more to honor our history. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, thereby recognizes September 26 as Library Card Sign-Up Month in Clay County and encourages all residents to visit the Clay County Public Library System, sign up for a library card, and discover the many resources, programs, and opportunities available to them. Duly adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, this 25th day of August 2026. Do you have a motion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Motion carries unanimously. Mary, you should.
So the first thing I want to do is say thank you very much to the library team. I'm really fortunate that so many individuals were able to come up here today, so I want to recognize them. I know it's going to be short, I promise. Savannah Payne in programming, Heather Auschwitz, I practiced that today, in outreach. Tiffany Pearson, the branch manager of Orange Park. Sharon Frazier, our newest branch manager in Green Cove Springs. Will Pate, the branch manager in Keystone Heights. Melissa McNichol, the deputy director. Sarah Pendleton, the branch manager at the Fleming Island branch. Brandy Black, the operations manager for the library. Kylie Knight, the branch manager at the Middleburg Library. Jennifer Goss, the outreach and programming manager. Wayne Davies, who's also part of the outreach team. Amanda Stinchcomb, who is the collections development and technology manager. And I'm Mary Canfield, and I'm the library director. It's really important that we recognize that this is National Library Card Sign Up Month, and I just wanted to let you know this is the third year that we have run a contest. It's called Art the Card, and I'll just want to announce the winners that we had from this year. Winona T in our preschool category, Jameson T in our school age category, Nicola L in our teen category, and she may be here today, Susan H in our adult category, and Aubrey P in our professional category. Patrons may come to the library during the month of September and they can renew their card or exchange it for one of our Art the Card cards if you'd like for free. If you don't have a library card, we'd be happy to assist you in any way in any of our 5 branches. And as Commissioner Compare stated, always remember that libraries are books and more, and we look forward to seeing you at the library. And thank you so much, Commissioners. Oh. Okay, there we go. Not used to this part.
All right, so National Recovery Month celebrates the strength of individuals in recovery and raises awareness of the importance of prevention, treatment, and recovery support services. I'd like to invite our Clay County Fire Rescue Community Paramedicine staff to join us up front. And then after we read the proclamation, we will welcome any brief remarks.
Department of Health and Clay Behavioral, if you guys can come up too, that would be great. Are they already here? Okay, great. Awesome. Before I read the proclamation, I just want to say that the Clay County Fire Rescue Paramedicine Program truly is second to none. And if you're not aware of what these men and women do in the paramedicine program, they help support our first responders, both firefighters and EMTs, for calls to service that happen much more frequently than normal 911 calls. And from being on the ground, you can see the relationships that the paramedicine program builds with residents. And your efforts are greatly appreciated. I think that it's important for the public to know you save taxpayers a ton of money with this program, which is really good as well, and get people the help that they need. The proclamation states, whereas the Clay County Fire Rescue Community Paramedicine Program provides innovative community-based services, including 24-hour overdose response, naloxone education and distribution, medication-assisted treatment, peer recovery support, behavioral health referrals, follow-up care, and connections to treatment and community resources, helping remove barriers to recovery and improve outcomes for Clay County residents. And whereas Clay County has experienced significant progress in addressing the overdose crisis, with fatal drug poisonings declining from 52 deaths in 2022 to 28 in 2024, representing an approximately 48% reduction, while prevention, treatment, and distribution, peer support, and recovery initiatives have continued to expand throughout the community. And whereas these efforts demonstrate the importance of a proactive outreach, compassionate care, evidence-based treatment, harm reduction, and community partnerships in saving lives and creating pathways to long-term recovery. And whereas no person or family affected by substance use disorder should ever face recovery alone. And Clay County residents seeking assistance can contact the Clay County Fire Rescue Community Paramedicine Program's 24-hour support line at 904-284-7703 for compassionate and confidential assistance. And whereas by working together, government agencies, healthcare providers, behavioral health professionals, First responders, community organizations, families, and residents can reduce stigma, prevent overdose deaths, and encourage recovery and build a healthier, more resilient Clay County. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Clay County, Florida, that September 2026 be recognized as National Recovery Month in Clay County, and the board encourages all residents to support individuals in recovery, promote awareness of available resources, and help build a community where recovery is celebrated and hope is shared. Duly adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, this 25th day of 2026. Do I have a motion? And a second. All in favor, aye? Aye. Well, congratulations, and thank you guys so much for all that you do.
So I'd like to say thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, County Manager, Captain. Thank you to the families who have individuals that are walking through the walk. Thank you for those in substance use disorder recovery. It is a big thing for us. Our program does phenomenal things that we could talk about data and numbers and this and that. Nationwide, we're doing great as a community, our program. But I can tell you it's about the people, the families. It's about those that are in recovery, okay? Yeah, it is a privilege to be here again today. It's a privilege to do what we do. We don't do this alone. We do it with a partnership with DOH, Clay Behavioral. They're not here, but we do phenomenal things throughout the county. And the biggest thing is we're doing this without any stigma. We're doing it without any barriers. We're doing this without any judgment. We're here 24 hours a day. Reach out to the fire department. You can reach us on our website. You can reach us by calling 911, various different ways, but we're here for you. And rest assured, everybody is affected by the opioid crisis. Just ask around, talk to your family members, but we're here for you. So thank you again, everybody. Thank you, Clay County residents, for doing what we do. We love this, and thank you very much.
All right, we'll move on to our constitutional officers. Anyone from the sheriff's office like to speak? Under sheriff? You good? Any other constitutional officers? Michelle from the clerk's office, would you like to speak? All right. All right, we'll move on to approval of minutes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the commissioner meeting minutes from July 28th and August 11th, 2026.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0. All right, and we will move on to our first public comment. This portion of the agenda is designed to allow citizens an opportunity to bring matters to the attention of the board. At this time, the board will not engage in debate or answer questions. You may email askclay@claycountygov.com and staff will address your questions, or you may email your district commissioner. Public comment cards are conveniently placed at the meeting room entrance and should be submitted to the clerk on the far left of the dais. You are to limit your comments to 3 minutes. At 2 minutes, the yellow light will come on, and at 3 minutes, your time will be up and you are to be finished. Before addressing the board, please state your name and address. And also, if this is, and this is only for public comment for items that are not on the agenda. So if you're speaking on an item on the agenda, you'll save that for that number. And now I would like to open the first public comment period at today's meeting. The first is Denise Krein Osteen.
Commissioner Burke, I spoke to you. I'm sorry I'm not dressed. I came straight from my new house to
You are fine.
to here, sweaty and dirty. But what I wanted to talk to you about is, on my way here, I was going to, complain about the issue that you and I spoke about. On the way here, a detective called me, and he's going to be handling that research.
Wonderful.
So I'm not going to take up that kind of time. I'm going to give him some time to handle it, research it, and take care of it. If he doesn't, I'll be back on the next board meeting. But what I've really wanted to talk to all of y'all about is I'm moving to St. Johns County. Clay County has been my home for over 33 years. I was born here, and I love Clay County. But y'all are turning it into a little Duval. And
All right. There will be no more clapping, no more speaking out. This is a meeting, a business meeting. So if you do, you will be escorted out, okay? So please refrain and go ahead, Ms. Grine.
It saddens me that I felt like I had to move. I am a true Floridian. I was born here, raised in Duval, made in Putnam County. So I am definitely a true Floridian. And Clay has been a great place to live in until recently. The crime is bad. When I first moved out here 33 years ago, I actually couldn't sleep the first night because it was so calm and peaceful and quiet. That's what Clay County used to be. Now I have to sleep with a gun beside my bed and carry one in my vehicle because I'm scared. I'm on my own with a little puppy. I beg y'all, I really do. Every time I see a deer or an animal that was put on this earth just like us, they have just as much right to be here as we do. And it tears my heart up. See a deer hit or ran over, and it makes me so frustrated with all this road construction. I have not been able to go down 220 in God knows how long. And it's ridiculous.
Thank you, Ms. Grine.
Okay?
All right, we'll move on to Ms. Dean, Jennifer Dean, I believe it is, and next will be Teresa Sanday.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Dean, and I am a Clay County resident. I'm here because I've been trying to understand who is actually responsible for the flock cameras being placed throughout our county, and I'm getting conflicting information. I've been told by the sheriff's office that some of this falls under the county, while during previous county commission meetings, it was stated that the flock cameras are the responsibility of the sheriff's office. As a citizen, that is concerning. If these cameras are being placed in our parks, near schools, and near places as sensitive as restroom entrances, then we should be able to clearly understand who is responsible for them and who is accountable for their placement and use. My concern began at Ronnie Van Zant Memorial Park. When I was leaving a woman's restroom, I could see a camera facing towards that area before I fully exited the doors. Regardless of the person or the purpose, that camera, no woman, parent, child, or citizen should have to wonder they are being watched while they're coming out of a restroom. I'm not here saying that public safety does not matter. It obviously does. I am asking how we balance public safety with privacy, transparency, and responsible use of rapidly expanding surveillance technology. I really only need three things clarified. First, who owns, operates, and ultimately has authority over these cameras? Clay County, the Sheriff's Office, Flock, or some of the combinations of these? Second, who decides where these cameras are placed? what they are pointed towards, and particularly around parks, restrooms, and schools. Third, who has access to the information they collect, how long is it retained, and what oversight exists to make sure that access is appropriate. I would also like to know who I should formally contact for contracts, policies, camera inventory, and data sharing agreements so that citizens can actually understand how the system operates. I'm not asking these questions to attack law enforcement in Clay County. I'm asking because when government surveillance expands this quickly, the public should not have to go from agency to agency trying to figure out who is responsible for that. There should be one clear answer. I also advocate for responsible e-bike and electric mobility safety in our community. I absolutely support reasonable technology and safety measures that protect people. My concern is that safety should not come as an expense to transparency, privacy, or accountability. As electric mobility continues to grow in Clay County, I hope we can have that same open conversation about reasonable safety rules, education, and infrastructure rather than simply increasing surveillance. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sanday and Mr. Nooney will be next.
My name's Teresa Sanday. My address is on file. Good afternoon, all. I'm supposed to thank the commissioners for the chance to speak for 3 minutes because I find others who do have missed the memo, for it is we, the people, that give them the pleasure of serving us with grace and the consciousness that that is what is commanded of them when they swear to the oath. Anyway, I'm not concerned of this fee as I'm not as concerned about this fee as I am about the government using tax dollars to create a surveillance state with data centers, flock cameras, and now 50,000 autonomous robots named Phantom 1, Mark 1, appearing next year to the tune of $54.6 billion of our money, a 24,000% increase from last year. This is real. Check it out at comptrollerwork.gov. Did the taxpayers get any meetings on losing our abilities to travel and have some moniker of self-autonomy and privacy? No. This meeting is a joke. The question is, what are we going to be doing about the real problem? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanday. Mr. Nooney and then Ms. Pasco.
Hello, to the honorable members, Board of County Commissioners of Clay County. My name's John Nooney, I'm in Duval County. Clay County leadership, District 1, John Cigaromolo, Chairman of the TDC, Commissioner for a Day, Clay Without Barriers to help residents with disabilities. District 2, Alexander Compare, serves on the Small County Coalition. You have a degree from the University of Florida. District 5, Dr. Kristen Burke. The North Florida TPO 2025-0522, that's Ford electric vehicle charging stations. And that's Amendment 3 stuff, 4 dealerships. District 3, Jim Renninger, a distinguished naval career, serves on the Northeast Florida Regional Council, the Fire Watch Council, former president of the Northeast Florida Regional Council, and also serving on the executive committee of the Northeast Florida Regional Council. That's 7 counties. District 4, Betsy Condon, Chair of the Florida Association of Counties, Agriculture and Rural Affairs, ARA Committee. Also, the Northeast Florida Regional Council's Personnel, Budget, Finance Policy Committee, and Board of Directors. That's huge. Now, I'm here because of Amendment 3. You have Black Creek in Clay County. You can have Pottsburg Creek for Clay County. 2026 0004, that's a Parks Trust Fund. 2026, that's a movie trust fund, and that's in Duval County. Now, I'm here because of your leadership and vision that you have for the citizens of Clay County. September 3rd, in 9 days, the Northeast Florida Regional Council is meeting in Duval County. On the agenda, Amendment 3. Now, I hope that Clay County, under old business, new business, make it your business to say Clay County wants the business of a true public-private partnership by making Pottsburg Creek in Duval County an Amendment 3 cash cow for Clay County. Now, I submit to you that in Duval County, we have a tree commission that has $27 million. And so they've said to me, Noonie, we don't save trees, we plant trees. So anyway, you could have an orchard. Another Amendment 3 Clay County cash cow would be revenue from charging stations. 2025-0522 in Duval County, that was Ford. Again, public-private partnership. Fishing, on Pottsville, these are fiddler crabs. And I just got them, picked them up. But fishing, public access to a waterway that ultimately connects to Black Creek via the St. Johns River. Under your goals and objectives, you have operated under the Home Rule Charter since 1991. The charter powers address self-government. So Amendment 3, Clay County, Pottsburg Creek, and Duval County that will continue Clay County's vision of a better tomorrow and the best possible today. It's tourism. Visit Clay County. Thank you
sir.
for listening.
Ms. Pasco and Mr. Cook after.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Debbie Pasco of 3405 Crane Hill Court in Orange Park. I watched the recording of last Thursday's budget workshop on Sunday, in which it was proposed to halt the District 2 library project. So I've created a petition, but only had 2 days to collect names. I only got a little over 200 so far. I'm here tonight as an Oakleaf resident and someone who has been waiting a very long time to see a library become a reality in District 2. My family moved to Clay County in May of 2014. We chose Clay County because of its great schools, low taxes, and its proximity to so many things we enjoy. And we specifically chose Oakleaf Plantation because it reminded me of growing up on Army bases. Everything is right there: shopping, schools, playgrounds, pools, and a sense of community. I remember telling my husband, the only thing missing is a theater, a bowling alley, and a library. And then I discovered the original development plans, and I saw that there was actually a site designated for a future library. I was thrilled. I thought, oh my gosh, we're gonna get to walk to the library. Unfortunately, that never happened. When he was small, one of my favorite things to do with my son was to attend story time at the Jacksonville Library near Target. And something struck me every time I went. So many of the families there were from Oakleaf. But accessing a Clay County library from Oakleaf is very difficult. Depending on traffic, the nearest libraries could mean a 30-minute drive or more. Our need isn't getting smaller. District 2 is one of the fastest growing areas in our county. As more families move in, the demand for these resources is only going to grow. When Commissioner Compere asked our community what we were missing, one consistent answer was, we really need a library. She listened and she worked really hard to help make it happen. And now, after years, even decades of waiting, we're finally within months of completing the planned and funding process for this long-promised resource. And I'm asking you tonight, please do not stop now. It will be a place where kids can study after school, homeschool groups can gather, seniors can connect, and community clubs can meet. It's going to be an early voting location. I asked on Facebook what people thought, and I heard people saying, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. It's been 22 years that I've lived here. And one person was like, me, we both, Fleming Island and Orange Park are way too inconvenient for us. So I'm here to ask you to please consider continuing the process that we're so close to completing for our District 2 library. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Cook will be next, and I have to ask for everyone standing to please find a seat. There is overflow downstairs, but you'll need to find a seat for us to go on with the meeting.
Daniel Cook, for the record. Address is on file. I align completely with the previous speaker's comments about the concerns about flock safety, or about the flock system. So I wrote a petition to the governor, and I'll be writing a similarly worded petition for this board as well. Whereas the mass surveillance systems, including but not limited to license plate readers, audio detectors, mobile security cameras, and video cameras provided by companies such as Flock Security, constitute a violation of the rights and privacy of Florida citizens. Whereas government's access to data collected by mass surveillance system bypasses the checks and balances of government power as written in the Florida Constitution, Declaration of Independence, Constitution for the United States of America, and Bill of Rights. Whereas the Declaration of Independence states in part, governments are instituted by men deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And whereas Article 1, Section 1 of the Florida Constitution states that all political power is inherent with the people, the enunciation herein of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. And whereas Article 1, Section 5 of the Florida Constitution states that the people shall have the right peaceably to assemble, to instruct their representatives, and to petition for a redress of grievances. Whereas without we the people enforcing constitutional constraints on government, the potential for a misuse of power exists with the multitude of agencies, departments, and entities that have access to data collected by mass data collection systems. And whereas Article 1, Section 23 of the Florida Constitution states that every natural person has the right to be let alone and free from governmental intrusion into the person's private life, except as otherwise provided herein. Whereas Article 4 of the Bill of Rights states the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant issued but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the places to be searched and the persons and things to be seized. And whereas Benjamin Franklin is credited by saying, those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. And whereas according to Article 6, Clause 3 of the Constitution for the United States of America, the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution. And whereas the implementation of mass surveillance, whether by the governments directly or by private entities in contract and or cooperation with the government, constitutes an invasion of privacy of all Florida citizens. Therefore, we the people supporting this petition with our autographs lawfully and peacefully instruct Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to use his executive power to implement the total and complete removal of mass surveillance systems, including but not limited to license plate readers, mobile security cameras, and audio detectors from the state of Florida.
Thank you, sir.
If anybody wants to sign it.
All right, now, is there 2 seats somewhere in the room? I have 2 people that need a seat. There's a bunch of right here. Yeah, these are fine. If you want to come up front, sir, we need everyone to sit, please. Ms. Schaefer is next, and Mr. Hogg next. Hold on one second, Ms. Schaefer. Can we help him find a seat, please, someone? Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Sheila Schaefer. I'm a mother, a homeschooler, and an administrator of Oak Leaf Homeschool Group. I'm here because I want you to understand what the Oak Leaf Library means from the perspective of someone who is already trying to build the community that this library could serve. I organize clubs and activities for children and teens in Oak Leaf. We have kids who want to participate, families who want the community, and parents who are actively trying to create opportunities for their children. But we are running into the same problem over and over again. We don't have a place to do it. We have had to rely on the Duval County Library System for resources and meeting space, and because of capacity limitations, we have had to actually waitlist children for programs that we are trying to provide for our own community. This is what the lack of a library looks like in real life. It isn't simply that our children don't have somewhere to check out a book. It means that they don't have a local place to discover something new or to attend a program, study, meet other kids, explore STEM, participate in clubs, or simply just belong. And that's why I'm asking you today, please don't make Oak Leaf choose between infrastructure and community. I understand that stormwater is important. Our families live here. We want our roads, drainage, and neighborhoods to function properly and safely. But Oak Leaf has been waiting for this library for decades. The county has already moved this project through, planning, community engagement, design, and funding. So please don't let this solution to one community need come at the expense of another. You have an opportunity to give Oakleaf something that will serve generations of children, not just today, but for decades to come. I'm asking you to keep the Oakleaf Library moving forward and to keep its funding dedicated to this project. Because I don't just want a library for my children, I want a place for all of our children to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Leland Hogg. I called it, but no one came up. Hogg, last name Hogg.
Leland Hogg? Is that? They would have turned it on up here, right?
I think so, yeah.
All right, there's a Leland Hogg downstairs. Anyone can, if they can hear me, you can come on up. Michael Seeger is next. Did they turn him in from downstairs? Michael Seeger, was that?
Yeah,
are you?
There are some people that are downstairs who are in your public comment card, so they're trying to cycle them up here right now.
Yeah, I have Michael Seeger and Leland Hogg.
Go to the next one.
I don't have no.
Oh, that's it for public comment? Okay.
It's been fixed.
Chrissy. Those two have only the cards for up here. Can we fit them in when they come in?
Madam Chair, while we're waiting, do you want to move to consent?
Yeah, we can do that. It's not him.
Almost like Mr. Weeks.
All right, we will move.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to move on to consent while we're waiting for them to come up. So do I have a motion for consent or not?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. All right. And then we will wait again. Number 24. All right, we'll move on to letters for action. Number 24, letter of support for Florida Forever Project Boundary Amendment application related to Lovett property.
I would move that we approve the letter of support for the Florida Forever Project Lovett property.
I'll second.
All right, a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. All right, I hear they're on their way.
I can tell you a joke if you want me to.
Please.
This is what I do when we have to wait. So where do math teachers go on vacation? New York City, because Times Square is a must-see.
JB, you have one?
That's all I have.
I gotta think of one.
Make it clean, JB.
I got one.
Okay, oh, go ahead, please.
Where does a manatee store his money, her money? In the riverbank. Baseball joke.
She doesn't tell jokes. She doesn't tell jokes.
Come on. Where are they at downstairs?
I don't know.
It should never take this long. That's still the first floor.
Yeah, it's not time yet. We'll call you up whenever it's time. It's not time. Are you Mr. Hogg or? Nope. Mr. Seeger, possibly? No.
First public comment, because he wants, that guy, he's in here. The last one. That last one I just handed.
Oh, okay. Andrew Lyons, you can come on up. No, he's not. He's here.
My name is Andrew Lyons from 1033 Drake Feather Drive, Orange Park. I wanted to talk also about the Oak Leaf Library coming up. My mom is also part of that homeschool group, and I've seen firsthand, I'm the one driving them around, so I've seen firsthand that they don't really have anywhere to go. They need places to go. The closest library to us is the Duval County Library, which means we can go there, but it's pretty small. We can't check out books. Limited resources are available to us. Looking at the budget for fiscal year 25 to 26, I'm no economist, but looking at it, the Sheriff's Department has $18 million slotted over the next 5 years for vehicle replacements. And from what I've heard, they got their vehicles replaced in 2022. And $18 million to me, I don't know the exact number, but that's pretty close to the $9 million we need in the stormwater and the $9 million we'll need for the library. So I'm wondering, if we've got all this money for the Sheriff's Department and for all these other blank budgets for the general fund, I'm not sure why we're having to choose between infrastructure and between the library like we were talking about earlier. So that's what I wanted to say. Like the lady before me was saying a little bit ago, you're welcome for me coming here and giving my piece and letting you guys know how it is back down where we live. So thank you.
Thank you. No clapping, please. Well, I mean, we can't wait any longer. I mean.
So, Madam Chair, we asked people downstairs for public comment. There was a gentleman, they're still looking for him, but we are simulcasting on 88.5, Facebook Live, YouTube, and our website, so. Yeah.
So do we know if they're still there or?
They're making sure, I mean, some people went out into the parking lot and things like that.
Yes, it is. Do we know if everything's working now? Yeah.
The problem is we don't have anything that's not time certain. Everything else is time certain.
Yeah, I mean, we have to wait till 5 o'clock anyway, so we have 10 minutes, no matter what. So.
I'll go down there.
Can you talk to the statute that says we have to wait till 5?
Who actually set that? It's not by statute.
It's not?
No.
So we can unset it? So we have to wait, right? You all right, Susan?
Yeah.
Hopefully they will. whatever needs to be done in that regards. If you're speaking on 22, you have to wait. Curious, so which one do you want to do? It's okay, period. Thank you so much for coming. Hi. Mood downstairs is ugly. The room became stifling. They called in IT to fix it. This was one of my All right, we have one more public comment. Clifford Ayer, if you want to come on up.
Asked him to make sure he had a card, but he asked me about it.
Howard.
Thank you for recognizing me. My name is Clifford Ayer. I'm a resident of Fleming Island. I do not have a child in the public school system. I've not had one in public schools since 2004. I'm concerned about the compensation for Clay County teachers. They have not had adequate compensation for more than 10 years. That has cost them more than 37% of their purchasing power, according to the Consumer Price Index. The recent pay adjustment does not adequately cover the rising costs of health insurance, and we are at risk of losing the quality of schools, which is satisfactory, but should strive to be excellent. I would like to assure you I did not go downrange to defend America, which will not educate its children. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, anybody else for public comment? All right. We are. All right. We are at 5 o'clock, so we will move on to public hearing on ordinance and resolution to amend the capital improvement plan and resolution for other budget adjustments with MJ Rude.
Good afternoon, Board. MJ Rude, Office of Management and Budget. Before you tonight, we've presented a budget amendment for this current fiscal year. This will be the last budget amendment you'll see before our public budget hearings. So it is presented as briefed to you. So if there's any questions that you may have, we are here to answer them this evening.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. Rude, this budget amendment depends expenditures as well as revenue sums. And the expenditures exceed the revenue to the point where we have to move some money out of the reserve account to balance the budget. You know, we start the budget with a 16.7% reserve. And throughout the year, we use that reserve for the items that we hadn't planned for and things. And it just came to light to me, what is in our reserve right now? What percentage are we at right now?
So we'll be ending the year, or as of right now, at around 6%.
6%, and we discussed this, and I'm not too concerned about 6% in August, because October 1st is a new budget year. If this were March, before the hurricane season, I'd be very concerned. And so I'm asking the commission, we don't, maybe I missed it, but we don't get a brief on triggers, like when it falls below 15, or when it falls below 10, or when it you know, this isn't a bottomless cup. There is a base to this, it's zero. And when we hit zero, we're out of Schlitz, you know. And so I want us to consider advising or requesting that staff brief us when it hits some trigger that makes you nervous, I guess is what I'm saying. So that's my request. You know, I'm okay with this budget amendment. I mean, it's all legitimate, but I do get concerned when we get down to 6%. Not this time of the year, but if it were, like I said, March or February or January, then I'd be very concerned, so.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Madam Chair. MJ, when I went through the budget amendment, I had considerable concern about the $2.1 million transfer for firefighter overtime. Maybe Chief Mock can explain. That's a lot of money.
Yes, I would defer to Chief Mock on any questions for that.
Lauren Mock, Fire Chief. The majority of the transfer was circling around what I would consider three major events that were unplanned or unanticipated with the scope of it. One was the extent of the drought that put us in extremis for wildfires, literally from about November through the July period. It accounted for probably the majority of that costing as we augmented staffing to ensure that we had staffing to cover those areas, woods and brush trucks for the event. You'll recall that we had 4 significant wildfire events. The first one occurring about Thanksgiving time in the Keystone area. We had one in March in the McRae area and one in the Middleburg area during March, each of which required staffing additional units for a greater period of about a week to ensure that we had coverage with our Forest Service partners to do that. The largest one, obviously, is the railroad fire, which occurred in April. So if you track overtime over that time, that was the significant period. It literally lasted from November to about the end of June, beginning of July. The second piece with it was that we expanded coverage in the rural areas to accommodate for the revision with coverage for rural water supply for ISO. That required staff to utilize overtime to ensure that we could identify, target, and address the water supply points that we now use for the provision of water in those rural areas. And beginning in April, we deployed the additional units that would be required for us to ensure that we can get coverage from ISO for rural water supply. That would extend rural water supply coverage throughout the entire county instead of just areas that were within 1,000 feet of a fire hydrant. So those two pieces, the ISO coverage and then a second piece for the background work that allowed us to identify those and deploy, accounts for the majority of that spending.
Are any of those large events reimbursable through FEMA or anything like that?
Well, the wildfires aren't. They function under something called a forestry or a fire mitigation assessment grant that is through U.S. Forest Service back through the state. The earlier fires, the 3 that I mentioned, unfortunately occurred all before the state of Florida reached the threshold period. The threshold period was reached at or about the point of the railroad fire, so we are actively working on recovery for those dollars. Unfortunately, the majority that we spent prior to that time is unrecoverable under that program.
Yeah, I just second Commissioner Ranger's comments. You know, I think that we've started to, some of them are unplanned, right? Obviously, I think we're going to talk about some of that later tonight, but we can't keep robbing the reserves like we have been. And that's something that I'm just, and I love your idea, Commissioner, as far as a trigger when it gets to a certain point where all of us have the ability to communicate with the county manager on what our next steps would be. But thank you, Chief Mock.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just real quick, the impact of the reserve is it doesn't carry, what you don't have doesn't carry forward. So it impacts next year's budget.
It's part of the budget, absolutely, yeah.
That's good. Yep.
All right, I'll take a motion for number 1.
I'll move approval.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, passes 4-1. And number 2, resolution amending non-capital improvement element portion of the Clay County Capital Improvement Plan. I did not. Can you do it for each of them?
Yeah,
Just the one? Okay. All right, I'll open the public hearing for the whole item. Anyone like to speak? And I do have Brian Duncan. Brian Duncan? He was the one that was for this item. Was he up here? Brian Duncan? All right, closing the public hearing. Number 2.
Again, within the budget amendment, it did have above the line, under the line, CIE and non-CIE items. So as briefed, those were the items in the budget amendment. So again, pending any discussion or questions, here to answer those.
Anyone? Take a motion.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Number 3, resolution amending FY 25-26 budget for operating adjustments.
Yes, so that is what's within this budget amendment, so any operating adjustments, so as briefed. So any discussion or questions, I'm here to speak on that.
Move approval.
I think it actually, I have just some discussion. I think it would be a good time to ask Undersheriff to come up, and I had a question for him regarding the budget. Hello, sir.
Good evening, Ron Linvey, Undersheriff, Clay County Sheriff's Office.
Thank you for being here. What was your intent of your office of the budget this year as the leading public safety officer in this county, and what did your office have to give up to make this budget balance?
We cut roughly $3.351 million from the budget. Public safety always is our first consideration. Trying to maintain that is our main focus. The ways we did that, cut down from the normal 25 new hires that we try to forecast for growth within the county down to 2 this year. We froze all of our hiring other than for law enforcement and detention vacancies that we currently have, and cut the body-worn camera contract down by 100 cameras. And then ultimately, as it pertains to building maintenance, as you know, we don't have one headquarters building. We're in 30 different buildings. They had a lot of projects that we had to cut back that we'll have to defer to the future, but the $1.355 million there to get to a $3.351,982 number for cuts this year.
What, Madam Chair, what percentage of your deputies have body-worn cameras?
All of them in patrol have them right now. But that doesn't include any kind of specialized units, investigators, anything like that. None of them will have them.
And can you enunciate the benefit of body-worn cameras?
Transparency. It gives everyone an opportunity to see the work that our folks do. They can be used for evidence as well in criminal cases. And they can be used to mitigate complaints as well.
So I've read that the legal challenge is much reduced if you have body-worn cameras.
Certainly, there's no question as to he said, she said about an incident when it's on film.
Right. So, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Undersheriff. And I just want to bring up, we hopefully are going to have a balanced budget. We are still overlooking everything, but as we will discuss further on throughout the night, we are very lean, and 60 out of 67, I believe, now probably going to be lower in that ranking as far as how much taxes are contributed in our county. And so we are doing the best we can, but we need to protect our public safety, and we know you do a wonderful job, so thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am, we appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, so I had a motion for number 3.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you, MJ.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to number 17, final public hearing to consider adoption of Comp 26-0015 and zoning 26-0015 in my district. And we have Dodie.
Good evening. Before I go into the presentation on this item, because we have so many people here this evening, I haven't been able to determine if our applicants have been able to make it up to the room. Oh, good. Okay, thank you. I just wanted a moment to make sure they had made it to the room. Okay. So this application is for Wyatt Grayson. The property is on Air Park Loop West. And the first part of the application is a comp plan 2615 that would change the future land use designation for this parcel from agriculture to rural residential. And the second portion is the zoning application, Zone 2615, that would change the zoning district from agricultural to agricultural/residential. So signs were posted and mail-outs went out to properties within the buffer range. The property is on the aerial surrounded in the yellow box and also in the hatch area on the parcel map on the right. And on the left here is the existing future land use, and on the right is the proposed future land use. You can see that the property in the existing map is agricultural and it's an isolated district. There's no other agricultural right around it. The proposed land use, the rural residential, is the yellow color, which comprises all of the Howell Air Park properties, where this property owner already has property. These are the zoning, the existing again on the left, and the proposed on the right. On July 8th, the Spring CAC voted 4-0 to recommend approval of both of these applications. And on August 4th, the Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend both of the applications. Staff's looked at the criteria for both applications and recommends approval. And the applicants are here, if you would have any questions.
All right, if applicants could be sworn in, if you're going to speak. If anybody else wanted to speak on this item too, you need to be sworn in. You can stand. All right, sir. Mr. Christie's here gonna swear you in. If you're able to raise your right hand, you can.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Go ahead, Christie.
Raise your right hand.
I'm going to swear you in, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I appreciate you.
All right, sir. Did you have anything you want to talk about? No? Anything you want to talk about?
No, I'm just trying to change it so I can build a home on it.
Okay. Very good. All right. Any?
I have a question. Do you know your neighbors?
I know all of my neighbors.
They approve?
They all approve.
Okay.
In fact, two of them are on the board that originally.
Two of them are sitting back there, too.
Are they sitting back there? I didn't see them. Trust me, they'd be up here saying something if they didn't approve.
All right.
Find out.
Anyone else? Okay, I will take a motion for approval. Oh, no,
Public
sorry,
hearing.
public hearing. Open the public hearing. Hold on one second, sir, see if anybody wants to speak. Anyone? All right, we're closing the public hearing. I'll take a motion.
I'll move approval of the comp plan change.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, passes 5-0. And then for the zoning.
As well as the zoning change, I'll move approval.
Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Very good. Passes 5-0. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you for your time.
Good luck. All right, number 18, final public hearing to consider adoption of 26-0019 and zoning 26-0017 with Doty again, in my district, surprise.
There we go.
For all your district.
The applicant in this case is Susan Frazier with SLF Consulting. The property is on the east side of Henley Road and Verbena Parkway. It's in Lake Asbury Penny Farms District, Commissioner Burke. There's one parcel involved. The comp application 2619 would change 0.37 acres from Lake Asbury Interchange Village Center to Lake Asbury Rural Fringe, and a matching 0.37 acres reverse change from Lake Asbury Rural Fringe to Lake Asbury Interchange Village Center. The zoning, which is application 2617, mirrors that same land use change. Signs were posted and mailouts were sent to all the properties owners in the buffer area. On the left, we have I'm sorry about that, the aerial. You can see the yellow is the actual areas, 2 areas that are being proposed to be changed. And I'm sorry, that's very difficult to see in this map. The one on the left is the existing land use and the one on the right is the proposed. Because these are small areas, and very colorful. The parcel being changed is on the very left side of each of those maps, and correspondingly on the very right side, and it's the black lines. And this is the zoning map. Again, same change, same location. So on July 9th, the Lake Asbury Penny Farm CAC voted 9-0 to recommend approval of both of these items. And August 4th, the Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval of both items. Again, staff's looked at the criteria and finds they've been met for both of these items and recommends approval. And the applicant is here if you have any questions.
All right. Applicant Young.
Oh, you can come here, sir. Sir, you can come here.
Christie?
Christie.
Anybody else want to speak on this item? Need to be sworn in?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Tom Young, Black Sound Development Company. We are the applicant and property owner. I'll try to keep this brief for you. We just want to thank staff for helping us solve this issue. After we were here on the same property a couple months ago, we got to work on doing the plans. Noticed there was just this little gap there at the corner of Henley and the future Verbena Parkway. And so wanted to make sure we were legal to do everything and get the paperwork matching up. We approached staff and said, oops, we need to fix this. So they said a comp plan and zoning change is needed. So with the little piece on the end, that was just an effort to not ask for any more property to be changed to the IVC. So it was getting the .37 on the corner, but to keep that overall 52 acres the same, we just basically increased the buffer there on the other side, so the residential would have another 15 feet on the other side as it would now become residential rather than IVC. So again, we probably should have caught it the first time, but we caught it now, and so we're here before you. Happy to answer any questions.
Anyone? No? All right. I'll open up the public hearing. Anyone decide? All right. Close the public hearing. Bring it back to the board.
I'll move approval of comp change 26 tax 0019.
Have a motion? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. All right, and for zoning.
I'll move approval.
Second motion.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And I'd like to personally thank you, Mr. Young, for getting a Publix on Henley Road for us.
We're
Thank you
working
very
on it.
much.
God willing, we'll get it open.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
All right, we will move on to number 19, final public hearing to consider adoption of Comp 26-0016 in my district.
Good evening. So this item, the applicant is Frank Miller with Gunster Law. The property is south of Falling Star Lane and north of Peters Creek. This is, again, Lake Asbury Penny Farms District, Commissioner Burke's district, one parcel. The application would change 2.56 acres from Lake Asbury Master Plan Community to Lake Asbury Greenway, and 0.70 acres from Lake Asbury Greenway to Lake Asbury Master Plan Community. Again, signs were placed on the property and mailouts went out to surrounding property owners. There were a much larger number for this application. You can see on the left, the parcel line is outlined in red. The small areas are hatched in black. On the right, it's easier to see. The yellow areas represent the areas being changed. So on the left, again, we have the existing future land use designations, and on the right are the proposed change. The brown color is the master plan community, which is a residential future land use, and the green represents the greenway. The portions being changed are more or less on the left side of each of those maps. This is a concept plan that was provided earlier on in the process, laying out roads and house lots within that area. And this map shows an enlargement of the areas that are impacted so that you get an understanding of why the applicant is requesting the change. The red areas are currently greenway and are being proposed to become residential, and the blue area is currently residential and is proposed to be greenway. This would expand the existing greenway, which is in keeping with our comp plan policies. So on July 9th, Lake Asbury's Penny Farm CAC voted 9-0 to recommend approval of this item, and on August 4th, the Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval of the item. And staff has looked at the criteria and believes they've been met and also recommends approval. And the applicant is here if you have questions. Okay.
Any questions for applicant?
I'll ask a question to Dodie. Dodie, on the map, it looked like a lot of land. And on the backup, we're just talking about 2.5 acres and not even an acre, correct?
Correct,
And
yes.
so are they just expanding or Mr. Miller, if you want to tell me, are you just expanding those lots on the back there?
You can come there, Mr. Miller. You have to come to the microphone there. Yeah, don't fall.
Frank Miller, my address is 1 Independent Drive, Suite 2300 in Jacksonville. One of the reasons to do this was so the lots could be larger than would normally be the case. And again, what we're doing is we're removing 7/10 of an acre from the greenway and adding 2.5 acres to the greenway.
So you're just, those lots just there at the ends and then at the bottom, you're just gonna make those bigger? Or are you making all the lots bigger?
These are going to be 60 and 70-foot lots.
Just those.
The whole
whole thing.
project.
Oh, the whole project is bigger lots,
Yes.
okay.
So totally trading greenway, no residential density increased or anything?
Not seeking any density, not seeking to increase any density or any density bonus programs or anything.
I have a question for Dodie. The single egress is 100 homes, is that what it is? You need 2 ingress egress?
99.
Yeah, right, 99 lots, actually.
99, is that
Yeah,
what it is?
yeah,
Okay, we haven't reached that.
Anyone else? All right, I'll open the public hearing. Close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
I will move to approve.
All right, motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Great.
Passes
you.
5-0. Thank you, Mr. Miller. All right, we'll move on to number 20, public hearing to consider zoning 26-0012. Planning Commission has continued this item to September. Happy things to say, Beth.
No, ma'am. Staff requests this is a land development code requirement to have 2 public hearings, and so this would be the second public hearing that you all would need to have, and because it was continued, this is also required to be continued
Okay.
to the 22nd. So.
I'll open the public hearing. Anyone like to speak on this item? Close public hearing. Bring it back to the board.
Move to continue it to September 22nd.
Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. All right, number 21, final public hearing to consider PUD 26-0006 with Beth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is PUD 26-6. The property owner is Corta FTU, Orange Park LLC. The agents here representing are Stacy Ruiz from Driver McAfee, Hawthorne, and Deebenow, and Mark Shelton from Kimley Horn. The property is located at 1910 Wells Road, Orange Park. This is in the Gateway District, which is Commissioner Renninger's district, District 3. It is a single parcel, and this application is a request to rezone approximately 18 acres from Shopping Center District, BSC, to Planned Commercial District, and this is the Orange Park Mall. Just the Sears segment of it. The map shows you the location on the left, Wells Road at Blanding, and the map on the right shows you an aerial. This is just the most western segment of the mall, the part that's actually been demolished at this point, but the Sears part that was attached, as well as the portion that was up on the hill, the auto center. The map on the left is the notification map, and the list is in the middle, and examples of their signs that were posted. The map on the left is the existing zoning map. Currently, it is the green, which is BSC. It's surrounded primarily by commercial. The gray is also commercial, and the yellow, which is the, was a Target across the way at one point, is PCD, but it is also commercial. The proposed on the right would be changing the BSC green to a PCD zoning district. With a PCD, there is a requirement for a site plan as well as a written narrative. This is their site plan. The heavy green line indicates the special regulation district line for the Wells Road. There's some particular standards that apply to Wells Road. Currently, this parcel falls within it as a single parcel, and it would be subject to those requirements. If it was subdivided, only the parcels that cross that line would be subject to it. Is separate ownership from the balance of the mall. And with a PCD, it offers the opportunity for a unified plan. They present a unified plan with landscaping and a master signage plan. Just to give you an idea, they've proposed some retail shops that would be detached from the northern part of the map is, the top part of the map rather, is where it would connect to the existing mall. And so it would be separated from the mall with a loading area between. And they would have parking, and then they would have out parcels at, along Blanding. The written narrative provides a list of uses similar to what they currently could have under the BSC, but also has some more contemporary uses, including medical offices, urgent care, food trucks, but not for overnight, convenience stores with gas pumps, EV vehicle charging, and accessory uses such as a tasting room for a food or beverage stores. The distance requirements for on-premise or off-premise consumption would not apply to tasting rooms. Uses with a 4COP license issued by the state, SRX establishments, or similar establishments. That's part of the criteria of the PCD that they've presented. The landscaping will be updated from what's currently out there now, which is a little dated, and generally comply with the current standards with the exception of the loading areas, which to allow for functionality, it's difficult to screen them. Southern perimeter buffer area planting, there is a steep slope along that access road, so they would keep the current material that's already there. And the parking lot tree spacing may exceed 100 foot, but they are still providing internal parking islands within the parking lot. They are presenting a unified sign plan with better than the county standards. And lighting for the parcels along Blanding will be consistent with Brandon Field standards. The interior portion of the mall will still be similar to what the existing mall is. Those last two items were of concern by the Planning Commission. They identified some areas that they felt were excessive, and the applicant has come back and revised those standards. to be less than what our county code currently requires. They are also limiting the number of flagpoles to one 50-foot pole across the entire site, only one. The PUD staff has reviewed the criteria for the rezoning and found that they have met the requirements and recommend approval of the application. Planning Commission voted 5-1 to recommend approval of PUD 26-6, and there is no active CAC in the Gateway area, so there's no recommendation. And the applicant also has a presentation, but I'll pause do you have any questions at this time?
The JTA, I know we spoke about this in a meeting. JTA has a route that goes through this property, and at the time, we hadn't figured that out yet. Have we figured it out? No? Okay, so that's a concern that we have to figure out in the next couple months or so.
Has any commissioner had any ex parte communications on this matter that need to be disclosed?
I've spoken to the developer and the firm, yeah.
I've also spoken to the developer and their team.
I too have.
Spoken to the applicant, yep.
Same. I actually, yeah, I spoke to the planner and the attorney. I have not spoken to the actual applicant.
All right, and then we will need to have a swearing in. Anyone that wants to speak on this item as well as the applicant.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you for your patience tonight. I'll try to make this as brief and as quick as possible. My name is Mark Shelton with Kimley Horn Associates. I'm at 12740 Grand Bay Parkway West, Suite 2350, Jacksonville, Florida, 32258. And with me today is Stacy Ruiz with Driver McAfee Law, and also Corey Presnick with Corda FTU Orange Park. Thank you for that presentation, Beth. First of all, Commissioner Renninger, we are working with JTA. We work at their timeline, and we're in constant communication with them about that bus stop relocation, and we will definitely communicate with Beth and staff as soon as we hear back from them on their proposed location. As Beth indicated, this is the reuse of the Sears portion of the Orange Park Mall. We're redesigning the site and access, adding national retailers, 5 out parcels, and more. To get to this point, we've worked tirelessly with your planning staff, your public works staff, FDOT, Water Management District, Clay County Utility Authority, and more. Sorry, there we are. I'm used to being up there. My apologies. Next slide. So here, as Beth pointed out, is the surrounding zoning. Next slide. This is an existing aerial of the site right now. I think in the last few weeks, those buildings are starting to come down. Next slide. There's our, what we call as a street view, sea of asphalt parking lot, the way it is right now. And next slide. This is our new site plan, as Beth pointed out, taking away the two buildings, which equals almost 250,000 square feet. The 5 new out parcels, as you can see, 4 of them along Blanding. And we'll get to the access in just a minute, but also notice that the new water management requirements require those 2 ponds that you see there that were previously not installed. Next slide. Here's the access that we worked out with DOT. The full access that used to be on Blanding, because of that median, the improvements happening at that intersection, because of that median, this is now turning into a right in, right out. And then we've asked Jim Knight at DOT to allow us to have a right in on their design on Wells Road. You can see that in the top red circle. They agree with us that that would be needed to keep the traffic in this area, and so they actually permitted that to happen. Next slide. This is our colorized site plan, so you can see things a little bit more visible. We are including the landscape islands. Beth talked about that relief. Notice the loading and unloading areas next to the grocer and the retail. Those loading and unloading areas are why we need relief from the landscaping screening there. Next slide. So some of the other highlights of this PCD are, next, preserving the ring road, adding landscaping, creating a unified sign plan that is better than what the code is right now, reduction in the impervious surface area, so this is less concrete and more green area, reducing the stormwater runoff currently going to Blanding Boulevard, that was done back in the 70s, and also reducing the reducing the sea of parking with the added benefits of the out parcels. Okay, next slide. Here's our unified sign plan. This was based off of your existing sign code. As Beth pointed out, this is less than what's currently allowed. We revised the allowable flagpoles per Planning Commission comment. Next slide. Here is a proposed master plan identity sign. This is one of our concepts for Orange Park Place, and this will be located along Blanding. And next. And so some of the PCD changes that we're requesting is a reduction in the alcohol distance requirements for the tasting room, reducing the screening of the loading and the unloading zones next to the grocer and the retail of the anchor tenants, and also reduction of the landscaping between out parcels to allow more pedestrian cross access, the landscape island distance, like we mentioned previously, and the perimeter landscaping adjacent to the Ring Road and to Sears. Next slide. So with that, we agree with staff's recommendation. I appreciate your patience with me tonight and going through this pretty quickly, but I know your time is valuable. We also agree with Planning Commission's recommendation and vote for approval, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, any questions?
Mark, could you explain the tasting room waiver you're requesting?
Yes, sir. The tasting room is something that is newer to wine stores, and it's a back room that's there for education, and tasting is not for public sales, so you have to actually register to go there to taste what you're about to buy. It's only accessed through the main front door of the wine store. There's no back entrance, and it's not advertised. The license to do that is a 4 COP, which is consumption on premises, full liquor. And that's the same license you have to get as if you're a bar. And this is not a bar, it's just a tasting room. And so we try to make the reduction in alcohol distance limitation, which is 1,500 linear feet from door to door to the nearest church or school, to reduce that down to the 1,200, around 1,200 that we'll need for this tasting room.
Thank you.
Sir.
Anyone else? You did?
Yeah, so I know that one of my lingering questions was the proximity to the church that was nearby. And I know that when we spoke, we had not had a resolution to that. I don't know if anything changed on your end, but we did have staff. So it did change for you guys also?
I heard from staff, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, well, they gave me the same update.
Yes.
And I'm, for that reason, I'm content with moving forward with that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll open the public hearing. Oh, wait, you can come around. You're gonna need to be sworn in. If you come around to the center. You can raise your right hand and Ms. Christie will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Do you so help me God?
Thank you, sir.
How much additional parking is going to be taken away from this plan right now? It looks like there's a lot of parking taken around. Seems like you might want to have them implement some deck parking. He also mentioned national retailers. We don't need more national retailers in our mall. We need more local retailers. Also, is this road gonna, the bypass around the mall, you can still be going north on Blanding and take a right and go all the way around and take the Wells when that traffic's so incomprehensibly unable to make a right on Blanding on Wells? Is that gonna be still there?
Okay. Is that all you had?
That's all I have.
Great. And if you could get with Christie on your, I think we already have.
Yes, but I want to speak on the next thing as well. Okay. I just
Well, what's your name?
had
Tell us your
questions
name.
on this one.
Tell us your name so we can match it up.
J. Chris Pike. It's on the card.
Anyone else? Okay, would you mind answering those questions?
Yes, ma'am, I'd be happy to. The parking meets all Land Development Code regulations. It's actually a reduction in the sea of parking that used to be there, but the parking in total will meet code requirements. The national retailers are different from what you guys have right now in Clay County, and so I think it'll be a kind of a more choice, more options for Clay County residents, especially Orange Park residents as well. And the ring road access was worked with, we worked with Public Works on that, with Richard on that, and we've also worked with all exterior access with Jim Knight at FDOT. So our hands are kind of tied there. We do what we're instructed to do.
The ring road will not change.
Yes, sir, correct.
Great. Okay. All right. We already closed the public hearing, didn't we?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, bring it back to the board for a motion.
Madam Chair, before a motion, I just want to say thanks to Stacy and Corey and Mark. You know, this is a big deal for the Orange Park Mall. Over the years, I grew up here, and the mall used to be the place to be. And the sheriff's office has worked extremely hard to make the mall safe. And Randy Bowman and his team have worked very hard to increase the level of service at the mall. And what you're going to put there is going to bring people to the Orange Park Mall and improve the quality of life in that area. So this is a really good thing.
Mark, is it public information, the stores that have signed already?
Parker's Kitchen is one. They're at the corner there. They're actually in for engineering right now with the county, and several restaurants. That's one reason why we're asking for those special reductions. Several restaurants have signed up. I don't think we're allowed to disclose those quite yet.
But the food,
I stand corrected. A grocer, one that's well-known, has signed a lease, and they're one of our main anchor tenants.
yeah, we're getting a grocery store too.
Woohoo.
I tried for a Buc-ee's. I'm not familiar with Parker's Kitchen. I wanted a Buc-ee's in Clay County.
Oh my gosh, that would've been
They
crazy.
said it's not big enough,
No.
but so it's not Buc-ee's.
Madam Chair, I move approval of item number 21.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you so much. All right, I think we have some seats up here. We need everyone to have a seat. So there's seats all the way up in the front. There's ones every now and then. If everybody can take a seat, please, so we can move on. All right, for number 22, the commissioners and the assessment coordinator have received inquiries and objections by email and U.S. mail. Many of these have requested that their correspondence be included as part of this meeting's record for this item. As requested, we are acknowledging that the correspondence received pertaining to this item is part of the record for tonight's meeting and will be retained. All right. So number 22 is public hearing to consider adoption of the final stormwater assessment resolution and thereafter consideration of interlocal agreement for reimbursement of tax collector and interlocal agreement for reimbursement of property appraiser with Troy.
Yes, ma'am. Troy Nagel, Assistant County Manager. At this point in time, I would like to turn it over to Jones Edmonds, who will do the presentation, if that pleases the board.
Sounds good.
You'll advance the slides for me? Okay. And I'm Brett Cunningham with Jones Edmonds. And
Mark Nelson with Jones Edmonds.
And so we will give you just kind of an overview of the project. In simple terms, the stormwater utility is a dedicated funding source to support stormwater activity, so O&M, CIP, those types of things. In this particular case, this stormwater utility is being developed just for the unincorporated portion of Clay County. And it's funded by assessments, and the assessments are based on the developed property's burden to the system, and that's very standard, something that's been upheld in the court system in terms of how that's done. Next slide, please. So one of the first things that we have to do to determine what the stormwater fee is going to be is a determination of the costs. So we went through all your current operation and maintenance, personnel and equipment, projected how that may change in the future, projected how that you may want to change your level of service in that. And then we also looked at what capital improvements you would want to fund over the course of this stormwater utility. And so that's what this chart shows. As you can see, there's a kind of a slight increase in O&M as you go through the years, with the understanding that it's a growing county, your system's going to be growing, and there's going to be more activity needed by the county. Next slide, please. And there's a lot of benefits to having a dedicated funding source. So for instance, you hopefully with a dedicated funding source, you're going to have things like not having the Moody Avenue culvert collapse that you had. There's just more that you'll be able to do in terms of being preventative and really being able to get to some of the projects that you didn't have, that you couldn't get to in a timely manner on the CIP. So that's some of the benefits that the utility will provide. Next slide, please. We looked at 3 different scenarios. So we looked at implementing the CIP over the first 5 years of the stormwater utility. We looked at implementing it over 10 years, and then we looked at a 10-year buildup. And so that's what the fees would correspond to through those different scenarios. And I'll get into that a little bit more is a couple slides later. Next slide, please. The next part of it is the rate structure. So how is every parcel going to be charged? We selected the impervious area because that is by far the most common. It's been upheld by the courts, and it's generally considered to be one of the most technically defensible. Most stormwater utilities in Florida use this same method of coming up with the charge. And what we look at all the single-family residential, and you can see what that distribution looks like, and you can see that there's a pretty big disparity. So in impervious area, so you might have properties that only have 1,000 square feet of impervious area up to tens or over 10,000 square feet, and it wouldn't make sense to charge them the same. So we do a statistical analysis and kind of break those up into bins. So the one on the left, what we call SFR1, those are smaller properties with smaller amount of imperviousness. They would get charged 0.6 ERU, and I'll explain what a ERU is in a second. The ones in the middle would be 1 ERU, and then the properties with the larger amount of imperviousness would be 1.9 ERU. If you sum up all the properties and look at the impervious area, the median of that is the 3,780. So that's the basis of your ERU, and that again is very common. That's just how these are calculated. And then anything outside of single-family residential gets charged, rather than putting it in a bin, it gets charged based on the actual amount of imperviousness on the property. Next slide, please. As is common in stormwater utilities, there are mitigation credits given. So the first one is the stormwater treatment mitigation credit, and that's 25%. So properties that have a privately owned and maintained stormwater system that meets St. Johns River Water Management District criteria are eligible for the 25% credit. And we've tried to identify those in advance, but if there are any that are missed, you have an appeals. Those property owners would have an appeal to get that credit. The 25% is pretty common. That's a very typical number for stormwater utilities. And if you go through the calculations in terms of burden on the system and then what a privately maintained stormwater system does, that's kind of how the math works out. So a 25% credit. Residential large lots, this is for lots over 5 acres. So you can imagine in a neighborhood, kind of a residential area, a lot of the impervious area is directly connected. So in other words, it might come off your roof, go down your driveway into the street, and there's no chance for it to infiltrate. As lots get bigger and bigger and bigger, that house is surrounded by no impervious area, and so it has more of an opportunity to infiltrate and sink in and not be as much of a burden on the system. So that's really where the 50% calculation comes from. And then there are some agricultural properties that by legislation, if they meet certain criteria, that get 100% mitigation credit. So all of that is factored into this whole analysis. Next slide, please. So I said previously that we had looked at the 3 different rate structures. So the one that was selected, the one that really kind of makes the most sense is the 10-year buildup. 10 years gives you more time to get to your CIP, which comes with a little bit lower rate. And then a ramp up also means you don't kind of have to do everything right at once. It makes sense that you're going to take time to hire people. You're going to take time to do, to build this program out. So that leaves us, if you take all the numbers that I've talked about, that leaves the 1 ERU, so kind of your average single-family residential home with a charge of $85 per year. And then that would ramp up over the course of 10 years it maxes out at $110 per year. Next slide, please. So just to show you kind of how this compares to some of your neighbors, you can see the third, the yellow bar in there at $85 per year. Alachua County is about 50, Brevard County is about 64, Green Cove Springs is 300, Town of Orange Park is about 280. And I will say that some of these can be a little bit apples to oranges. So for instance, Brevard County has a 0.5-cent sales tax called the Save Our Indian River Lagoon sales tax. So, and that really goes to stormwater type projects and things that you might normally cover with a stormwater utility. So, a little bit of a grain of salt with some of these numbers. But you can see that generally.
Do you know how long they've had these, Alachua County, Brevard, any chance?
Oh,
City of Jacksonville?
Orange Parks is within.
I can tell you, 18 years. We've had it 18 years.
And I don't know about
others?
Green Cove.
But obviously they've had them already.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, Jacksonville's is pretty old, decades old. And I think same with Brevard, and I don't know about Alachua counties.
Do they have different tiers like we're looking at?
For the most part, some of the early stormwater utilities didn't, and those have been challenged successfully. So the ones that don't have tiered residential, they've typically gone back and gone to a tiered residential.
All right, thank you.
Next slide, please. So I'll just close with a few things to kind of keep in mind and kind of typical questions that we get. But I think one thing that's important to point out is when it comes to stormwater, surface water, you can really think of it as going into one of 3 buckets. So you have private stormwater systems, so that could be a homeowners association, that could be a CDD, that could be a individual, homeowner or business owner. Those are all private systems. Those systems then typically discharge to the county system. I call that an MS4, and I'll explain that in a minute. And then the MS4 then discharges into the waters of the U.S. So think of like your big systems, Black Creek, St. Johns River, those are waters of the U.S. So every county in Florida has what's called a municipal separate storm sewer system permit. That's what the MS4 stands for. And it's the MPDES permit, National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, which comes from the Clean Water Act. So the county has to have that, you're required to have that permit, and that allows you to discharge your waters into waters of the U.S. And then with that comes all the burden that goes with it. So if there's TMDLs, there's a certain amount of maintenance you have to do. There's just a lot of things that you're required to do as part of that MS4. So a lot of the costs that you see, a lot of that is really associated with things that you're required to do as a county. Next slide, please. Some other questions that come up are private roads, things like this that I guess the point to this is that pretty much everything on a piece of property will end up discharging to the MS4. So even though you're not responsible for what's going on in that private property, you are responsible for that water that comes into the MS4 and then has to discharge. So,
No, we're not doing that, please.
yes, and that's just, that's a fact across the state. And then similar with CDD, so, or homeowners association. So even though you're doing you have your own privately owned and maintained, that doesn't completely relieve the burden to the county system. It just reduces the burden to the county system. So that's what the 25% mitigation credit is aimed at recognizing. Next slide, please. The next one that comes up is equal charges. So, so it's very uncommon to have a stormwater utility that has a unique charge for every single parcel. And the reason is there a little bit of a balance between simplicity and fairness. So if we were to go through the exercise of calculating to the penny, everyone's what that would mean in terms of imperviousness, it would be extremely expensive, and you'd end up spending a lot of money on something that's administrative instead of addressing your MS4 or addressing your CIP. So that's why we typically have what we did for you here. That's very common for this reason. And then the other thing that comes up is special benefits. So you may wonder, well, there's nothing directly benefiting me at the edge of my property. Well, the courts have recognized that there's a community-wide benefit to this. So the fact that you can drive streets and they're not flooded, the fact that you're addressing your requirements from your MS4, like your TMDLs and BMAPs and all things like that, that there's a benefit that's provided to all parcels. And that's part of the basis of the charge. And that is the last slide we have.
Debbie, go ahead.
Could you back up to your slide SFR 123? Keep going back. There. Where did you collect your data from?
That is, glad you asked that question. So there are two sources that are considered the best available data for impervious area. So one of those is from the property appraiser's data. So there are records of imperviousness for each of those parcels. And then we have what's called the NOAA CCAP data, which is a more recent remote sensing of aerial photographs and so forth that can detect impervious area. Unfortunately, the good thing is that it's very accurate. So we've done testing on that on this project and other projects, and it's about 97%, 98% accurate. So not 100%, nor is the property appraiser's data 100%, but those are still the closest that we can get. And typically what we found was a limitation of the CCAP data is that it was taken in the 21-22 timeframe, so it's not going to have anything new. Is that anything newer than that wouldn't be captured. When we did a comparison of hundreds, if not thousands of parcels, we found that typically the CCAP data was more accurate than the property appraiser's data. So we used that for parcels that were with a year built from there and older, and then used the property appraiser's data for what was newer. Those being our two best sources of data, best available data.
Thank you.
Okay. Or you have more, right? Did you?
No.
Oh, you're done?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. All right, I am going to go into our public hearing. I will go ahead and read the rules. We have to maintain order with this many people here for sure. Board or any commissioner or committee reserves the right to maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum in the boardroom during a meeting, including but not limited to the following. Members of the audience should refrain from any audible comments, applause, or hand gestures, including motioning to the camera or audience members during the meeting and during public comment. When seats are available, you'll find up there, hopefully. No person may address the board or any commission or committee with personal, impertinent, or slanderous or profanity, any of those kind of remarks. I will give a warning if that happens, and otherwise you will be escorted out. No uncivil or unruly behavior will be allowed, and all hats should be removed while in the boardroom. All right.
Madam Chair, if I may, just to brief the group, what's going on downstairs is in the tax collector's office, there's a group of individuals that see this on TV and can hear it if the noise isn't too loud in the talking. Then there's a foyer portion, and then there's an outside portion. So I'd ask, Madam Chair, if you call a name, we will, and you call the ones on deck, maybe 3 to 4 or 5 out, they'll know downstairs to bring them up. And they'll come here. If the person doesn't show, I'd ask just if we could put the card to the side, and I'll have staff make sure we find out where they are. That's my request. Thank you.
Very good. All right, I will call up Charles Hodges first, then I have Maria Pierce, Kim Stacy, and Joe Tierney after her. And again, you'll find the yellow light after 2 minutes and the red light after 3 minutes, and you're done there.
Good evening, Commissioners. You guys had some guys come up here and give us a real good speech a while ago. Tell us all about impervious areas and everything else. Well, let me tell you something. I live in District 4, Keystone Heights. And let me put this in perspective for you. I live on an 800-acre lake that my property drains to. And we've been in such a drought, we spent millions of dollars to bring a pipeline from Black Creek to Keystone Heights. So I would love for one of you gentlemen to come to my house and look at my 800-acre lake that holds about 30 acres of water and explain to me how I need stormwater mitigation, okay? I would love you guys to show me how your system is gonna work, because all I hear is you tell us there's the legal standing on it, things like that. I appreciate what you guys do. I understand you're selling something. We probably paid you $5 million to do this study, okay? But common sense tells me water doesn't run uphill without a pump. Never has, okay? We're sitting up here, I hear a budget crisis going on back and forth through this commission. And it's obvious you guys need to make some money to run this county. I get it, I'm a businessman. But let me tell you what I do in my business. When I don't have enough money in my business, I don't spend money on studies and other things to try to generate that money. I trim my budget and I make it work, okay? You look out here in this room right here, you look at the median age of these folks in this room right here. They don't have the extra money to pay out another tax. And we all know it's going to be just like it is in Green Cove. Green Cove, it came in small and it got big quick. Good friend of mine, his first year, it was $200. Now he pays $10,000 a year on his parcel, okay? We don't want that, folks, okay? If we can help y'all in some way generate money, hey, we're all for it. But come ride these dirt roads with us, okay? Come look at our dried up lakes down there that you're still charging us property tax on, and tell us we've got a drainage problem in our district. There's no way. And if you're going to collect this money, because you guys already know, you got your minds made whether you're going to vote for it or not. But if you do vote for this, I ask that you lock the money from the district into the district it is generated in. Because Keystone, Middleburg, Clay Hill shouldn't have to pay for Orange Park. We shouldn't have to pay for Fleming Island or anywhere else, because God forbid we need it in our area. Have a good night.
Thank you. Maria Pierce. All right, if we clap, I mean, we can stay here all night. It's fine with us, okay? We're used to it, and that is why we start our meetings at 4 o'clock, by the way, all of y'all that say that. So if you clap, I mean, we'll just have to stop and wait till the officers find you and leave, and I mean, can we do this the easy way? I mean, we all have dignity here. We'd like to get this meeting on the road. Thank you.
Maria Pierce, 7564 Osceola Avenue, Keystone Heights, Florida.
Ma'am, can you say that again? I couldn't hear you.
I can't hear her with all the talking.
Just your name and address.
Maria Pierce, 7564 Osceola Avenue, Keystone Heights, Florida, 32656. 3 years ago, we started building up here. We decided we love Keystone, want to move here. For the privilege of even asking for permits, we paid over $13,000 just to get started. The road was so bad that I made a call to, at the time, the commissioner for our area to ask to have them look at that road because you could barely get up and down the road. I was told they would, and I would get a call back. That never happened. The road in our area and I will tell you, it's several miles of dirt roads, and I'll call it the Big Tree Lakes area, but it's the area out off of Monongahela, Osceola, Laredo, all those back in the back there. The drains, we were told also we had to put in culverts for ditches that are never, ever, ever maintained. Nothing's ever done with those ditches. The roads are so high on the side, it's not so much infrastructure, stormwater. Why on earth do we not just have the shoulder maintenance that we need to pull all of this dirt and grass off the side of the roads so the water can actually flow into these ditches? In our case, the water runs down the road, destroys the road, it's a mess, and then runs down our driveway and destroys our property. We don't, none of us have water running into the roads. We have water running down the driveways into our property because it can't leave the roadway and go into the ditches. The sides are so much higher. And if they would just come along and skim those shoulders, two things will happen. It'll get the water back off of people's property. It would cost less than this. This is ridiculous. It would cost less. And also it would siphon the water into the inlets and down into the lakes where we're trying to get the water to go to anyway. It is ridiculous to ask me to pay a lot of money for maintenance, stormwater that I'm never going to get. There's no comprehensive plan for any of our area to have any stormwater maintenance. The ditches aren't even being used. You guys, you got the cart in front of the horse. This is just not the way to do us. And these people, all of us, we can't afford you to just keep assessing us and not solving the problem. Till you do shoulder maintenance, there will always be a problem. And it's just destroying our properties. We're not leaching water onto y'all. Y'all are leaching water onto us. According to y'all, it's supposed to maintain, we're supposed to maintain the stormwater process. Aren't y'all supposed to do the same? Aren't you supposed to keep the water off our property? It's serious. This is ridiculous. And to tax us like this, it's wrong. It's the wrong way to do this. We need to start doing the right kind of maintenance on our roads and save our roads in the process. They won't wash out underneath from water laying on them.
Thank you. I have Kim Stacy, again, I have Joe Tierney next, then Patrick Lee, and then Lisa Turner. Kim Stacy.
Afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kim Stacy. I live here in Green Cove, 2248 Stauffer Road. I'm a resident of Clay County. I'm here tonight to strongly oppose the proposal of the non-ABAD stormwater assessment. Let's call it what it really is. It's a backdoor tax. By labeling this charge as an assessment tied to our property impervious footprints, you are using total property impervious surface as a workaround to keep this financial burden completely off the ballot. You are bypassing the voters because you know it would not be voted in. Families across Clay County are already tightening their belts and handling rising groceries, insurance, and utility bills. We cannot afford more government overreach packaged as a routine fee. Your methodology, you are penalizing us for having a roof over our head and driveways for our cars and patios to sit on. You are charging residents based on the square footage of hard surface that makes a home livable. So let me ask the board, very direct question. What would you have us do? Live without rooftops and floors? Should we rip out our driveways and sleep in the mud just to lower the classification tier? Furthermore, my specific property sits entirely within the flood zone X, federally designated as a moderate to minimum risk area. Because my land is a natural and low risk zone, it placed little or no operational burden on the county's infrastructure. Charging a flat assessment across the unincorporated parcel fails to account for the actual topography of the facts of the property. Like mine, natural absorbs runoffs without relying on county maintenance systems. It is unconscionable to penalize basic resident assistance. Rain falls from the sky naturally. Managed stormwater infrastructures is a core duty of local government, traditionally funded through the proper budget and existing revenues. It should not be funded by slicing up properties into square foot of concrete and shingles to event a new revenue stream. If there is a shortfall in the infrastructure funding, the county needs to cut waste, prioritize existing funds, and live within its means just like the rest of us do, instead of looking for end around to tax our roofs and driveways. Listen to the citizens who put you in office. Scrap the stormwater assessment completely. Respect the taxpayers and take this to the public vote where it belongs. At the very least, you should choose to move forward, implement a 100% migrant credit or exemption
Stacey.
for flood zone X properties, and that would, I also want
Thank
to submit this for official records.
You
My
can take
s-
it around.
Okay.
Sorry, we have to move on. Joe Tierney, Patrick Lee, Lisa Turner, and John Stockton after that.
Good evening, Commissioners. Joe Tierney, my address is on file. In Section 1 of this ordinance, 2026-33, it states in Section D, the stormwater assessment shall be imposed only on developed property specifically benefited by the availability and provision of stormwater management services and stormwater improvements, and shall be fairly and reasonably apportioned among the benefited properties using an equivalent residential unit, ERU, methodology. The stormwater assessment is a non-ad valorem special assessment and not a tax. That's what it says in D. I object to being charged for stormwater assessments since my property does not receive any benefit from the stormwater management system. I live in an area that developed drainage ditches in conjunction with the St. Johns River Management District that handles our stormwater runoff. In addition, multiple properties where I live have dug ponds to handle more runoff. The ditches feed into the wetlands around us and ultimately make it into the St. Johns River. Clay County does not have any stormwater management in place to control this flow. It follows a natural creek. Further, looking at planned projects and maintenance on the website, there's nothing planned in our area. Duval County established a utility fee for a large home, something greater than 4,650 square feet, at $90 a year. Significantly less than the $161.50 that I'm going to pay for Clay County. St. Johns County emphasizes permitting and design standards more than a broad residential stormwater utility assessment. So St. Johns County, they don't pay anything. St. Augustine, they pay. I believe that Clay County should have to provide concrete evidence of the benefit that I receive in order to satisfy this section of the ordinance. Short of that, I don't see how Clay County can expect its citizens to blindly accept this new money grab. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Patrick Lee.
Hello, my name is Patrick Lee. I live on Fleming Island for last 38 years. My wife and I own 2 homes on Fleming Island, and I own an aircraft hangar and am partners in a second hangar at Haller Air Park. We received our stormwater assessment for the 2 Fleming Island homes, and I don't have an issue. However, the stormwater assessment at Haller Air Park is completely different. In the 23 years I've owned property at Haller, I've seen our runway go underwater several times during and after tropical rain events. Like many of my neighbors, I've seen 4 inches of water inside the hangar and that I share with 3 other retired Navy pilots. The wood floor in the living area totally destroyed. Our turf runway was unusable and our roads washed out by the stormwater events. With absolutely no help from Clay County, our flying community came together to fix the stormwater drainage issue. Using our own heavy equipment and manpower plus $40,000 from our air park residents, and with the blessing of the St. Johns River Water Management District, we created a stormwater and heavy weather water drainage system that has totally transformed our air park. We added 8 stormwater retention ponds to the 3 existing ponds. We created wide ditches that reservoir water so it doesn't try to flow off the air park all at once. We installed huge concrete pipes that move water under the runway towards the natural wetlands and local creeks, as well as huge one-way check valves to guide the stormwater flow. And with another $60,000 from the residents, we paved our washed-out roads. And all using our Air Park residents' labor and money. A 1-acre lot at Howler sold for $30,000 before the drainage project. After the project, that same 1-acre lot now sells for $300,000. And Clay County annually reaps the huge property tax windfall without investing a thin dime. Now our air park has been given a yearly assessment of $2,500 for maintenance of that same stormwater infrastructure that we created and maintain. That is on top of the assessment each air park owner has been given for his or her property. You can only imagine our anger and amazement. The stormwater assessment for the road and runway is significantly more than the annual property tax for the same land. What do we get after having our taxes increased by 130%? We're in a pine forest out in the country, or we used to be. We're now being surrounded by developers of all sorts, along with the State Road 17 traffic. We don't get county water, county sewer, roads, or storm drains. We don't even drive on a county road to get to our air park. We do get garbage pickup and fire and rescue, and thank you to Rescue 24. They've been great. So whose stormwater system are we paying for? The only difference between our airport and Green Cove Springs and Keystone Heights in regard to
sir.
the water drainage.
Sorry, I've got to move on. We have tons. Sorry. Lisa Turner, John Stockton, Harold Knowles. And after that is Rose Knowles.
My name is Lisa Turner. I live on Lake Asbury on Branscombe Road. And so Lake Asbury, as some of the old timers may know, had beautiful spring-fed lakes. You go out in the water, you can feel the springs. They also have put all the runoff from Henley Road and all the surrounding area that is, as the consultant said, contaminated and polluted into our lakes. It's affecting our lakes, right? And so that's not bad enough. We're paying for it. I live on waterfront property that now I have an algae problem. And so we've already got this contaminated water coming into our lakes. You're going to charge me for the luxury of having contaminated and polluted water come into my lake. Plus, I have lakefront property that drainage was installed on by the county on a 65-foot lot. It's taken 15% of my lakefront to move water from the road into my lake. It's filling in the end of my finger with sand. I won't even have a lakefront at some point. It'll just fill in. It doesn't seem right that we're going to be assessed fees for something that we are already being negatively impacted for in my community. And I get that we're unique, right? But we have a literal body of water that doesn't go anywhere else unless it has to go to the overflow for hurricanes, right? But we have a body of water that the water comes in and it sits there. It doesn't go anywhere else. It doesn't go to the creek. It doesn't go to the river. It sits there. But we're going to pay stormwater fees. The water from my land goes down to the lake. I'm on a 15-foot slope from the road all the way down to the lake. It's like a, it's like a river, right? But I mean, I know y'all have to do what you have to do, but we already are paying as a community, and our lakes are suffering. So I would ask your consideration, and I appreciate all these people coming out and exercising their civil rights to talk about this. It's great. Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, we have John Stockton, Harold Knowles, Rose Knowles, and Kathy Miller.
John Stockton, 2540 Sandridge Road. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here to express my full enthusiastic support for this new tax. Honestly, who knew infrastructure actually needed to be maintained after it was built? It's inspiring to see us solve problems no one could have anticipated. My favorite part is the mechanism allowing the tax to increase up to 40% without even notifying us. Why bother us with mail when you could just collect the money one way or another? Honestly, the people of this county have too much money lying around. Between skyrocketing groceries, gas, healthcare, and insurance, everyone is clearly sitting on a pile of cash. And $460 million in revenue obviously isn't enough for the county's vision. That's only about $6,000 per household. We're leaving money on the table. So I have a few extra revenue ideas. How about charging people thousands every single year just for living in a house they bought with money they already paid taxes on, even when it's paid off, even if they're 90 on a fixed income? Wait, we already do that. We already tax car ownership and registration to drive. But what about walking? Let's tax sidewalks. 10,000 steps a day? How about $10,000 a year? How about a road construction zone toll? Although our road projects finish so quickly, we barely make a dime. And since we spend $250,000 a year leasing flock cameras that no one wants to track everyone's daily movements, why not monetize that? A Fourth Amendment infringement fee? Or better yet, a non-criminal surveillance tax. We charge you a fee until we charge you with a crime. Sarcasm aside, the residents of Clay County are not consumers buying or renting services or privileges from the government. We are shareholders in this community. We care about this place we call home. So yes, we're going to be upset when it feels like we don't have a voice or when we feel continually squeezed. We aren't children who don't know what's good for us. We all know that things cost money. We just want a say in how our money is spent. Most people are struggling in one way or another, and when you stretch us too thin, that's when we crack and tear apart. We aren't in your way. It isn't us versus you. You are supposed to be us. So please don't treat us like an endless line of credit or a means to an end. Thank you.
Thank you. Harold Knowles, Rose Knowles, Kathy Miller, Glory Ellswick, Chris Ware.
I'm Harold Knowles. My address is on file. This is a problem we created by having so many rooftops together. It just keeps on going with all the impervious surfaces. In 1950, we didn't have a stormwater problem. 1990, we didn't have a stormwater problem. What's increased it to where we do now is all the development. We need to, just like we say all the time, that needs to stop. Everybody here learned the basic rules of water when they were a kid in the tub because they're all alive. Nobody here is drowned. Water runs downhill. It's hard to find something that discriminates less than rain. If you bought a house with swell butt trees in the yard, that was your decision. My property's fairly high. I don't have that problem because I anticipated that. I shouldn't, y'all have engineers that say, yeah, it's fine to build over there in that cypress pond. And why doesn't it go back to the engineers that said, yeah, that's okay? We know that hole's gonna fill up with water. It's a guaranteed thing. The Lord sent the rain. I didn't. I don't see why we keep building in low areas and these engineers aren't held accountable, or the developers aren't held accountable. We fought the development out by the house. They said, oh, all our water's gonna stay right here. Well, if that's true, then why do we have any stormwater issues at all? I just think y'all taught me how to drive around roads that's not complete. There's a little bridge out there on 220. I've learned to drive around. If roads are flooded out and all, that should be there to deal with. Whoever built in that area, that should be their responsibility, not mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Rooster. We have Rose Knowles, Kathy Miller, Glory Ellswick, Chris Ware, Chelsea Meadows.
Hi, my name is Rose Knowles. I'm at 2098 Knowles Road. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time and for listening to our concerns. As expected, this item on the agenda is getting a lot of attention tonight, and honestly, it should. We should never have to fill a room to convince our elected officials to listen to us. I believe You already know where your neighbors stand on this issue. I was always taught that when you have a problem, you just don't complain about it, you bring a solution. I understand that the county has financial challenges, but I do not believe that creating another mandatory fee for residents, regardless of where they live or whether they contribute to the stormwater problem, is the solution. Let me put it this way. If a family spends more than it earns and asks every neighbor on the street to chip in to cover the shortfall, would that be fair? The same principle should apply to the county. If your solution is, hey, it's only a few dollars, well, then you pay it. Don't leave it to us. Some of the decisions made by previous commissions have contributed to the financial situation that we're dealing with today. But that doesn't make the responsibility of the county residents to simply accept another fee because the county needs more revenue. I worry that this is a knee-jerk reaction to the possibility of losing property tax revenue. And that brings up another question. Why are we spending money we don't have? And how did that become my problem? I also worry that our county is counting on continued development, more houses, more businesses, more rooftops to make up the difference in tax revenue. At some point, we must be willing to say no. No more development simply to generate tax income. No more homes when our schools are already crowded. No more growth when our roads and our infrastructure are struggling to keep up. And no more spending simply because we assume that more money will be there later. You'll never be able to collect enough taxes and fees until you recognize correct the overspending. You cannot tax your way out of a spending problem. There are consequences to growth. There are consequences to overspending. We cannot continue to push those consequences onto the residents who are already here. Before asking residents to pay another fee, I believe the county should look first at its existing budget, its priorities, and its spending. Please don't make the easy decision simply because it brings in more money. Make the responsible decision. We need the five of you to make a decision, make the difficult decisions, and protect the people who already live here. Not to make us responsible for fixing financial problems that we did not create. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Miller, Glory Ellswick.
Madam Chair, Ms. Ellswick does not want to speak.
Okay. Chris Ware, Chelsea Meadows, and Brian Driver.
My name is Kathy Miller, and I live at 5950 County Road 209 South. I really didn't want to speak, but I will. And it said on there that the agricultural lands over 5 acres was supposed to be 100% if it was agricultural. My property, when we bought it, was zoned agricultural. We have like almost 26 acres. We also have, protected wetlands of about 10 acres on our property with just trees that we don't touch. On the land that we did develop, we have 2 ponds for our water, and our water runs to the St. Johns River. So I guess I just really don't understand why, since I have such a large parcel that was agriculture, that I would have to pay this, since we've took steps, to maintain our water and plus preserve our wetlands, which people around us have felt in their wetlands. So anyway, it's just as a senior that's retired, our income is like, set now, and it's just, more taxes and all. It's just not good for the senior people. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Ware, Chelsea Meadows, Brian Driver, Brian Lugo.
Hello, my name's Chris Ware. My address is on file somewhere with you guys. I'm a property owner in the unincorporated area of Clay County, and you're asking me to pay for all the incorporated areas. I live down a private dirt road. County doesn't maintain it. I'm backed up on a creek that feeds Black Creek eventually. I have wetlands. Y'all don't deal with my runoff. Y'all have never helped us with our road. We've paid thousands of dollars, put in physical labor, bought equipment to maintain it ourselves. I don't get any benefit from this. but I'm not being asked to pay for it. I don't know how many people here are from Orange Park or Green Cove or any of the incorporated areas that are against this, because you're not asking them to pay for it. You're asking us to. We don't see any benefit from it. Most of the projects that we can see planned for this are not in the unincorporated areas. They're up in Orange Park. They're in Green Cove. Again, they're getting a benefit without having to pay for it, but we're being asked to. This isn't how it should be, guys. Y'all have taken over other things in the past, and it hasn't worked out well. Certainly not to our benefit as residents of the county, namely the trash pickup. When I first moved here over 20 years ago, we paid for our own trash pickup. Of course, there's people out there that didn't pay for it, so their trash built up, and that caused issues. Y'all took it over, but I was promised by my commissioner, which you're my commissioner now, that it would never turn into what it is now, which is we're given one trash can for the whole week. And, you know, forget spring cleaning or anything in our yards. Y'all have allowed so much growth in this county. And that's where most of the runoff problems are coming from. Make them pay for it. Y'all got over 500 acres that you're about to allow to be corporate, commercial area. I got a feeling you're gonna give them tax breaks to move in there to provide jobs or whatever else. But you need to make them pay for their own runoff. Don't make us pay for it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Chelsea Meadows, Brian Driver, Brian Lugo, Jean Brooks.
Hello, I'm Chelsea Meadows. My address is on file somewhere. I'm here today with serious concerns about ordinance 2026-33, the stormwater ordinance. This ordinance removes protections for the vulnerable, unfairly taxes residents, and charges only the unincorporated for projects that are in or near municipal areas. We do have the map that y'all were given at the last meeting. And then you are going to spend more on administration than the drainage itself. First, the exemptions. Section 2 repeals the hardship and the disabled veterans exemption that existed under the previously failed stormwater assessment from 2019. Under this new ordinance, you are actively stripping away guaranteed relief for disabled veterans and from households facing genuine financial hardship. At the same time, in section 20-32, you still authorize the county to use direct billing for foreclosure after being 60 days delinquent on this water fee. This combination places lower income families and disabled veterans at a greater risk for losing their homes due to bureaucratic processes. Second, the project itself is the problem. Work is planned in the municipal areas that are, work is planned in the municipal areas, yet the fee is imposed only on the unincorporated residents. According to the map that I know y'all can't show everybody, it actually shows where most of these projects are in city limits. And I don't know how this would all, is it gonna be combined into the same bill where y'all collect taxes from Orange Park? Is it gonna go into the same fund as this, or is it just gonna come out of the fund that the unincorporated citizens pay? And then you're gonna use it for projects in the municipal areas. Also, it's not fair nor logical to do that. And third, this is double taxation, it seems like. Our property taxes already go to the general fund for stormwater management. In 20-25, it states that the general fund may still finance storm management. So that means that you're gonna still take our regular property taxes and still fund this project as well, which is gonna be about $9 million. Right now, the current budget is $400,000. And this assessment, which is, I'm sorry, and any additional assessment is simply paying the same taxes twice for the same service. If this county chooses to pursue this program after property taxes are eliminated, then the fee should be a simple flat rate or nothing at all. And the cost is the final point that I have. The county's capital improvement plan shows roughly $400,000 budgeted for drainage on a regular yearly basis. That's the normal budget. And, sorry. Thank you.
Brian Driver, Brian Lugo, Gene Brooks, Charlie Steele, J. Chris Pike.
My name is Brian Driver. I live in Middleburg. Address is on file. Thanks for letting us be here and address you tonight. This letter everybody received, in case nobody read the entire thing, it says on the back, failure to pay this new assessment will cause a tax certificate to be issued against the property, which may result in a loss of title. So in case anybody didn't know this, if you don't pay this and it passes, they're going to take your house. It's on the back of the paper that they sent out to you. So I also noticed that throughout the night, this is item 22. On all the other items, it's passed 5-0. So hopefully some of you reject this and object to it. You're my commissioner, so hopefully you vote against it. We do not want this to pass. There's hundreds of people here, plus people outside, downstairs. We all oppose this. I'm an affected Clay County property owner. I formally object to this non-ad valorem stormwater assessment scheduled for consideration tonight. These are the reasons. I disagree that the initial annual ERU rate of $85 and the determination to increase it by 41% the following year to 120. The county has not explained, although they tried to with graphs and all kinds of big fancy words, but they have not explained how this dollar amount was calculated in simple terms and what services or improvements my property is expected to receive. I disagree that the county has adequately explained the need for this. For a lot of us, this is the first time we've heard of this. The county has then identified what stormwater facilities, maintenance, treatment, drainage improvements, or other stormwater services it currently provides or plans to provide. That will definitely affect my property. So instead of spending $9 million, how about we don't spend $7 million on tourism? I don't know why we have that much money going out to tourism on an annual basis. The county's unexpected building permit as of September 30th exceeded the average operating budget for the previous 4 fiscal years. To come in compliance with these things, because the auditor actually recommended the county analyze the fund's activity and make adjustments deemed necessary in order to comply with these statutes. They actually said what they found was either due to mismanagement or fraud, whichever, that's just what they say. We need to address that to come in compliance with the state statutes. What you're supposed to do is refund or reduce the rates.
Thank you, sir. We have
Thank
Brian Lugo, Gene Brooks, Charlie Steele, J. Chris Pike, and David Noplorex. I hope that's what that is.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Lugo. I reside in District 4 in Keystone Heights. I object to this stormwater assessment for 2 reasons. First, the county has not established a valid July 28th ordinance vote. The transcript and video record recorded an initial vote while Commissioner Condon was out of the room. A quorum was present, but only 2 affirmative votes were spoken. The motion did not pass. The chair then stated, quote, "We had a majority, we just voted," end quote. The ordinance was called again after Commissioner Condon returned. The published minutes omit the first vote and report only a 5-0 vote. The minutes you just affirmed tonight is the minutes I'm talking about. In response to Public Records Request 2026-1042, the county confirmed that it has no electronic voting report, tally, audit history, or other voting record. The video and minutes are all we have, and they do not agree. If the county believes the second vote lawfully replaced the first, it should identify the authority for repeating the vote, which vote is operative, and how 5-0 was determined. Until then, I consider the July 28 action invalid. Second, the public still cannot inspect the work necessary to determine whether this assessment is fair. Attachment E from the November 3rd Jones Edmonds Stormwater Rate Project required specific deliverables. Task 3 required identifying parcels that do not contribute or only partially contribute to the county system and developing possible exemptions and credits. Task 5 required runoff coefficient analysis, map zones, an adjustment factor, a technical memorandum, and Excel calculations. That work could show whether properties receive different levels of benefit and whether the charges reasonably relate to those benefits. I received records right up until I requested those. Now those records are hidden behind a paywall that I cannot access, nobody will give me access to. I will not speculate about whether this is bureaucracy or something worse. The result is the same. The board is sitting tonight and being asked before the public cannot inspect the documents, and the board is sitting tonight to make a decision. My request is straightforward. Do not impose the final assessment today unless the county demonstrates with publicly available evidence that each assessed property receives a special benefit and that the cost is fairly and reasonably apportioned among the properties receiving the benefit. Resolve the voting defect, produce the required analysis, provide the promised estimate, and give the public time to review the evidence before final action. And finally, please confirm or please explain in plain language how this is not a tax and why those required to pay it have no direct vote. It will appear on our property tax bills, be collected by the county tax collector, and if unpaid, may result in a lien on our property. Thank you.
Thank you. Gene Brooks, Charlie Steele, J. Chris Pike, David Naplorax, and Thomas Sellers.
I'm Gene Brooks. You got my record on file. I oppose this. I got a bill in the mail for 161 bucks. For what? I live on a damn sand hill.
No profanity, sir.
It's freedom of speech, ma'am.
No, it's not. No, I
Okay.
said no profanity. That is the rule in this
Okay,
building.
take away
Thank
my
you.
rights, that's good. $161. I live on a sand hill, no runoff, on a private road. Tell me, what am I getting? Silence.
It's public comment, sir. We will not answer. Go ahead.
Probably better. Can, you know, I hear it's $85. I get a bill for 161. Is it a tax or is it a fee? You gonna put a lien on my house? A tax lien? What? If I don't pay it? So if it's a tax lien, then it's not a fee. You know, graduated Middleburg in 1983, went to high school in Orange Park and Middleburg. Served my country, come home to this. Y'all got voted in to honor your citizens. Look out for them. Right now, I see failure from each and every one of y'all. If it was a unanimous vote, that's a failure. You got voted in, you get voted out. I yield my time.
Thank you. Charlie Steele, J. Chris Pike, Dave Naplorax, Thomas Sellers, and then Noel Saubers.
Hello, my name's Charlie Steele. Good evening, Commissioners. My address is on file, and I'm asking that you vote no on the stormwater assessment. Let me be clear, I'm not against fixing stormwater problems. I'm against placing another reoccurring assessment on property owners without clearly determining who creates the problem, who benefits, and who should pay. Many residents in Middleburg, Clay Hill, Keystone, and other rural areas live on acreage with woods, ponds, ditches, and land that naturally absorbs rainfall. Many of us live on private dirt roads, myself included, with drainage ponds on our land. The county doesn't maintain those roads, we do. When they wash out, neighbors fix them. When drainage needs attention, we handle it. We contribute our own money, tractors, equipment, labor, and time to maintain roads and drainage throughout the goodwill of our community. Yet now we're being asked to pay for another annual stormwater assessment? Meanwhile, rural residents have paid property taxes, sales tax, gas tax, and other county revenues for decades to support roads, parks, facilities, and infrastructure throughout Clay County. Clay County already recognizes that infrastructure needs vary geographically. That's why you have separate mobility fee districts. So why can't stormwater have that same geographical accountability? And let's talk about growth. When woods and pastures become rooftops, pavements, parking lots, and subdivisions, we create more impervious surfaces and runoff. Clay County already follows the principle that growth should help pay for growth. Stormwater should be no different. Put more of the cost where additional impact is being created instead of automatically placing it on rural homeowners who may have lived on the same property for decades. And what happens when circumstances change? What happens during a drought or a year of minimal rainfall? Does the assessment decrease? If less money is needed or collected money isn't spent, does it remain protected for stormwater in the area that paid it? Or does that fee simply continue year after year? We've seen Clay County adjust assessments when services changes before, including credits when recycling services were suspended. Taxpayers deserve the same accountability here. If you're asking us for millions of dollars every year, show us the needs, show us the projects, show us who benefits, and show us exactly where our money goes. Florida law requires commissioners to be bonded for faithful performance of their duties. That underscores the responsibility that comes with handling public money. And finally, let the people have a voice. If this is a countywide problem, put it before the county. If you're only assessing unincorporated county, then let the people being required to pay have a meaningful vote. I'm not asking rural Clay County to pay nothing. I'm asking you to make it fair. Growth should help pay for growth. Impact should help determine cost. Money collected should benefit the area bearing that cost, and the people paying the bill should have a voice. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. J. Chris Pike, David Naplorax, Thomas Sellers, Noel Saubers, Helena Cormier.
Fairness for the unincorporated, the case against stormwater assessment. Good evening, commissioners and fellow citizens. We are here because of a proposed stormwater assessment, a tax that, while well-intentioned in its goal for funding infrastructure, fundamentally fails to account for the reality of the rural life of Clay County. The county's argument is that this fee is that every property will be impervious surface, contributes to the runoff, and therefore should pay for the regional system. On paper, that sounds like a clean administrative solution, but for those of us living in large rural tracts, the logic falls apart the moment you look at the map. Many of us in the unincorporated areas do not have county-maintained roads. We do not have county ditches. We do not have concrete curbs, storm drains, or other centralized systems that these fees are designed to maintain. I don't know, we're talking about spending money, and the form that's handed out has no dollar signs on it. It's really easy to spend other people's money, isn't it? When property owners already bear the full financial and physical responsibility for managing their own stormwater, charging them an additional impact fee for municipal systems that provide them with zero service is not an assessment, it's an inequitable tax. The county claims that all runoff eventually enters the broader watershed. While that may be true in the hydrological sense, it is not a basis for a fair service fee. If I'm already mitigating my impact on my watershed by maintaining my own land, I'm effectively subsidizing the drainage needs to suburban subdivisions that do not rely on the county's expensive and centralized infrastructure. We are not asking to be exempt from the responsibilities of living in a community. We are asking a system that recognizes reality. If the county is going to move forward with an assessment, it must be based on verifiable benefit provided for the property. If the county does not maintain your road, if the county does not clear your ditches, if the county does not provide your drainage infrastructure, that property should not be treated the same as the dense populous subdivisions. We are calling for a simpler, clearer, and more accessible credit system, one that recognizes the private maintenance we already perform. And I really wish you all would vote no on this. A blanket fee that ignores that infrastructure gap between the suburbs and the rural roads is a policy that asks the least served residents to pay for the most served areas. Justice in taxation requires proportionality.
Thank you, sir. We need Helena Cormier, Cheryl Sturdivant, Dale Carter, Jimmy Weeks.
Hello, my name is Helena Cormier. My address is on file. I just want to say thank you again for everything that y'all do and for hearing all of us today. I do want to say thank you for our community. We can finally see the 200 acres of conservation land has been turned over to Rolling Hills CDD. And so it has been a fight and it has been hard. But on that same thought, we just got our conservation land that's deeded to us, and our stormwaters in a CDD we have to pay for through the bonds that we pay for in our house, but yet we're still going to be charged some of these fees. It doesn't make sense on some of this. When the developments come in here and they develop a community, some of the newer ones, the community is responsible for their roads, they're responsible for the stormwaters. Our particular community is an older one, so y'all still have control over our roads, and we still pay into the MSBU fund for that, but not all CDDs moving forward are paying that same way. It doesn't make sense that they're going to still have another charge and another fee when they still have to take care of their own development. And it doesn't make sense to me when I think about every time a PUD comes in here and y'all are approving it, that's one of the concepts is that any of the watershed and any of the stuff that it's producing, they have to manage it and they have to take that into consideration. And so they have the retention ponds and they have the different development, and that's why they approve the developments with the designs and the engineers. And so it's like, if we're doing all of this, then where's the fallout? And as we're trying to make the best decisions and we're trying to take all of these things into consideration, I did notice something on that spreadsheet that said agricultural will be 100% exempt. I understand an agricultural farm and them being exempt, but if there's land out here that's sitting on entitlements to develop, and that entitlement is like ready to go if they sell it or do, I think there should be a consideration. When a property comes in here and they develop that PUD and they can sell it for the amount that they can, they're already not paying the taxes because they're getting the agricultural exemption. And now, this. And so there's ways to get the money that the county needs. And I hope that y'all will evaluate some of those other areas. And I hope that as y'all are looking at the budget, that projects as a whole, like the library, doesn't get cut, but maybe the budget's 10% less on different ones so that we can have the things that we need. And I promise you, developers that want to build and want that contract, they'll find ways to reduce their cost to meet those budgets that are out there for these projects. Thank you for hearing me. I hope that y'all will be able to take this into consideration.
Thank you, Helena. Are you Miss Sturdivant? Okay, I'm sorry, I got the cards messed up, so you can go first, and then y'all are in the back. Sorry about that. Cheryl Sturdivant. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Sturdivant. I live at 7452 Bineville.
Pull the
Avenue.
microphone to your mouth if you don't mind. They can't hear you. Okay, thank you.
I live on 7452 Bineville Avenue, Keystone Heights, Florida. And I have property that is a well and septic. We had to go through all the codes and get everything approved. I have a road in front of me that people have gotten stuck. I've had to move my mailbox because the road is so bad and nobody has come to maintain it or come clean out the culverts or anything. And I don't see where it would, I have no drain off or no storm water that you would all touch. And my mom is 93 years old. And today I had to go through Round Puddles. I go over and take care of her. And nobody maintains that road. So we're just paying something for nothing. And it is hard making it. And there's several, in our area, there's several people that can't afford this. And if they're taxed and they can't keep their property because that little bit of money, that might not mean much to you, but it's a lot to them. So it's hard to make it, and it's not fair, and we need better services. My mom helped maintain the road by paying for it, and we have neighbors that help maintain it too. Just do better. And we don't know where the money's going. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, David Naplorax, hopefully that's right, Thomas Sellers, Noel Saubers, and Dale Carter.
Hey, I'm David Napier, and my address is on file. I live on a private road. The county does not maintain it. It's a private road. It literally has dips and hips in it. Every time it rains, the water fills up. There is no runoff. There is no ditches. I don't understand why we're being charged with stuff like that. Maybe if we weren't paying for all these flock cameras that y'all have put up all around town that no one wants. And maybe if Florida didn't give Israel $1.3 billion every year, we could put more infrastructure into our everything. I don't think y'all realize how much money we give them. Kind of on the spot now, but y'all need to do better. I mean, y'all are supposed to do what we ask of y'all, and y'all just seem like y'all are overdeveloping our town. Whenever our grocery prices are so high, why don't y'all try to manage it more farmland to have more horses or more cows, so that way we can put more food in the grocery stores instead of buying meat from Argentina that we don't even know what's in the meat. I mean, it's just crazy. I just feel like our country's being mismanaged from the highest order where our president sits, trickling down to our commissioners. I mean, y'all are supposed to be for the people, aren't y'all? I wish y'all would listen to us, but thank you, that's my time.
Thank you, sir. Thomas Sellers, Noel Saubers, Dale Carter, Jimmy Weeks, Kyle Tedder. Thomas Sellers? No? Noel Saubers?
Noel Saubers, 417 River Birch Lane, Fleming Island. And when I got this letter, I was just thrilled because I thought, $10, for the greater good, that's nothing. But then I started looking more at it, reading more, and wanted to know more about it because it was very vague. There wasn't a lot of backup. I gave a lot of this information to you the last commission meeting, and I'll just go through again so a lot of the people here can understand what was in such a great presentation, because I have read one of the presentations that is 8,073 pages. That was one of them. And there were other ones that I read. So, but just to make it clear, they've been meeting with Jones Edmonds in meetings from March 24, November 24, November 23 through October 25. Now, I don't know who they've been meeting with, but they've been meeting with Clay County officials to go over these studies and to learn stuff, because this was in the study that I looked at and read about what they're doing. And when you go back to it, some of the stuff that just surprised me so is, do you know that in their study they put down that some of this is based off of global warming / climate control, sea levels rising, torrent rainfall, and all those type things. I don't know about that. Maybe they should run and do stuff with the weather channels around here, because they can't get anything right. But I want to get down to some of the numbers, because they didn't discuss numbers. Shame on you for that. On that $9.2 million for 1 year, what they did in their study, 4.7 of it is already spoken for. And how is it spoken for? They're going to be moving money from the Clay budget and moving it over to the stormwater programs through, one, they have to hire 3 people and they won't be cheap, and Clay County pays very well for these people. 2, the people that are part of this program that are in Clay County salaries now will be moved over, and the projects that they have will be moved over. That's in there. I've tried to find study amounts on what they were been paying these guys. I can't find them, but they want to be part of the implementation of the start of this program. But they do have in their study saying 60 to 90,000 for a pollutant study, 200,000 to 300,000 for a study for lifestyle studies. Plus, of the money from this we're going to be paying $148,000 from the study to the tax assessor out of the money for this taxes that they're doing. So they're just moving that over there. I assume they do the same thing for the garbage, where they're paying money from the garbage money collected over to the tax assessor to do the paperwork. And again, they did touch on the 85, the 90, and the 100, how they have a rate where they're just planning to roll it back up. Now, how does this affect me? My property taxes.
Thank you, sir. Dale Carter, Jimmy Weeks, Kyle Tedder, Patricia Watson.
Good afternoon. Ms. Compierre, I want to make something to you personally. I've sat there and watched you look at us, every one of us, straightforward. Some of the others, no.
You
But
don't need to, do not direct to the.
I
no,
could do what
no,
this
no,
is
you
the-
cannot. No, you cannot.
Yes, you
You're
are.
directing.
You need to let the taxpayers talk. Thank you for doing what you've done. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Good evening, commissioners. I'm here tonight because I have a serious about the proposed stormwater assessments, particularly as it applies to those who live in rural, unincorporated Clay County. I understand that stormwater management is important. I understand the drainage structure costs money to maintain, and I'm not opposed to responsible investments in our county. We don't have that in Clay County. We don't have that right here. This is a scam. I'm sorry, this is a scam. Y'all need to pay attention to this because this is actually a scam that y'all are fixing to vote on. This is not something that the taxpayers need. It is not something they want. This is something to just gain money. And we already have an over budget. Y'all are fat as y'all can get when it comes to a budget. And y'all don't do none of this. We don't get nothing in my area. Ms. Condon's my commissioner, but we don't get nothing out there. If you want the road graded, you got to call into the road department to get the road graded. If you want a tree picked up, you got to call in. Where's the stormwater? Where's our taxes going? Y'all get all kind of money for grants. We ain't seen none in our area except a sidewalk that goes to nowhere. It's 6 inches thick instead of 4 inches thick. So, what specific benefits in my rural property receiving in exchange for the new annual charge? I don't know of any of it. My property has been assigned a 1.U and will be charged $161. I live on 121 acres. Tell me what y'all gonna do for my 121 acres. Nothing. Exactly what y'all have done for the last 40 years. Okay? That may sound like a tremendous amount of money, but the rural property owners, that isn't simply a number on a piece of paper. It's another reoccurring cost being placed on the property, just like the garbage tax, Thrasher garbage tax. It started one way and it's ended up another way. It's high. If the county is going to collect approximately $9.2 million from property owners, I believe we deserve to know exactly where the money will go. And Ms. Condon, I'm asking you as District 4 to please accept that the money that is collected in District 4 stays in District 4. Ms. Compierre, if you collect it in yours, you stay in your area. So you spend your money per district instead of it all going to Orange Park, to Mr. Reminger's area that fixes old infrastructure that we have absolutely nothing to do with. I'm not saying just you, sir, but I'm just saying. In Orange Park and everything, we all know, everyone in here knows that it is going to Orange Park. The rural area is not going to get a tenth of this money. So please vote 5-0.
Jimmy Weeks,
to go away.
Kyle Tedder, Patricia Watson, Elizabeth Kerr, and then Jody Weber.
Good evening, Commissioners. Retirement is good, and 5 years in now, I love it. Love to spend a lot of time with grandkids, but when I have a lot of calls from friends across the county that I've made through the years, and it hinges on more money and impacts toward them, it's time to come off the farm and come say a word to all of y'all. We realize y'all are here tonight to serve. You have a lot of decisions. You have tough decisions. You have a lot of information before you. There's some folks here tonight that have given you outstanding information, and so I'm not going to repeat any of that, but I've taken some notes to give you. But the fact of the matter is, you're in a position to where development rules and controls Clay County, and that's sad. That's sad for a lot of reasons, because they leave out and they leave behind and they leave a problem and a cost to Clay County that we're never going to be able to completely solve. We're never going to be able to solve that. I want to share with you tonight, there are people in this room, one man I know particularly, an old friend. He served in Vietnam. He's given all he could to come back here and live. He's living on $17,400. He showed me and proved to me that he's living on $17,400. So what does $85 or $160 mean to somebody like him? It's not me. I can pay the money, and I know I can. You know, I've been blessed to be able to have and afford that. But there are many citizens here tonight that cannot. I could not even get into a parking lot. I'm parked way out there on a street, blocks away. That means, from what I saw trying to get in through security, there was tons of people here tonight to talk to you folks that represent them. I'm asking you, it doesn't look good when on paper it has something that says basically, you know, we're going to put a tax lien or a tax certificate on you, because, yeah, what that does is that trickles out for about 7 years, and then somebody does come to the block of the courthouse and buy your property. And that's sad that folks that have spent 50 years, this gentleman that I told you serves in Vietnam and makes $17,400, he's got 1.2 acres he's been on for over 50-something years. There's way out in the country, no drainage, and there's thousands of others like him. So I think you need to look at modifying the process to put the heart of the matter where it is. In the subdivisions where it's every 10 foot, there's a house. There's 5 houses on 1 acre. Please consider that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jimmy. Patricia Watson, Elizabeth Kerr, Jody Weber, Jeannie Malone, and then Mary Rizzo. Oh, that's probably why you're not supposed to clap. How about that? All right, so Elizabeth Kerr, Jody Weber, Jeannie Malone, and Mary Rizzo.
Ready?
No, we're not.
Okay.
Now you can, thank you.
Okay. My name's Patty Patricia Watson. You've already got my address. I'm just basically here. I agree with all that I've heard. I've been downstairs sweating for a long time. I'm waiting to get in. So I just want to kind of, all the people that have voted or spoken against this, I agree with them. I feel like this is a tax. It's coming on our tax bill, and we don't want it. I don't know where it came from. I guess it's been talked about. I think I'm going to have to start coming to all these meetings. So I know, because I just heard of something else that's coming up, number 23 tonight, that also impacts veterans. That you guys are wanting to start charging them 50% for their garbage, and right now they're not having to pay any. I'm against that. I'm against this in total, but especially for veterans that are disabled, 100% disabled. I do not think we should be doing that to them. They've given all for us, so we shouldn't be taken back. And basically, that's all I have to say. I do live on Old Hard Road, and I could tell you ours is zoned as agricultural, but we don't shed water onto the street or anywhere. All the water from the street comes to us, into our backyard, to our property. That long sidewalk there that I think Plantation put in, or maybe Eagle Harbor, I'm not sure. That whole ditch does not drain at all. It just stands there constantly. It's just stagnant water, a breeding ground for mosquitoes. So I don't see that this is going to help us. I'm against it. I think it's something we should have been able to vote for, not just, find out about in a paper coming to us saying you're going to start paying this now. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
Elizabeth Kerr, Jody Weber, Jeannie Malone, Mary Rizzo, and Alan Rizzo.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Kerr. I also live on Old Hard Road. I'm in agreement with several people who have spoken before that we all are hoping that you will do the right thing and vote no on the storm assessment. It does impact a lot of people negatively, and the Florida statute states that an assessment must benefit the people it assesses. I'd like to say that I live on the old part of Old Hard Road, and Patty is one of my neighbors, and we get flooded by the neighborhood across from us, who was built by a developer. So transparency is important, holding builders accountable for proper storm drainage and checking the engineer's reports, like who's signing off on those. I have sent emails and notifications and photos for what's happening across the street. I was told that the neighborhood is responsible for that. Are they paying storm assessments? And if they are they being, I've heard from other people that I spoke to, because we did wait downstairs for a very long time, and there are people being double charged, apparently, who already pay for storm assessments. But again, we are hoping that you've heard all the people speak here tonight, and we do vote for you, and we're hoping that you are working in our best interest, and to vote no on the storm assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Jody Weber, Jeannie Malone, Mary Rizzo, Alan Rizzo, Edward Hudnow, something like that.
First off, Jody Weber, address is on, I live in Commissioner Burke's. First off, we need better seats. If you're gonna gain the money, can we get better seats in here, please? Please. They're hard to get up and down. Seriously though, I am saying that I am against. 30 years ago, well, over 30 years ago, I was your soil and water tech. I understand the water. I understand what it does. I would like to know how much you paid Jones and Edmonds of our money, first off, to get that study. I believe maybe you could have had staff do that, probably cheaper, and that's what we're talking about here is money tonight. People here are in the rural area. This is not, these areas here that are represented tonight are not in your city limits. We have, our runoff goes to our own land. I have 3 houses here, 2 by death that I have inherited. So with that, 2 of them don't even have water running into a county right away. They go to Peters Creek. So with that being said, I have one that I don't even have a ditch in front of my house. And the county doesn't even maintain the road like they said when my grandfather gave the land. It was supposed to be every twice a month we were supposed to get that done. We did when my husband and the other team of individuals that ran the graders that knew what they were doing would do it. Now I get it done maybe once every 3 months. So with all this said, first off, I think we all need to pray to find the money. Second of all, the rain the good Lord gave us needs to make it to the aquifer. And with all of us out here in rural Clay County, that's where it goes. That's where our runoff goes. We want it to get to the aquifer. Plus, we've got a big bottling plant that's taking a lot of the water away. So we need the water to go. We don't have drainage runoff. I do have to say, in front of one of the houses, I do have a county pipe that's in front of it to go to a tributary, but the pipe is put in too high. We've told them, y'all need to direct staff with Road and Bridge to call people back, to call the people out here that are paying their salaries. I once was one of them, so I understand. But we need the money to go where it needs to go when we pay for it. If we pay in our area, let it stay in our area. I am with everyone else. I take care of a cemetery in Green Cove Springs. Our money goes to there.
Thank
So
you, Ms. Weber. Jeannie Malone, Mary Rizzo, Alan Rizzo, Edward Hudnall, Michael Pont.
Rizzos are downstairs.
Okay, thank you. Jeannie Malone coming up? Great.
Good evening. Hi, Miss Betsy. I need you to vote no, and that's the bottom line. Okay, this is not fair. Get rid of this rude one in the middle, by the way. She's disrespectful. And this man right here, I've called the county manager at least 6 times since 2019, and I've not failed, never, ever to get a return phone call, not even from the, for no apparent reason, assistant county managers, not even from them. Miss Betsy, I live at 121 Plankton Avenue. There's 107 registered voters on my road. They're not here. The average annual income on my road is about 30 grand. Most of them are elderly. I'm here to speak for them. I need you to say no. Do you understand? I'm not playing. These people don't have money in their budget for this. We live in the sand hill. Let me tell you about Plankton Avenue, y'all. It's 45 feet elevation. We grow pine trees, bahia grass, and cactuses. Whenever it rains, the only water on Plankton Avenue is in the road, and it's gone in about 25 minutes. On a good hard rain for about 8 hours. There's no reason that we have this. There's no reason that you should be taxing us or feeing us, whatever you want to call it. The man that was up here from the company, this guy right here, he said the word court, I think 5 or 6 times while he was speaking. That just tells me he's got to go to court a lot. And that's not okay. And that should have been assigned to each and every one of you. Okay, 24-25. You allowed about over 3,200 houses to be built, okay? That's $16,000 a house impact fee. That's $51 million. What are you doing? Whenever I want to go on vacation, I eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for breakfast and lunch, and then I cook a dinner at night. And I get my money to go on vacation. I suggest you do the same thing. Have a good day.
Thank you. Jeannie Malone. Mary, are the Rizzos here yet? Nope.
Commissioner Burke, I was told that the Rizzos have left.
Okay.
Mr. Price checked and they're gone.
Okay. All right, Edward Hudnall, Michael Pont, Belinda Johnson, Kathleen Yule.
I saw Mr. Hudnall earlier, but either he went downstairs or he left. He's my constituent.
All right, Michael Pont, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Michael Pont. I live at 3940 Everington Road, Green Cove Springs. By looking at the old reports and Facebook posts, Clay County has been fixated on essentially the same methodology to collect stormwater maintenance funds since at least 2017. Proposals have been before the board multiple times, apparently since that time. The most recent one, and the one that I participated in, was a resolution in 2024, if I remember correctly. We have another one before us now. The complaints are the same. Don't need it, don't want it, and collecting funds in one area of the county to be spent in another are the common complaints. Proper structuring and accommodations could alleviate a considerable amount of the pushback and accomplish what needs to be done. I would propose the ordinance be amended or rewritten specifically to include provisions for collecting stormwater impact fees, much like the mobility ordinance. There is a necessity to build out infrastructure at the front end rather than wait for nature to take control and provide a mess to clean up. The ordinance and resolution make the point numerous times that development, be it a single house or 3,000 houses in the subdivision, is the cause of stormwater management issues. All development needs to contribute to a front-loaded solutions. The mobility ordinance, while not perfect by any means, does provide a framework to apply to the stormwater ordinance. This will go a long way to address funding for initial infrastructure build-out driven by development. To provide funding for maintenance, repairs, improvements, you should consider the following ideas. First, divide the county into stormwater management districts. Again, the mobility ordinance districts are a good place to start. These districts would be the recipient of the impact fees and maintenance fees, collections, and disbursements. Fees to be collected for maintenance, repairs, or improvements would be set according to the needs of the district. The high maintenance areas would maybe be getting the $300 bills, while the low maintenance areas might get the $60 bill. The bill process would use the ERU measurement methodology, flawed but workable. The accommodation for property size is good but could be improved. I think these suggestions taken as a whole make the adoption of this ordinance considerably more palatable. As we roof over and pave over large amounts of land, there is less and less area available to recharge aquifers. Stormwater management needs to address more than just how to keep it out of streets and houses. The guiding principle for stormwater management should be to get the water to where it naturally would have gone and to be as clean as it naturally would have been upon arrival.
Thank you, sir. Belinda Johnson, Kathleen Yule, Wayne McCarty, and Ann Herkel.
Belinda Johnson, 1488 Buddy Acres. I live in Clay Hill. I received this letter, the stormwater assessment letter, on August the 10th. I guess you guys have had it dated on July the 31st. This was the first time I ever seen this, of you going to do the stormwater assessment tax. I'm very disappointed with this board. This is not how Clay County should act. We should let the people know up front what we're doing to our citizens. This is not how we used to do things. We are, I think this is underhanded, and I'm very disappointed. We usually have workshops for you people on the board that we voted for to let us know what you're doing in this county that affects us, and you did not do that too. You give us 20 days to respond to this letter that I did not even receive until August the 10th. Most of my community are on private roads in which the county does not maintain, never have. I'm a 5th generation, and we have always maintained our roads. My brother and I live on 80 acres. We're on a private road. We've installed culverts, pavement to go to our property. I live on a sand hill. It can rain 10 inches. I can mow my grass in 30 minutes. So that land is running off into Black Creek like it has for 100 years. But what has happened is all the development, after development, filling in the wetlands, which is a natural drainage. If you don't fill in the wetlands and you do the development properly, you would not have all the stormwater problems that you have. I know for a fact on College Road, there was a development coming in. The people behind it, the residents behind it, because I served on the Planning Commission for 22 years, The people behind it, there was a development coming in front of them. They raised the land 4 feet. Now, where do you think that water's going to go? And we tried to tell them that that water is going to go. But they're going to saying, well, their stormwater could not run on that development. Hello, that doesn't happen. And I would like to suggest this board to vote no and give the community the responsibilities that you took as an oath to protect us as a county.
Thank you. Wayne McCarty, Alan Ann Herkel, Marsha Norman, and Richard Baum.
Wayne McCarty, I live Keystone, just outside of Keystone Heights. My address is on file. Been there 20 years. County doesn't, we maintain our own roads. County does not do anything with them. We got creek that runs through our neighborhood and runs all the way through several different creeks into Black Creek. We shouldn't have to be paying for overall y'all screw up as far as bringing in all these developers that are, you're building on drainage. You're filling in drainage. 5,000 houses. Where's the water gonna go? We're tired, people are sick and tired of paying for things and not getting anything for it. We're done. And whoever your constituents are, need to vote you out.
I'll be gone, don't worry. Thank you. Marsha Norman, Richard Baum, Jennifer Scarberry, and Charles Scarberry. Marsha Norman? Nope. What's that?
Kathleen Yule.
Did I call her? Kathleen Yule.
Kathleen Walls.
Let me see. Oh, no, it was Kathleen Yule.
Oh, I'm
Sorry, she's back there.
Kathleen Walls.
Good evening. Y'all know that my name is Kathleen Yule. My address is on file. And I'd like to, I had all these notes, and every time somebody talked about something, I thought, oh my gosh, I need to mention that. But I love where we live. I really do. And the history is that when my husband and I were in Jacksonville, we wanted to start a family, not in Jacksonville. And we found Middleburg, Florida. And we came out here, we chose a lot that was high and dry. And I'm glad we did, because throughout the years that we've been out there, which is 41 years in the same place, that's how much we like it. And as we were living there, more people came out to live. And there was a time when you couldn't get a building permit on certain lots. Well, eventually these people got building permits on certain lots. I had taken pictures of how deep the water was on some of these lots. They still built a house. Okay, fine. We were busy with our child and everything, so I didn't notice the house was even being built. And I told them later, hey, y'all are gonna be wet. And the flooding has gone to their door. And the next house, and one more, and then you take a right on Rustic Oak, and you go down further, and there was a very large house built in a flood zone. It's still a flood zone, but they got a building permit. He had to bring in so much dirt just to elevate the bottom of the house. And it's a gorgeous house. It's worth 900 and something thousand now. Oh, what? At any rate,
You still got a
but
minute?
I'm just saying, this storm, we live on a private road. Nobody does anything for us, absolutely zero, but use it for ingress and egress. We don't, we have traffic because of the business at the end of the road. So we have a lot more traffic than when we went out there, and it's not just homeowners and people. There's the businesses that draw that particular traffic. So and there's nothing I can do about it. But our water, we didn't ever have sitting water, never. All this water we've had, it's gone. And like the previous lady said, you can cut your grass within that hour because it's permeated underneath. And she's right, we need to give the water to the aquifer. We need it very bad. But at any rate, I had all these other notes and I didn't read any of it. So anyway, thank you for all you do. Vote no, though, please.
Anna Herkel, Marcia Norman, Richard Baum, Jennifer Scarberry, and Charles Scarberry. Is Anna Herkel? Anna Hinkle, maybe? Is that you? No, it's not. Marcia Norman? Okay, thank you. Richard Baum? Are you Richard Baum? Gosh. Jennifer Scarberry? Charles Scarberry? Philip McLean?
Evening. I'm Philip McLean, live at 4059 Englewood Drive, Middleburg, Florida, 32068.
Can you pull the mic up? They're saying they can't hear you, but.
Okay, is that better? All right. And I've lived here 30-something years. 4 acres down on the south prong of Black Creek. I get absolutely nothing from the county other than mandates when I flooded. And the mandates were that you must not only meet the FEMA flood requirement, you must meet the county ordinance and be 1 freeboard foot above the FEMA requirements. And in 30 years, that's about all y'all done for me. And to sum it up, it gets old, people. And now you're gonna bill me for water you cannot control. That storm water's gonna run across me and submerge my property. And when it does, I get nothing except for a $185 bill. Just don't seem right, people. And I don't think it's right. And I'm not the only one. So I wanted to inform you people that I really don't appreciate being billed for something that I receive nothing of. And my question is, in Section D, it says that it's only for property that receives a direct benefit. Now, I know there's an appeal process, but that appeal process has not been put out. When will it be put out? And will it be fair and equitable for those of us that, like me, receive nothing for it? And will the fee be imposed prior to a review process of the appeal? Will there be an appeal process? It says there will.
So there's an email and a phone number on the letter. You can call that number to talk to them about an appeal. Okay? It's on
Okay.
the back of that letter.
All right. Well, will it be the fee be imposed prior to an appeal, or?
No, it's not getting imposed immediately, no. But call that number, okay?
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you. That was Philip McLean, I hope. All right, George Huey, Rex Brown, Catherine Paget, Leanne Wilbur. Yeah, okay, go ahead, come on up. Huey, hold on 1 second. Yes, thank you.
Good evening. My name's Charles Scarberry. I'm just a working class folk. I've been all my life. Not made great money in the small engine industry. Never paid much. This tax you want to put on us, I call it a tax because it's what it is. I can't afford it. I live on a private road. There ain't nothing the county's done in 10 years down there. I have no ditches. The water drains off my house, gets absorbed in my 2.5 acres. All this is supposed to provide for the people and make everybody equal. From what I've seen, I'm gonna pay $161, and my friend in Tanglewood's gonna pay $85. He's got ditches, retention ponds, the whole 9 yards. Mine ain't going anywhere. It's sitting right there in the property going under soil. And then the other thing with the veterans and the people that are on disability, that there's not gonna be any provision for them, is just inconsiderate altogether. I mean, what happens if you had a heart attack tomorrow? You break a leg and can't walk anymore, or break a spine, and you're on disability. How are you gonna afford things? So I think y'all need to do what's right and vote no on this. There's no reason to have it. When my vehicle breaks down and I have to buy an $800 vacuum booster, I have to move something to the budget to make it work. That's what y'all need to do. You got the impact fees, you got sales tax, you got property tax. Okay, property tax may be going bye-bye. We know when the property tax goes bye-bye, the police and the fire's not gonna go away. Swift Mud ain't gonna go away. They're all still gonna be there. Okay? So do the right thing, vote no, and help us out. 'Cause we need all the help we can get. We don't have anybody to fleece. If that vacuum booster goes bad for me, there ain't a single person I go to, hey, I gotta get some money from you, buddy. I don't have that. You guys don't have the right to do it either. I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, and Scarberry, is there another, Ms. Scarberry coming? Okay.
Councilor and Commissioners, I thank you very much for hearing all of us this evening. My name is Jennifer L.H. Scarberry. I'm speaking on behalf of me and my mother, which I'm her dual power attorney, Colleen Hesley. She lives a tenth of a mile from my door to her door. We both live in Keystone Heights on a dirt road. Our rainwater sheds off right into our land, like everybody else has been saying here. We don't have no ditches. We don't have anything that the county takes care of. We all take care of it ourselves. Our road doesn't even drain off onto 315C. It actually drains the other way. The stormwater, like I said, runs off, and the large holes that we have actually on our road absorb very quickly. So we don't have any need for the stormwater. If we are to be charged for stormwater fees, we want our funds to stay in our District 4, please. For these benefits to be for us. As we're paying for it, we need it in our area. We're not getting it. We haven't gotten it. We want to be able to see our money, if we are charged for this, to be able to see where it goes to our community, to our area. And we can agree that we want to keep everybody in their homes. We don't want to force them out. We don't want to have people lose their homes to these extra fees that they're not being that they are not contributing to. We're not contributing to the stormwater problem in Keystone Heights and a lot of Clayette County. Most of these new homes are actually doing this. That's where the fee needs to go, and I'm sure you've heard this over and over again. When it comes to sorry, I lost my place. For the exemptions, if people are getting exemptions on their property taxes, they should get it on these other fees also. That's not fair to take it away from the veterans. It's not fair to take it away from the disability individuals. And also, the stormwater fee is stated to go to effect in October, which is in addition to our property tax, which is hard enough for a lot of us to afford. Why not give us more advance notice of the fee and schedule it for next year's tax bill, which we can vote on? which will allow us to see about Amendment 3 passing for our November ballots that we get to vote on, which will help everyone's budgets. You give you, the commissioners, time to give us, the residents, the proof we are requesting before you try charging us these fees for, and letting us vote on. I thank you very much. I pray
Thank
that
you.
you please vote no. Thank you.
All right, George Huey, Rex Brown, Catherine Paget, Leanne Wilbur.
Can I start?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. My name is George Huey. I live in Green Cove. Address is on file. First I want to thank everybody for your service, and I know it's tough. I know it's a tough decision, especially when you got this many people coming at you sideways. There is a lot of people here. There's probably more people here than some of y'all got votes, to be honest with you, if you count everybody downstairs. So I don't know. So y'all have a duty to do, right by the people. Excuse me just a second here. All right, so with that being said, y'all used to be one of us, for real. Y'all used to sit back here. Y'all used to watch these meetings. So I just hope you guys make the decision that the people want. This is what we voted you guys in here for. So you guys stated that we have a great social media platform. How come it's always good stuff? Why can't we put on social media that we failed a stormwater assessment in, when was it, 2017? Why don't we show the good and the bad? So, a mandatory financial charge or levy imposed by a government on individuals, businesses, or property to fund public services and government operations. That's the definition of a tax. A non-ad valorem fee is a mandatory charge imposed by a local government that is based on specific benefit or services provided to a property. You guys claim that everybody receives a benefit because you get to drive down the road, but I've never seen a parcel drive down the road. It says a property, not the person that owns it. But I understand that you guys have went through the legal avenue and you guys say this is legal, which maybe it is, but does that make it right? Blanketly charging every property owner is not right. It does not take a rocket scientist to know that not every property receives a benefit. I've never seen we can't blame new developments for this because not all new developments create more stormwater. In fact, some parcels that have no development create more stormwater runoff than developments do. I mean, this is in your guys' assessment. He knows. All right, after looking at all these projects, they're all from Orange Park. I did the math. So out of $40 million in your capital projects, 31.1 million of it is in Orange Park. It's all from neighborhoods built from the 50s to 70s. Has nothing to do with anybody else in the neighborhood. Why can't we create MSBUs for these neighborhoods so that the money stays in the neighborhood that it needs to stay in? I mean, if it's not benefiting another community in Clay Hill or Keystone Heights or right here in Green Cove, why are they paying it? We need to make sure that the money's spent where it needs to be spent. These people have been paying taxes on their property for 6 years. Nobody thought to keep some of that money in case they needed to redo some of their stormwater structure.
Thank you, Mr. Huey.
I got a lot more, but.
All right, Rex Brown, Catherine Paget, Leanne Wilbur, Ronnie Gann, and Robert Great, Senior. Rex Brown? Are you Rex Brown? Catherine Paget?
Good evening. I'm Catherine Paget. I'm a resident of Clay County. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm a resident of Clay County, District 4. I'm here tonight to look you in the eye and oppose your relentless stormwater assessment. You can call it a fee, you can hide behind consultant studies, and you can slap it on our tax bills, but let's call it what it really is, another hand in the pocket of hardworking citizens. Families across our county are already drowning under the crushing weight of inflation, soaring insurance rates, and everyday costs. And what is your solution? To dream up another brand-new tax based on square footage of our roofs, our driveways, and our patios. You are charging citizens for the rain that God drops on private property. Worse yet, your ordinance strips away critical protections you built in future maximum cap, or you built in future maximum caps and rate hikes, setting the stage to squeeze more money year after year. You offer no real hardship exemptions for fixed income seniors or families facing genuine financial ruin. You are telling the people who built and served this community that they owe the county more money for a puddle in a ditch. For months, we've heard about budget deficit shortfalls, yet year after year, we watch as massive, sprawling developments get greenlit across the county, tearing up natural wetlands, paving over green spaces, and overwhelming our fragile drainage basins. You let massive commercial builders alter the natural landscape, and then, when the infrastructure can't keep up, you turn around and send the bill to everyday property owners. Why would a homeowner in a rural area whose yard naturally handles runoff pay for the mistakes of overdevelopment? Fix your zoning priorities. Stop rubber stamping projects that create the flooding in the first place. You hope that the public would stay in the dark, pay their bills quietly, look the other way. Well, we aren't looking the other way anymore. Trust between the local government and the taxpayers is already fractured. When you nickel and dime the residents with storm assessments for solid waste, utilities, you break that trust completely. Government does not have an unlimited.
Thank you. Mr. Brown. Rex Brown? Who is it?
He's right back there.
White shirt, green shirt?
In the green shirt, yes.
Come on up, Mr. Brown.
My name is Rex Brown. I live on Kingsley Lake. Basically, I'm getting too old for this. I'm 85 years old now. I've been retired. Very successful career in engineering. I'm an engineer by trade, licensed engineer in Florida since 1969. So I come from a little bit different perspective. And I'd like to say there's a lot of good comments made here tonight. And the big thing is, I built my career in it's pay for play. And what that means is the developers need to pay for the storm water. That needs to be included in the sales price of the development of these properties. And once you get past that, there needs to be accountability. Okay? The engineers that stamp those drawings need to be held accountable. Now, what I'm here today, I'm requesting that I've been on Kingsley Lake since I learned to ski out there in 1949, swim the same summer, and I've been there every summer since. But I haven't lived out there all that time, but I've retired there. Kingsley Lake is fairly unique, and everybody talks about the sand hills. You talk about sand hills, Trail Ridge was the original sand dune where Florida started. So we don't have a problem out there at Kingsley Lake. And my question is you want to charge the money for storm water, which is a very important thing. I'm not, it's really important, but the people that create the storm water need to pay for it. Oh, I'm
You have
on-
another
on-
minute.
Oh, I got one more minute. Oh, okay. A good example. At Kingsley Lake, Trail Ridge has an elevation of 235 feet above sea level. By the time you get to Kingsley Lake, it drops down to 175 feet. When you get down to the basin of Black Creek, where Black Creek, the North Prong and the South Creek, people don't really realize those two creeks line up perfectly, and it used to be, in my opinion, a single creek. That elevation is about 110 feet above sea level. So when you look at flood water, the elevation determines the flow of the water and causes all the erosion. It's very simple. Just use some common sense and hold these consultants accountable when, for the damages that they can create.
Thank you, sir. Leanne Wilbur, Ronnie Gann, Robert Great, Robert. We'll talk about that later.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Leanne Wilbur, and my husband and I are in District 5 in Middleburg. I'm here today because I'm very concerned about the proposed stormwater assessment being placed on property owners in unincorporated Clay County. Let me start by saying something very clearly. I understand that Clay County has drainage problems. I understand that maintaining ditches, culverts, ponds, pipes, and other stormwater infrastructures cost money. I also understand that the county has regulatory responsibilities that must be met. But having a real problem doesn't automatically mean every proposed solution is fair. My concerns is about rural property owners. A rural property isn't the same as a developed subdivision with curbs and gutter streets, storm drains, retention ponds, and lots of county infrastructures. Many rural homeowners have large lots. Many manage their own stormwater. Some have ditches, swells, ponds, culverts, and other drainage features on their own property. Some may have very little, if any, county stormwater fractures directly serve them. But under proposal, the assessment is mostly based on the impervious surfaces, not on whether a property actually receives the same level of stormwater services. That raises a pretty simple question. If we are being charged for a service, what exactly are we getting for that charge? The county's own information says the assessment is expected to bring in millions of dollars for stormwater management and improvements. If we're going to ask the thousands of property owners to pay this money, then I believe the county owes them transparency and fairness. Before the assessment moves forward, I respectfully ask the Commission to do 4 things. First, show us the service given rural property owners, a clear map showing what county stormwater infrastructure serves their property, and what projects their assessment is supposed to support. Second, recognize properties that are already manage their own stormwater. If a homeowner has a permitted private drainage or retention system, or can show that their property manages its own runoff, they should be a meaningful and easy use credit. Third, protect the people who can least afford another bill. A homeowner on a fixed income shouldn't be treated exactly the same as a large commercial property or a highly developed parcel just because both impervious surfaces. And fourth, give the public accountability for the money. If this assessment is approved, I want to see a clear accounting of how much is collected, where the money goes, what drainage projects are completed, and how rural areas benefit. Commissioners, I'm not asking you to ignore Clay County's drainage problems. I'm asking you to solve fairly. Please don't make rural homeowners pay for a system that may not use in the same way heavily development areas do. If the county needs more revenue for drainage, then let's have an honest conversation about what needed, where it's needed, and who should pay for it. Please listen to the people who live on this rural roads and properties. Fix the drainage problem.
Ronnie Gann, Robert Great, Robert Meadows, Aaronsdorf, something. Troy Humphrey.
Good evening, Ronnie Gann. My address is on record. How are y'all doing tonight?
We're great.
Hope I got everybody's attention and you're not playing on your phone and you're listening. You got a fiduciary duty to handle our tax dollars properly. Number one, I don't even know what my assessment is because I haven't got the letter. The timing of this is just horrible. You're rolling up on Amendment 3. People want relief. This stormwater tax fee is going to go to businesses. They're going to pass it off to people who lease their business, restaurants. They're going to raise food prices. So it's just going to have a ripple effect all the way down, not just the residents. And I can tell you, over in McRae Landing, we're surrounded by a cypress swamp. And the only stormwater we deal with is Hurricane Irma when it come out of its banks at Black Creek. The water don't stand in our yards over there. My property is graded to where it goes off into a cypress swamp and a large watershed. And you want to talk about, I've seen these numbers up here, and he goes out about 10 years, but what we don't know about those numbers is he factored in the cost of materials over the next 10 years in those numbers. And you talk about, well, everybody drives on streets and, you know, these culverts cave in. I want to tell you about 2012 when Middleburg got separated from Clay Hill and they were on an island. Is when a storm come through and washed a culvert out because a large piece of property was dumping road across 218 on another piece of property. There are large parcels of property in this county that dump major stormwater in your ditches and in your culverts. It's just not our roofs and it's not our driveways. And the hypocrisy is the beginning of this meeting for several years. You've brought veterans in here and recognized them. And they've led the Pledge of Allegiance. And you now have left them off the stormwater fee. They're going to have to pay it. That's shameful. That's very shameful. You need to do the right thing. You need to figure out another way to pay for this. You can start with tightening the budget in that county manager's office. He's got way too many assistant county managers. And you got way too many lawyers.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Robert. Robert Great, Robert Meadows, Aaron'sdorf, Troy Humphrey, and Tony Phillips. Are you Robert?
Robert Grote, Senior.
Grote, sorry about that.
So I'm not much for a public speaker. This is the first county board meeting I've ever attended. I've been here for 6 years. One thing I've noticed from just sitting in the back for 30 minutes was how many of you commissioners hide your face. There's one, ma'am, you've looked concerned the entire time. Thank you. So, as many people said, I live on a private road. We don't have anybody grading the road. We don't have anybody grading ditches. We have a private pond that it all leads out to. If I called 911, pretty sure half the cops couldn't get down my road. In fact, when I bought my house 6 years ago, I got broken into by Richard Higginbotham III. Anybody know it? Oh, I'm sorry, can't do that. But it took the cop 47 minutes to find the house with 3 return phone calls from 911. So I'm not exactly sure what my 85 or 86 or whatever dollars it's gonna be is gonna go to, other than development that has, you know, the underground infrastructure that we don't have. As you've heard probably several hundred times tonight, the citizens do not want this. We've lumped, what do they call it? Unincorporated in with outside of Green Cove, outside of Orange Park, outside of Keystone, outside of people that have their own government. Well, the people of Clay County, we're not all unincorporated, we're rural. Like, that's what we wanted, that's what we bought when we got here. Let's keep it that way.
Thank you. Robert Meadows, Aaronsdorf, something. Troy Humphrey, Tony Phillips, and Jessica Hudson. All right, I'm taking a break.
I'll take some incoming here.
Deputy, would you give this to the manager, please? There's an addendum. There's where him to sign a receipt for it.
Go ahead, Mr. Meadows, we're ready.
I'll wait till that's receipted for. No, ma'am.
We got it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Now the timer starts. I object to this proposed stormwater assessment. The consultant's own report shows that the ERU numbers are based primarily on 2021 aerial imagery, not current parcel-by-parcel verification. The county is preparing to charge thousands of property owners using data that its own experts say still need a dedicated GIS analyst and years of updates. That is not fair apportionment. It is guessing at scale. The report also admits this utility exists to move stormwater costs off the general fund, off the property tax budget, and onto a new assessment. At the same time, it proposes more than $3 million in personal cost in the first year, including 3 new positions. Residents are being asked to pay for both past general expenses and future planning level estimates that have never even been approved by this board. In areas such as Peters Branch, the county is already concentrating road runoff from Pine Avenue, Bald Eagle, Hollywood Forest, and Harvey Grant, discharging it without easement. The Florida Supreme Court in the Westland skating case made perfectly clear that casting concentrated surface waters in an unreasonable manner is unlawful. Funding that practice with a new assessment compounds the problem. I ask that you stop this process. Do not adopt or collect the assessment until the county has current, verified, impervious area data that property owners can review and challenge. Until the costs are limited to true special benefits and until unauthorized drainage onto private property is ceased. Now, it was mentioned earlier about the property that was increased by 4 feet. The county is at fault for allowing that, and you need to review the Florida Supreme Court case, and all of you need to look at it. Westland Skating versus Scott Guy Machado Buick. Allowing the increase in elevation to cast water onto you is illegal.
Thank you, Mr. Meadows. Next up, we have Cam Archendorf. Next up, we have Cam Archendorf. Is Cam here? There she is, all right. And then on deck, Troy Humphrey, and then Tony Phillips.
Good evening, everyone. Cam Arnsdorf, my address is on file. I'm the sitting chair of the Fleming Island Citizen Advisory Committee, but I am not here in that capacity. Excuse me, I'm here as an individual. So my question is about the mitigation credits, since my neighbors, I think, have thoroughly addressed everything else. Better? Cool. If a business receives a credit because it maintains private stormwater infrastructure, how does the county determine that the infrastructure actually reduces the property's burden on the public stormwater system? Is the credit based primarily on the existence and design of the facility and system, or does the county consider actual cumulative impacts? Essentially, what mechanism would exist to evaluate or reevaluate a property's credit when its stormwater mitigation may be compliant on paper, but not in reality? Does the proposed assessment provide any mitigation credit for properties that aren't a burden on the public system or privately installed rainwater harvesting systems like cisterns or something? If not, why is a business maintained retention system eligible for the credit while a residential system is not? I'm just hoping that you guys kind of turn this down today or request a continuation, however you want to word it, and address some of the concerns that the constituents have voiced and then bring it back at a later time. And just final note, let's have a little patience with each other. It's a late night.
Thanks, Cam. Troy Humphrey, and then Tony Phillips. Is Troy here? Is Tony here? Tony, come on up, and if we can grab Troy, he'll go next. And Jessica Hudson will be after Troy.
All right, good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time this evening. I know it's getting late. My name is Tony Phillips. I live at 990 Venice Drive in Orange Park. First, let's say rest in peace, Dolly Parton. I'm going to say the things that we're all saying here tonight. I live on a private drive, just like the majority of the folks here do. So I can tell you, I can tell you with the non-ad valorem assessment, I received no special benefits. So I'm just going to cut to the chase. That's what it is. This needs to be a tax, and this tax needs to be put towards a vote by the citizens of Clay County. The folks that are speaking here tonight are telling you something. They're telling you they don't receive any special benefits from this assessment. And, you know, by law, that's what a non-ad valorem assessment does. So I'd like for you to take that in consideration and, you know, vote no on this because it's a tax. So if it is a tax, let's put it to the people. The other thing is, you know, you guys are trying to put some more property taxes on us. It's pretty clear our governor's right now trying to push to get rid of property taxes. I'm in my early 50s. I'm looking at retirement real seriously now, a lot more than I used to. I hear these folks that are here, some older folks, it's a big deal to them. The $260 that I'm looking at right now is going to be $1,000 by the time I get ready to retire. So, you know, no is the answer. No's always going to be the answer as long as I can help it. You know, I don't want my taxes tied to my property. I've paid for it over and over and over and over again. That's what the people are telling you. I know you need the money to operate. We all need the money to operate. It's how you go about getting it. You know, tying more taxes to our properties. Again, you know, these folks that are on fixed incomes, you keep raising the margin, but their income stays the same. I appreciate you guys hearing me out. Thank you. I'm good. But thank you.
Troy Humphrey, Jessica Hudson, Arnold Hines, and Bruce Walter.
Good evening. Thank y'all for allowing us to talk. We do appreciate each and every one of y'all and what y'all do and what y'all stand for. I want you to know that to begin with. I've lived here for almost 60 years. Get back to the beginning. They rolled on me. I've lived here for almost 60 years and I've seen a lot of change in our little town. A lot of waste, a lot of beautiful land, divisions. Why? To generate funds, taxes, and fees. Just the trees alone that we've cut down and land that we've destroyed could have saved a lot of this water that y'all are worried about. This year alone, millions and millions of dollars have been spent on our roads, our bridges, our public buildings. And now y'all have wasted money to find the back doorway for the public where we don't have a chance to vote on what's going on here tonight. Keep in mind, we voted all y'all in. We count on y'all to do the right thing for us. Public doesn't get to vote on this SWM fee or tax, as we call it. How much more money will be wasted and spent on this research to try and gain more money from the public? I'd like to know what that number was. There's a lot of eyes on this board, as you can tell by here tonight. There's a lot of people here. Y'all drawing a lot of crowd. We care what goes on in our county. We care what y'all decide to do with our money, our taxpayer, our hard-earned money. Y'all say that we're $30 or $40 million deficit. And you know that a major change can happen in November that can make it even worse. It's time for a change. It's time to stop wasting taxpayer money. It's time to save our county. It's gone too far. We've let too much happen to date. Why? For money? We came on this earth with none, we'll leave with none. I watched all the board pass and push this through since July 28th, when everybody said yes to it. And then we all immediately got something in the mail, and that's why we're all here.
Thank you, sir.
We shouldn't pay for God's rain. Thank you.
Jessica Hudson, Arnold Aldines, Bruce Walter, Don Swinson.
Just talk right into this, like that? Okay. Hey, my name is Jessica Hudson. I've been living in Middleburg for just only 4 years. I've been living in Jacksonville since 2008. The military brought me here. So sometimes I kind of feel like I don't have a leg to stand on, but you know, I'm a woman of great faith, and I know that God is going to make the right decision coming out of this. And I just do want to say, after reading and listening to everybody's stories, I did not realize the amount of flooding that was going on outside of my own neighborhood. My house was built in 1985, and after a hard rain in a typical Florida afternoon, I wear rain boots in my backyard in the rain and just sits there in my backyard coming up to my shins. And so, you know, I understand this is probably, you know, one of the results of everybody wanted to come to the great state of Florida and just flood us, you know, but, you know, I would just say, it seems like a lot of people just kind of don't want their yards flooded. And as a healthcare professional also, there's a lot of mold that comes up with that. And I've done my own Petri dish in my home in different rooms, and there's mold in my own home. And that causes a lot of health issues. There's a woman who's been trying to get pregnant. She's had 2 miscarriages. Mold does that. A lot of people that I've spoken to that are renting houses in my neighborhood have had to leave because their kids are getting sick. So I would just say, just consider just the health issues, and just whatever God designs coming out of this and whatever the answer is going to be, just please go to the neighborhoods that really need help and just make sure that the money is going there, because it seems like, you know, and I don't know how long y'all have served here, but this seems like there's a lot of stuff been going on for many, many years that have been neglected. And I would just like to see some of those streets just be repaired, whatever the decision is out of this. And I just want to say thank you all for doing what you do. It's hard and it's getting late, and I'm not going to take up the 3 minutes because I'm sure a lot of other people got a lot of things to say. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Arnold Aldines, Bruce Walter. Is Arnold here? Bruce Walter? You have to go around the other way, sir. Don Swinson, Mark Tainton, and Milton Baker. Christy. No, this guy's not here. Not speaking.
All right. Good evening, and I'm going to change it up a little bit. Everybody here has talked about rural. I'm in Orange Park Unincorporated, Tanglewood. We actually have the stormwater drainage infrastructure in place. And this gets my attention because I've lived there 26 years. I've photo documented and taken pictures of the flooding that goes on in that neighborhood. I actually live in the flood zone in that neighborhood. And just for an example, we've been through a drought. Now we're getting evening rains pretty consistently. So my yard, as well as my neighbors, are starting to get saturated. We get a good couple hour storm, thunderstorm, hurricane offshore, doesn't have to hit, and we're going to flood. And it just so happens, I bought a piece of property that everything from Blanding coming down Tanglewood Boulevard, the southern western side of Tanglewood comes together. College Drive, the woods and undeveloped area, there's a few houses back there. All that happens to flow, come together in my yard. And I don't mind flooding. I'm a water kind of guy. I have boats. Not a big deal when a boat floats off the trailer in my backyard. My kids, his friends and all, when it floods, we bring out jet skis, kayaks, and have a blast in the neighborhood. Doesn't bother me. The water gets about a 1/4 inch from coming in my house. Same with the neighbors on either side. I wish the people behind me had it so lucky. They just open their doors and let it flow right on through. We paid to have the retention ponds dug out and all that. Doesn't do any good. Ground saturates, it floods, water's knee deep, and your engineer or company, no amount of money's going to fix it. It's just not going to, it's a waste. It's hitting us in the rear pocket for nothing. And I can't speak for all neighborhoods, but I can speak for one with the infrastructure already there. Gets to a certain point, it's a waste. We just live with it. Anyway, I won't take up any more time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Don Swinson, Mark Tainton, Milton Baker, Paul Alcantor.
My name is Don Swenson. I live at 241 Egrets Walk in Fleming Island. I'm against this bill, and I'll tell you why. It's because the current stormwater assessment does not distinguish between developments that place their stormwater burden on the public system and developments that, like Egrets Walk, where I live, that design, build, maintain, and pay for their own stormwater treatment. Right now, the structure is based solely on impervious area. It does not account for privately funded stormwater system. As a result, properties that rely entirely on county infrastructure are being treated the same as property that assume their own stormwater burden. It's not equitable and it's not consistent with the county's own stated methodology. Egrets Walk is a 10-acre plot of land that has only 13 homes on a private road. When it needs repaving, we repave it. We hired an engineer in 1986. He conducted a topographical survey and built a system that captures and conveys all our stormwater runoff. The road was intentionally slanted to the south, so rainfall from this impervious area flows directly into the southern swale. Water falling north of the road is collected by swales installed between every other lot and directed into the main northern swale. Both perimeter swales carry the water to the wetlands for filtering and then to the river. None of our runoff enters Clay County stormwater facilities. We built the system, we maintain it, we inspect it, and we pay for all repairs ourselves. These private improvements significantly reduce the demand placed on county infrastructure. Yet under the current assessment, our developments charge the same rate as large communities that rely 100% on the county to collect that to collect, convey, treat, and manage the runoff. I'm against this fee because we're not treated the same as big developments that have rely on the county to convey their stormwater runoff. Accordingly, I have more to add, but that's I guess my time is up. Okay. Well, you know, you have in your mitigation credits automatically applied to residential properties larger than 5 acres, they get a 50% reduction. To properties served by privately owned and maintained permitted stormwater treatment systems, which receive a 25% fee reduction. Egrets Walk meets both of the criteria. We have a permitted privately maintained stormwater system that captures and conveys all runoff to the wetlands and rivers.
All right, thank you, sir.
Is that what?
Yeah, that last bit. Mark
Okay.
Tainton,
I'm
Milton
done.
Baker, Paul Alcantor, Donald Wilson.
Good evening, Mark Tatum, Compound Lane, Millburg. I've heard everybody say we don't get anything from the county. I'm here to tell you, I get plenty from the county. About 14 inches deep, 80 feet wide, traveling through at about 10 miles an hour. We do have drainage problems here. Does need to be handled. This is not coming from my 3,000 square foot roof. This comes from Jacksonville South subdivision, and it comes through and it floods out our area. Needs to be fixed. But unfortunately, I feel very strongly that charging me to fix a problem that isn't mine, it's somebody else's, maybe the county's, that's not right. This is an item that needs to be fixed by the county, through regular taxation. We're talking $9 million. It's a lot of money. Around 1% of our annual budget. Please consider putting it back into the regular budget, funding it that way, finding a way to come up with 1%. And we need to do the right things and efficiently do the right things for our county. We need a new building department. We built one. Did we need that building department, that building? We need a new animal control center. We really do. But do we need that one? Are we reaching too far? Can we bring it back into perspective of where we're living and the budget that we're living with and try to move forward as efficiently as we can and try to resolve our problems and work together? Each of you have come to us and you've asked for our trust to take your position. And we've given you our trust, and we hope to continue to give our trust to you and hope that you will, in fact, do the right thing. And I think the right thing would be to get this off of an additional bill, because flatly, we're just getting tired of being billed. Every time we have another expense or something, we can put another bill on us. Let's get it back into the budget. Let's work with our budgets. Let's put a citizens budget advisory committee together that the citizens can look at these budgets item by item with each department manager and help to give guidance to the county of what the citizens feel we need to move into that direction. I appreciate your time. I know you work hard, and it's a rough job. And God bless you all. But please do the right thing.
Thank you. All right, Milton Baker, Paul Alcantor, Donald Wilson, John Penagos, possibly.
Milton Baker, Middleburg, the Ravines. The Ravines is a privately deeded and gated community. Our roads are private. We have our own runoff system, ponds within the ravines to capture the water. And we're forced by the county to maintain those ponds to a certain standard. So I'm not sure why, I would be assessed a fee for runoff Not only that, but the ravines is notorious for sandy soil, as everyone else has said. You know, my yard never puddles. Torrential rains, you might see a little water for 10 minutes and then it's gone. This fee is, if you want to call it a fee, is a tax. You're putting it on my tax bill. I consider it a tax. I wanted to mention that, you know, our illustrious Governor DeSantis that's leaving us is trying to do away with property taxes. Not that we shouldn't pay for police and other necessary things, schools, but I own my home. I'm paying the mortgage on it, and I shouldn't have to be unfairly assessed for additional taxes just to live here beyond, you know, the necessary things like police and fire. The roads in my community are ours to keep up with. They are paved, but you know we're totally responsible for all of that. And I just think that this is very unfair to impose this upon people without, you know, a proper ability to vote or to know what we're getting and what we're paying for. So that's about all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul Alcantor, Donna Wilson, John Penagos, Kathleen Gatian. Is Paul here?
Did you call my name,
You,
ma'am?
Paul? What's your name?
Buddy Griffin.
No, I did not call your name.
I can't hear you, is why.
Okay, I know your name now.
Paul Alacanter.
Paul Alcantor? Anybody? Donna Wilson?
Donald Wilson, Orange Park. I believe my address is on file. I'll just get my 3 questions out of the way to make sure I get them before the 3 minutes. Number 1, why aren't the specifics in this proposal? Number 2, if we do get the specifics, is there anything to prevent backfilling either in or out of the funds specified for these projects? Number 3, how many of these projects are caused by developers rather than the existing taxpayers? So Mr. Renninger knows me because I'm his constituent. For the rest of those who don't know me, I am a California refugee. I am retired from the Capitol in California. And this kind of garbage proposal is exactly why I moved from California to Clay County to get away from. So anytime you don't have specifics in your budget, it just becomes a slush fund for politicians and unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats. And it makes perfect sense that an overpaid consultant gave you this study. So I'm still with Ronald Reagan that the 9 scariest words in the English language are I'm from the government here to help, so I still trust him more than I trust the consultants. And then when I ask about backfilling, I've seen all of this before, the moving off budget, the nebulous and arbitrary ideas that people have. You want to know how Gavin Newsom wasted tens of billions of dollars on a high-speed rail that still doesn't exist? It's because of non-specific proposals like this. This isn't just bad for rural taxpayers, it's also bad for suburban taxpayers. You have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers. That's why I ask about, is there anything on the back end to prevent backfill? 1993, we had a proposal. The state legislature blackmailed the constituents of California by fully funding welfare, telling them if they wanted police, fire, district attorneys, that they had to vote for a half-cent sales tax. Of course, we're getting around that by calling it not a tax and getting rid of the people's vote, but that's a different story. So what happened is the people voted for that half-cent sales tax in 1993, and then what the legislature did is they just took all the money from that half-cent sales tax, took all that money out of the general budget, gave it to the programs they wanted, and the district attorney, the fire department, and the police officers still didn't get anything more in their budget, even though we were told that they would be funded. And then the last thing, for further disclosure, I used to sit on my planning commission, and I was president of my school board when I moved here because Gavin Newsom shut down public education. It is not the responsibility of the existing taxpayers to fund the profits of developers. And I would bet most of your stormwater problems come from bad development decisions.
Thank you. Let's see, was that Donald Wilson? Okay.
Yeah.
John Panagog, Kathleen Gadian, Susan Russell, and Robert Ludwig. What's your name? What's your name?
Hi, I'm Kathleen Gadian, and pretty much everything that I have, pretty much everything's been said. I noticed that you didn't make it a tax because we would have to be able to vote on it, so you took that option away from us. Just kind of slip it in. I also would ask, okay. I know you don't want to limit development, but the development, the way it currently goes, you have 10 feet total between houses. If I speak in normal conversational tones, my neighbors shouldn't be able to hear me, but the densities that you're permitting and allowing are the problem with stormwater drainage. When we built a barn on the property, it became really evident really fast that it altered the way water flowed and how everything went or didn't go. So anyway, reduce the density of the development, reclaim the water, use it for irrigation. Is this an open-ended proposal that it's going to be going on forever, or is it just for a short term? Or how, we don't know what kind of difficulty you're having with your budget or how much money you really need. It does seem a tad like a slush fund because you're anticipating what if the taxes get reduced as was proposed by the governor. We have to make sure that we get more money. So we'll put this in and then we can take it and throw it wherever we want it. Done. Thank you.
Thank you. Was Paul Alcantor here? Nope. John Panagog. John Panagog, something like that. Anybody? Susan Russell?
Russell, 5634 Apache Court. Another one of our private roads. I'm in Seminole Village, a mile and a half back. I back up to the Black Creek Ravines Conservation Area. We're 90 feet above sea level on a yellow sand hill. Right across my pasture line, they relocate gopher tortoises. We're dry. We've never had any water. It's a private road. Unfortunately, for 40 years that subdivision has been there, the county's done nothing. We have no ditches. We have no culverts except what the homeowners have put in themselves. All the numerous ponds out there are bone dry. The only time we've had water, I've been there 15 years at this location, was 2017 with a hurricane where we had to evacuate with our horses to the Jacksonville Equestrian Center. That is the only time. And I find that interesting is that when we failed the stormwater assessment, 2017, that was the worst, 2016, 2017. And that's when we did our stormwater assessment. The whole county was underwater at that time. I find that kind of coincidental. I know the county needs money. I think they can be very much more fiscally compliant and really look at their budget. There's a lot of fluff in this county. All this development, I live in Lake Asbury. They have decimated Lake Asbury, the developments. 0 lot lines, roof to roof to roof. They have cut down every tree. Where do they expect the water to go in our area? They've really ruined Clay County, and they've gotten away with it. Again, on Terra Farms Road, I have a friend, her house is flooded 6 times. The developments on either side are 4 to 8 foot higher than her property. The water funnels in. She's been underwater 6 times now. The county could do more. I really question some of this engineering. They're paid consultants charging very, very high fees. I'm a recently retired nurse. For 4 years, I traveled almost every back road in this county, taking care of our constituents here. I'm so proud of everybody showing up tonight, but a lot of these people are on horribly fixed incomes. They can't even buy their meds. Electric bills have doubled. Look at the gas and the groceries. This is really putting a hardship. This was not a good time to bring this, and we really needed citizen advisory boards. But thank you for giving us our time.
Thank you. Robert Ludwig, Carrie Forno, and Michael Neal.
Robert Ludwig, 6451 Loch Lomond Drive, Keystone Heights, Florida. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here tonight to express my opposition to the stormwater fee. I'm a private road resident and probably could speak for most of my neighbors along our road. Loch Lomond Drive is a private road just north of Keystone Heights in the unincorporated Clay County. It's approximately a half a mile long, and it's a dead-end road. It's only one way in and one way out. It's a mixture of sand and clay. We have approximately 25 or so residents and homes that live on or that are on Loch Lomond Drive. Majority of the people that live on our road are elderly people, retired people, people that are on a fixed income. I've lived there for 25 years. Because again, we are a private road, we have to maintain and do everything that it takes to keep that road where we can have good ingress and egress out of there, because it is a dead-end one-way road. Throughout the years, what we experience there, when it rains, you get washouts, you get erosion, you get small ponds that when you drive through literally will come up to the bottom of the door of your car if you're in a car, and deep mud. When we have dry conditions, we have deep loose sugar sand, which is very easy to get stuck in, and then washboard conditions that'll just about rattle your teeth out of your mouth. And I can't afford that to happen to me at my age. We have had issues throughout the years, throughout my 25-year period living there. We've had garbage trucks that get stuck. We have other large vehicles that come back there that are delivering goods and services to residents that get stuck. And again, it's a one-way in, one-way out, so it blocks the entire road. We have postal service. We get notes from postal service from time to time, because if they're getting stuck and they can't get in and out, or get stuck just trying to get to our mailboxes at each individual mailbox, they leave us a note, say they're not going to deliver our mail. So we have to stay on top of things as the residents of our road to make sure that we get money, we collect money for things, to be able to provide the services that we need to help keep it to where we can go to and from our homes. Living on a private dirt road like that, it requires like weekly maintenance or monthly maintenance to a certain extent. You have road grading, tractor services, fuel that you have to use to run these. You have personal labor, personal time, and from time to time we have to buy more sand and clay to be able to put down on the road to keep it accessible. We're already paying, again, amongst ourselves, collecting and paying to be able to provide this just so we can get into or from our houses, and don't feel that it's fair to put the burden on us to get the double whammy and have to also pay for services that most of us will probably never ever need or even have to access in other parts of the county. I'll just ask that you please consider voting no on this.
Thank you. Carrie Farno, Michael Neal, Timothy Gilbert, Diane Borges.
Hi, I'm Carrie Furno. I'm respectfully requesting that you reconsider the stormwater assessment fee. It disproportionately affects all residents in unincorporated Clay County. Now, my husband and I are retired. We're on a fixed income, retired law enforcement, so I have a pension and we both have Social Security. Could we afford this fee? Probably. We can find it in our budget, but should we have to? Absolutely not. We don't have any stormwater management in place in our area. The rainwater runs down our gutters, down the downspout, and absorbs into our yard. Disappears. It perks perfectly in our yard. The one thing this has done for me is it's made me realize we've been charged the last 4 years we've been here for an extra 1.35 acres we don't really have, so that's another issue that we're gonna have to address with the county. But we maintain our own roads. The county does not maintain them at all. We grade the roads ourselves with our equipment. This is being called a fee, but we need to call it what it really is. It's a tax, plain and simple. And with Amendment 3, a hot and heavy topic on the ballot, in November, I truly believe this is just a workaround. Call it a fee, and it'll never go away. The sky's the limit, like an HOA. And let's not forget the veiled threat of taking our homes if we don't pay. I don't get that, and how dare you? We own our home outright with dreams of living out our senior years quietly near our grandchildren. We sold our home and were able to finally buy a home outright. We own it, but we're renting it from the government. We don't get that. It's not fair. It's not right. So here we are fighting to keep from being taxed and feed out of our homes. You've lost our trust and our faith. This is not right, and you know it. What really galls me is that I understand that there will be a substantial raise for all of you on the ballot in November, like triple. If that's my understanding. You can't always trust Google, but it's what Google said. That's very audacious to request that as tough, if the times are as tough and as lean as you say they are. I urge you to revisit the budget on this issue. I also urge you to call it what it is, a tax. Reconsider the July 28th vote and put this on the ballot in November. Anyway, I have a lot more, but I'm not going to. I appreciate you. You're my commissioner. We've talked many times, and I truly appreciate all the things that you've advised me on. I appreciate your time, and I ask you to please rethink this, because this is although like I said, we could probably find it in our budget, we have a lot of neighbors that cannot do that, and that's what it's all about. We trusted you, and we ask you to do the right thing and to please reconsider this and don't charge this fee. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Neal, Timothy Gilbert, Diane Forges, Chance Swartz.
Good evening. My name is Michael Neal. I live in Miss Compeers, or I'm sorry if I said that wrong, in your district. I am here to formally state that I am opposed to the stormwater assessment fee. I believe it is unfair to place yet another financial burden on local residents, especially at a time when it is already difficult for many families to keep up with the rising cost of living. Adding another fee to homeowners only makes it harder for people to remain financially secure in their own communities. I am also concerned that many of the stormwater issues we are facing may be directly connected to the massive amount of development taking place throughout our county. Natural landscapes, forests, and areas that once absorbed and managed stormwater naturally are being cleared and replaced with homes, roads, parking lots, and other impervious surfaces. If development is contributing significantly to the problem, I do not believe the appropriate solution is simply to continue approving development while shifting the resulting costs onto existing homeowners through additional taxes and fees. If there is a legitimate need for additional funding to address stormwater problems, I believe the county should seriously consider placing a greater portion of that financial responsibility on the developers who are profiting from this growth. At a minimum, the county should consider pausing or carefully reevaluating development in areas where existing infrastructure and stormwater systems cannot adequately handle the additional demand. Longtime residents should not be forced to continually pay more for problems they did not create and in many cases did not ask for. This is especially concerning for elderly residents, people on fixed incomes, and families already struggling financially. I would also like to ask, if this fee does go through, which one of you will be responsible for ensuring that our money is being used appropriately, transparently, and for its intended purpose? Residents deserve clear accountability and regular updates about these funds, about how these funds are collected and spent. I respectfully ask that our local officials to reconsider this assessment, examine how development is contributing to our stormwater problems, and look for solutions that do not place the entire financial burden on homeowners and residents of Clay County. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Timothy Gilbert, Diane Forges, Chance Swartz, Jacob McCavely.
My name is Timothy T.J. Gilbert. A lot of people know me by T.J. I live at 5189 County Road 214 in Keystone Heights. And just like many of my neighbors, the stormwater doesn't really affect me. It can rain a year out there, and within 10 minutes after it stops, it's done. It sinks in. I hear that the numbers were given for the assessment. They're trying to assess my property at the highest tier. I calculated the square footage of my so-called impervious area, and I come up with 4,000 square feet. So why are y'all saying that I'm going to be charged for 5,400 square feet plus? All right, to me, that doesn't make no sense. I guess the drones got it right, you know? So anyway, but my wife and I have lived out there for 30 years, and we have just now started contemplating moving out of this county. I've been here since my teenage years, graduated from Middleburg High School. But we're contemplating moving out of this county because people have a problem with how they decide to govern our money. You know, you want us to pay for something we're not even going to have a benefit on. It's kind of like you're telling us, hey, take this bunch out to dinner, take them to the fanciest restaurant that you can find, but you can't eat, but you can pay for their bill. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard. It makes no sense to me what is being proposed here. It's nuts. It's ludicrous. And I cannot believe y'all would even entertain that idea that it would be something worth sending to the people. So I vehemently oppose this stormwater fee. I think it's, like I said, I think it's ludicrous. I think it's almost on the criminal for what you're trying to put out. Really are, really is. I had a list of things that I was going to talk about. I stuck it in my pocket because I figured, you know, now's the time to speak from the heart, just like a lot of these people are doing. And I hope that they will. I hope they'll take their place behind this podium and tell you how they really feel. Y'all are supposed to be working for us. We vote you in to work for us. Y'all forget exactly who you are. You work for us, okay? So as y'all go ahead with this thing and you're trying to figure it out, first off, I think there ought to be a moratorium on building right now because we already overtaxed in the infrastructure, and you want more money for something that, quite frankly, we don't need no more of. But anyway, that's another point for another time, I guess. But anyway, that's what I have to say. I hope it doesn't fall on deaf ears, and I hope that y'all will vote the right way and the ethical way. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Forges, Chance Swartz, Jacob McCavely. Is Diane here? And then Matthew Ziegler. Nope. Diane Forges, something like that. Anybody? Everybody's in this room, correct? Okay. Chance Swartz?
Good evening. My name is Chance Schwartz. My address is on file. I strongly oppose the stormwater fee. Commissioners, I am not against fixing Clay County's drainage problem. I am against asking nearly 93,000 property owners to permanently pay more for county problems because the county has not demonstrated that it has adequately managed the money and resources it already had. I want to talk about a little timeline. I'll try not to jump around too much. It's not hard to follow. This started before 2024, but for simplicity and time constraint reasons, this story starts in 2024. In 2024, the county stormwater program was being reviewed, and the county now tells us that an independent audit and review identified a lack of funding to meet regulatory obligations and recommended fixes, creating a stormwater utility and assessment fee to address those deficiencies. Remember DOJ? Our Governor Ron DeSantis ordered DOJ audits statewide. Clay County officially responded to the governor in March of 2025 that the county was in sound financial health with no financial emergency or distress. The county then proudly documented millions of dollars in savings and efficiencies it had identified in 2025, including millions of dollars in estimated savings from reviewing projects, contracts, purchases, and scopes of work. Now in 2026, we're being told we need a new recurring assessment on approximately 93,000 parcels expected to generate more than $8 million every year. That's the part I have a problem with. If the county knew in 2024 stormwater obligations were coming, and in 2025 the county was asked how it's doing and telling the governor that its financial condition was sound and finding significant efficiencies, and there were no more emergencies needing funding, then I think the taxpayers have legitimate questions tonight. Why wasn't this anticipated, budgeted, prioritized, and planned for before we reached the point of creating another mandatory charge against property owners? I only have 1 minute left. You call this a non-ad valorem assessment, not a tax. Florida law provides enforcement mechanisms for you for unpaid non-ad valorem assessments that can ultimately involve a tax certificate and potentially loss of title. But don't worry, that guy's been to court long enough to know that this is legal. So let's start arguing over what we call it. Let's skip because I'm losing time. You can't even explain the PILS process. You just said there would be one. The county's own capital improvement plan says that capital planning is supposed to connect projects, budgets, and financing, and that the plan is supposed to be financially feasible. Is this project in that program? The county's capital improvement plan is a rolling schedule for 5 years of projects and funding. How long will this fee last? So before asking taxpayers for a new recurring assessment, show us a plan. Don't just tell that the records are available through public records request. Put the information in a format an ordinary taxpayer can understand.
Thank you. Jacob McCavley, Matthew Ziegler, David Gates, and Charles Wentz. I'll do it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Howdy, Jacob McCauley. So what I was going to say was already said better in 1867 by Lysander Spooner. It is true that the theory of our Constitution is that all taxes are paid voluntarily, that our government is a mutual insurance company voluntarily entered into by the people with each other. But this theory of our government is wholly different from the practical fact. The fact is that the government, like a highwayman, says to a man, your money or your life, and many, if not most, taxes are paid under the compulsion of that threat. The government does not indeed waylay a man in a lonely place, spring upon him from the roadside, and holding a pistol to his head, proceed to rifle his pockets. But the robbery is nonetheless a robbery on that account, and it is far more dastardly and shameful. The highwayman takes solely upon himself the responsibility, danger, and crime of his own act. He does not pretend that he has any rightful claim to your money, or that he intends to use it for your own benefit. He does not pretend to be anything but a robber. He has not acquired impudence enough to profess to be merely a protector, and that he takes men's money against their will merely to enable him to protect those infatuated travelers who feel perfectly able to protect themselves or do not appreciate his peculiar system of protection. He is too sensible a man to make such professions as these. Furthermore, having taken your money, he leaves you, as you wish him to do. He does not persist in following you on the road against your will, assuming to be your rightful sovereign on account of the protection he affords you. He does not keep protecting you by commanding you to bow down and serve him, by requiring you to do this and forbidding you to do that, by robbing you of more money as often as he finds it for his interest or pleasure to do so, and by branding you as a rebel and a traitor and an enemy to your country, and shooting you down without mercy if you dispute his authority or resist his demands. He is too much of a gentleman to be guilty of such impostures and insults and villainies as these. In short, he does not, in addition to robbing you, attempt to make you either his dupe or his slave.
Thank you. Impressive. Matthew, David Gates, Charles Wentz, Linda Quiet, and then Daniel, I have no idea what it is. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is David Gates. I live at 3290 Pine Oaks Lane, Middleburg. I'm in District 2. I live off Discovery Road. The road is higher than our entire neighborhood. That drains into my neighborhood. So with that assessment, instead of us paying you, should you not pay us because your road is draining into our neighborhood? Also, Florida statute, section 403.893 states that the fee should help my property. I have no culvert, I have no drainage system. The county took millings and raised my road 18 inches higher than my property. I got a letter from the post office saying that they cannot deliver mail because now my mailbox of 30 years is too low. I live right up against Kindlewood, which is probably 4 or 5 feet higher than my property. The water that it lands on my property does not leave my property. But I've been doing locally, I work for a precaster. I've seen many, many plans come through. Clay County does not have their own stormwater details. They follow Jacksonville. 90% of the plans I have, they do not call out under drains. For curb inlets, regular storm inlets, which go out 20 feet on each side. So all these people that have stood up here today and talked about, oh, my land floods, they're about 18 inches to 24 inches underneath the ground. It's like a French drain, it absorbs water. I don't understand why we're not holding developers having that put in their system. That would help out a lot of this moving forward. The current problems that we have with the infrastructure in Orange Park and stuff like that, I don't think the rural areas should have to pay for that. I think if we do get this tax, which I am definitely against, that it should stay where it goes. I understand Orange Park is very old and it floods a lot, I get that. But I decided not to live in Orange Park. I just decided to live off a dirt road out in the middle of nowhere. And everything is just built up around us. I have done many plans and they just get stamped and through with little drainage. I got friends that live in Eagle Landing and it floods constantly, which is insane because they're $400,000 houses. But it was just because of the plans that were done and the wrong drainage put in. And we just need to hold the developers' feet to the fire and moving forward, but I don't know what to do about it now. But I don't think everybody here should, thank you.
Thank you. Charles Wentz, Linda Quiet.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Ziegler. I serve on the board of Seeds of Grace, a nonprofit serving the High Ridge Estates community in southwest Clay County, and I am here as a High Ridge resident and property owner. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We are not here to oppose the stormwater assessment. Seeds of Grace filed a written comment with the assessment coordinator on August 20th saying the same thing. We are here to ask that High Ridge share in the services this assessment will fund. High Ridge is entirely unincorporated, so every developed parcel will pay the $85 assessment starting in November. For many of our neighbors on modest incomes, this is genuinely a hard expense. Meanwhile, our ditches and culverts receive no maintenance, and when it rains hard, roads flood and wash out. Children miss their bus stops, and we worry whether fire rescue could get through. We also understand how this works. The project list for the coming fiscal year is set. High Ridge is not on it, and we are not asking you to reopen it tonight. The list is largely repair and replacement of drainage systems already on the county's books. So here's the fact that matters most. The drainage system in High Ridge is already on the county's books. In December 1969, the developer dedicated all roads, easements, and pounding areas in our subdivision to Clay County. In the plat's own words, Plat Book 8, pages 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42, check me if I'm wrong, I have an exhibit to submit to the clerk this evening. We are not asking the county to build something new. We are asking it to maintain what it has owned for 56 years. So our own request comes in 3 parts. First, bring the drainage areas the county owns in High Ridge and the county maintained roads there into the maintenance this program will fund. These are county assets. No right-of-way questions stand in the way. Second, have county engineering conduct a drainage and culvert needs assessment of High Ridge in the utility's first year, so the county's own system is documented in time for the 2027 to 2028 planning cycle. And third, where anything else is a barrier to service, work with us to resolve it. As the ULI Technical Assistance Panel report for the county's own High Ridge initiative recommended in 2023. Seeds of Grace is a willing partner in all of this. The system has belonged to the county since 1970, and in November, our families will begin paying a new assessment on top of it. We ask that the county maintain what it owns. High Ridge is still here, still paying, and still hopeful. Thank you. And since I have a little more time left, I want to remind the board that the average household income in the neighborhood is $30,000, with an estimate of 25% of those residents living on income less than $25,000 a year. So, it has been argued that our roads are private. They are marked as such. If you drive by, they have the white signs. So psychologically, that indicates to you that they are private. But if you review your own Plat Book 8, and I have the reference here to submit to the court, again, as mentioned prior, Book 8, page 38, page 39, page
Thank
40,
you.
and 41. Thank you.
Linda Quiet, Daniel, I'm not sure what it is. You're gonna have to tell me, possibly Philip. Something else? Jessica Quiet, after that. Linda Quiet? That's not. Is there a Daniel here that wanted to speak? Daniel? Stat? Haha. Philip Kurtz or something like that? I'm reading the names, ma'am. Daniel, Philip, and then Jessica Quiet, and then Deshauna Buchanan. None of those are here? Okay. Go ahead and come on. Nobody else is here, evidently. All right, go ahead, ma'am.
I can begin?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Deshawn Buchanan. I am a Jennings Point condominium property owner in Oak Leaf Plantation, and my full address is on file. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I am here to maintain my formal objection to my individual stormwater assessment. Many speakers tonight have represented rural land, private roads, lakes, and larger parcels. I am a condominium owner in a more densely developed residential and commercial area. Our properties and infrastructures are different, which is why how this assessment is apportioned matters. I submitted my written objection within the objection period. The county responded regarding my CDD and provided a property-specific calculation. However, the document I received contained a large blacked out or obscured area. Portions were cut off, and I have them here, and were separated from their labels. I requested clarification in a clean, complete copy. As of tonight, I have yet to receive that or receive a response or a corrected copy. The calculation lists 440,000 square feet of impervious area for my condominium development, divides it among 228 units, and then adds my units 1,049 square foot base floor area. So for the record, what makes up the 440,000 square feet? Does it include our buildings, parking areas, roads, sidewalks, or other common areas? And if it already includes our building footprints or roofs, why is 1,049 square feet added again? And how is the county ensuring it isn't counted twice? Tonight, we were told the county relied on NOAA, CCAP, and property appraiser data, which are not 100% accurate. I'm requesting this underlying record showing which data was used for my development and process and deadline and for challenging or correcting my 0.59 ERU assessment if an error is found. I also need clarification regarding the rate. My mail notice states a maximum of $120 per year ERU, while tonight's presentation stated the 10-year buildup maxes out of 110. I am also a resident property owner. I know about this hearing because I received a notice by mail. Tonight I learned of other public hearings for which I received no mail notice. I understand notice requirements differ, but if notice relies on signs posted in a community, how is an owner who doesn't live there reasonably supposed to see them? Meaningful redress requires the ability to object,
Thank you,
receive
ma'am.
the information necessary to understand what is being imposed on your property, ask reasonable follow-up questions, and have those concerns considered before final
And we have to move
action.
on. Linda Quiet, Daniel, Philip, Jessica Quiet, Deshauna, Buchanan's already gone. Any of those other people here? What did you say? Okay, I'm reading them as I have them, ma'am. Okay. Okay, hopefully it'll come up soon. Kirsty Allen, Brian Chadwick. Hold on, Kirsty, is that Kirsty? Kirsty is going first.
Good evening, commissioners and all of the rest of my constituents. I am actually represented by Mrs. Condone because I am my dad's DPOA. He lives off Foreman Circle, who gets no type of attention from Clay County. I'm also represented by Ms. Compier because I live in Oakleaf. My concern is the fact that I do not receive water from Clay County at all. I am in the Oakleaf neighborhood, which JEA services us, and I'm already assessed with stormwater from JEA. So that is definitely my concern this evening. How am I being taxed with something that I'm already having to pay through JEA? Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Chadwick, William Huff, India, Inona, Perez, hopefully. Brian?
Yes, Brian Chadwick. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for hearing me. I know you guys are all tired. We all are. I know I'm starving. I want to tell my story a little different because I know you guys heard a lot of people who live here and have talked about their individual situations and all that, but I want to come at this from a little bit different because in June 1st, I just retired after 9 years in the Navy, and then I taught math over at Mandarin High School for 27 years, and I just retired. So a few years ago, I started thinking about, where's a good place to retire? I really didn't want to retire in the Jacksonville area because it's just too much people for me. I wanted to go a little more rural. So I decided on Keystone Heights, and I talked to some people down there after I bought a little piece of property. Talked to some people at the Hardys over there, very nice people. They all welcomed me when I told them my story and wanted to move there. They were all encouraging and all that. But as I imagine myself here, I want to be part of the community, and I imagine myself being part of the community, and maybe since I taught math and I taught pre-calculus all the way up to calculus, maybe I could help out the high school and all that. I wanted to really be a part of the community. So when I started looking at, what it's going to take for me to put something on my property, I was shocked to get a $13,000 tax just to move here. That's not to do anything else. And it's now starting to encourage me. I'm really starting to think twice about selling the property and just staying in the home that I paid off about 4 years ago. I really didn't want to do that, but I want you all to consider that, how much you're taxing people. That's the point of my thing here. The tax I'm going to pay is almost as much as I paid for the property. It's really making me turn it off. And I'm not going to take the full 3 minutes just to take the 3 minutes. I just wanted you to know that the amount of taxes you put on people discourages growth, because it's doing that with me. I would love to be part of this community, but I'm thinking twice about it because of the amount of taxes. And after seeing all this that's going on now, it's just making me think a little bit more about, should I, or maybe should I just stay where I'm at? And that's the only story I wanted to tell. Thank you all for your time. I know you've been here a long time.
Thank you. William Huff, Inona Perez. William, good. Sharon Leslie next, and then Tracy Sales.
Good evening. I have a little problem with this proposed thing you're all billing me. I live in a rural area of Clay County. It's nothing but dirt roads, no asphalt, no concrete anywhere. And every time it rains, I get a foot of water in my yard. So, and that's all because of the drainage ditches that are not wide enough, deep enough to handle rainwater. So how is this bill gonna help me when I'm the one that needs the help? That's all I'd have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Inona Perez? Here? Sharon Leslie? Did I call you? Great.
I can't speak. I've lived in Clay County for over 30 years, out in Maxville, Clay Hill area. We have our own private dirt roads that we have to maintain. We have to maintain our own ditches. We have to maintain everything. I don't see where I should have to pay this tax because I don't understand why I'm being taxed at what y'all want to call, instead of $85, I have to pay $161. You're saying that I'm 1.9, that I'm over 3,700 square feet? My living area is under 2,000 square feet. So I don't understand this. This is not what I moved out here for 30 years ago. My house is, everything is bought and paid for. So why am I having to pay more and more each year? And then you tell me it's gonna go up each year. So what am I gonna get out of it? Are you gonna come out and pave my road? Are you gonna come out and maintain my ditches? Make sure I can get in and out of my property? No, I have to pay for my own stuff. And I'm retired, my husband is disabled, we are on a fixed income, and we cannot afford this shit. So I need somebody to do something. Whoever my commissioner is needs to say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Sales, Kathleen Walls, and Micah Liscaris. Are you?
I am Tracy Sales.
Tracy
yes.
Sales, thank you.
Yes. As I said, Tracy Sales, Clay Hill area. I live on Westwood Road North. I've been there for 38 years. You guys don't do nothing for me, for my road, for my ditches, for my water, nothing. When it rains, it washes out. If the fire department needs to get through, they can't. It's the residents with their four-wheel drives that go out and help the fire department. Now, y'all want to charge us this water drain off, stormwater runoff for Orange Park, Pace Island, Fleming Island, whoever. I shouldn't pay for it. You hadn't done nothing for me. I live here and I keep paying more taxes. This is like deja vu for me. Same thing with the trash. By the time we had a meeting like this, it was already done. You guys had already decided. You wasted our time. You didn't let people know what was going on, just like you did with this. This is the first time I ever heard anything about this, okay? Ridiculous. You guys work for us. We put you here, and you guys damn sure forgot it.
Micah Legaris. Michael Seeger, and then Peggy Gear, something like that.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mike Lascaris. I'm a Clay County homeowner, a retired U.S. Navy officer, and a totally and permanently service-connected disabled veteran. I want to begin by saying that I'm not opposed to adequately funding Clay County stormwater infrastructure. Obviously, it needs to be taken care of. I think the issue here is that the right balance of the money that needs to be spent toward it, right? I think that's where everybody's really upset about it. There hasn't been full disclosure. That's what we feel. My concern is whether the new $9.24 million recurring annual assessment has been sufficiently justified and whether it's being administered fairly. At the 120 EUs, that's $13 million. All right, I mean, let's just call it what it is, assessment or not, what have you. My first question is about the county stormwater assessment planning process identified approximately $5 million a year recommended level for proactive stormwater maintenance. And that was to address $30 million supposed shortfall. So if it was 5 million, where are we coming up with the 9.24? Yes, the proposed assessment will collect approximately 9.24 annually. I understand that the county also has capital projects and deferred maintenance that must be addressed. But that makes it even more important for taxpayers to see exactly how the additional revenue will be spent. There's also a discrepancy in Resolution 25/26 Tax 6.1. The resolution states that the total assessment cost of $9.24 million, but three components identified in the resolution total $8.9 million, a difference of $339,000. That's just the problem. And none of these, the line items are clearly identified. Before approving this assessment, I respectfully ask the board to reconcile the difference and explain the 9.2 million annual assessment, how it was calculated, the relative proximity of the 5 million annual corrective maintenance needs. Second, I would like to know what's going to happen with the 2 million and the general fund that you guys have pulled to pay for this before. And finally, I would like to say that you should recognize the totally and permanent disabled veterans and give them the same afford them the same latitude that you do with the trash. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Seeger here. Peggy Jeer. Debbie Mark Ward. Anybody? Mark Wood. WARDT. Okay. And Melrose. Is that right? All right, are the Mark Wards here? Patty Menard. Chris Menard. He left. Vince Higgins. After him will be Lori Ann Taylor, Marnie Miller, Donald Ray Miller.
How y'all doing? All right, it says here, considering the imposition and collection, knowing the obvious overwhelming opinion of the residents, which way are y'all leaning? And you call it an assessment. In plain English, it's an intended tax imposition. How bad is this stormwater issue countywide, really, that each property owner be suddenly shaken down for $160? God sends the rain. It isn't flooding all the time. But this is Florida. It's low land and it rains regularly. People seem to find a way to get by. I have a hard time believing the cost of this stormwater remedy aren't already baked in the cake with new building and development. And if not, why not? This has been sprung on residents in an aggravatingly last-minute way. Once a tax is successfully perpetrated on the public, it will never go away. Everybody knows it, and it'll always get increased. Simple. Those in charge of taxpayers' money just need to be a lot more conservative with people's money. So I think a lot of people are wondering if developers and people other than local property owners haven't somehow gained more influence with our elected officials than the very citizens. How many citizens have you heard in agreement with this intended tax? I mean, honestly, the people unanimously want you to vote no on this, and I'm one of them. Please respect the will of the people, we the people. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Lori Ann Taylor, are you here? Marnie Miller, Donald Ray Miller? Anybody? Are they here? Burlene, Hampshire? Did you fill out a card? Did you fill out a card, please? Okay. James Woodruff, Haley Woodruff, and Eddie Hampshire. Any of those here? All right. We'll get to you. Gary Brunswick Jr., Kristen English, Jennifer Euracious. All right, Felicia Hampshire.
Get my glasses. Good evening. My name is Felicia Hampshire. I'm sure my address is on record. All right. Chair Burke, commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak today. Initially, I was just going to show up for the comments. That was it. But I don't have a personal story that many have shared tonight, but I respect their stories. I want to start by saying that I don't live in an unincorporated area, but I have relatives who do, and you just named a couple of them. They couldn't get inside earlier, and honestly, I'm still not quite sure how I got inside. So I'm speaking for them and for every resident who couldn't get through the door. My concern is straightforward. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't mind being corrected. Stormwater fees are being proposed for unincorporated residents. At the same time, the county is using CIP road funds. Am I wrong? You can correct me if I'm wrong. To cover stormwater costs. That means two things are happening at once. Road funds are being drained to fix stormwater problems. Residents are being asked to pay new stormwater fees anyway. That's a double hit. Fewer road improvements and new Mobility fees were never designed to cover all of the roads in the county. They help to offset development impacts, but they don't maintain or expand the entire road network. So when mobility fees fall short, CIP road funds step in. But now those same road funds are being used for stormwater, which leaves unincorporated residents with deteriorating roads and a brand new bill for stormwater. I'm asking, and let's be honest, unincorporated residents rely entirely on county services. They don't have a city government protecting their budgets. When county funds get shifted around, they feel it first, and they feel it the hardest. I'm asking the commission to take a step back and look at the equity issue here. If stormwater needs more funding, and I agree that stormwater is critical, then let's build a sustainable plan that doesn't quietly drain road funds, and then turn around and change residents for the gap that was created.
Thank you, Ms. Felicia.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Kerr. Already spoke. She has two person, huh? All right, Jill Alcantor, Tamara Petsolik, and Erlene Paget. Any of those here? Jill Alcantor, Tamara Petsolik, Erlene Paget. Deborah Bishop, Joe and Robin Watson. Any of those? Whitney Booth. Kathy Wiley. Dakota Wiley. Michael Booth. Sheila Booth. Thomas Margano. Roland Jack Sutkint. Yell if you're here. Kathy Wiley. Karen Davis. Daniel Roberts. Clara Humphrey. Sandra Nunez. Ernest Williams. Jackie Butterfield. Alicia Slocum. Greg Kolpacki. Jasse Pelman. Bruce Weisoff. Frank Jenkins, maybe? Something? Is there Frank? Joey Green. Alan Weaver. Denise Trez Robertson. Aluza Oliveira L. Christy Haley. Tasha Fernandez.
All right, good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I had a 3-page speech written out, and over the course of the evening, I changed it to some sticky notes because you've heard a lot here. I don't want to reiterate things that have already been said. I live in Keystone Heights. I've lived there for 26 years. I own 2 properties there. Since I've been there for 26 years, my taxes have never went down. My assessments keep going up. Even when my income went down, even when I was disabled and had no income with 4 children, my taxes went up, my assessments went up, and whatever you call this, it is a tax dressed up as a fee, I promise you. And in those 26 years that I've lived in Keystone Heights and paid more and more taxes and more fees, the services there from this county are almost non-existent. We have horrible things that we say about Keystone Heights and the attention we get from this commission. Maybe we're the redheaded stepchild. I'm sorry if anybody is redheaded in here. Or we're the pimple on the butt of Clay County. That's what I hear. And I feel like it's true. This commission has regularly ignored Keystone Heights. But you have the audacity to come here and ask us with your hands out for yet another tax. It is a tax, I assure you. And none of our properties will be specifically benefited. None. The $86 that's presented today will go up in 10 years. That Jones-Edmonds report, the presentation, there was no ifs, ands, or buts. It's going to go up by 41%. I can tell you for sure, and I've been blessed with a great job. I will not have my income go up 41%. In that Jones-Edmonds presentation, this $86, the $86, not the 100 and something that comes down the line, is more than's charged to Alachua County and Brevard County. I didn't move to Clay County for you guys to assess more than the liberalist counties in the state. $9 million is a lot of money. Find it somewhere else, not my pocket. Much of the Jones-Edmonds presentation dealt with the legality of this tax. But just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Patricia Watson, or was that who that was? Patricia Watson? Gary McIntyre, is he still here? After Gary, we have Ronald Jones, Thomas Baskin, and Thomas, same one, Bashir. And then, fill out 4 cards. Cheryl Hartzog after that.
Well, first of all, thank y'all, everybody in the audience and the one downstairs and the ones that went home and the ones of many names that you called. that did not make it. And I think if you look at those names that did not make it, they were against this particular tax. I'm against this particular tax that I've sat in your position and I understand it. And I know, Ms. Compare, you're going to miss this when you retire at the end of the year. Now, Ms. Smoke is standing in the back of the room back here, and she's going to probably be sitting up here. And I had a chance to speak to her, and I think she's got some questions now if she really wants it, because it is a challenge. And I appreciate y'all being here. I know you're underpaid. There's lots of work. You've earned your job. You've earned your money today. And the people that are moaning haven't been up there. I know you spend many, many hours up there. And thank you for being there. Thank you for everything you do. I'm against this tax. I don't think it's properly presented. There's other things that you can do to bring this around. Don't pass it now. This is a very bad time to put another tax on the people. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Gary. All right, Ronald Jones. Is Ronald Jones here? Thomas Bashir. He filled out 4 cards. Nope. Cheryl Hotzog. I think she's not here. Gosh. Robert Maynard or something like that. Lives in Orange Park. Anybody? Monica Hutchison. David Flesher. Nathan Humphrey. And Dexter Collins. Anybody?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dexter Collins. I'm a retired Navy veteran. I reside in Clay County, live on a private road where the residents take care of the property. I understand that Clay County has responsibilities when it comes to drainage, stormwater management, roads, and protecting our community. I also understand that those services cost money, and I'm here to say that stormwater management is important. I am asking you to make sure that this assessment is fair, accurate, and based on the actual stormwater impact of each property. My property manages rainfall runoff on my property. The gutters have downspouts that discharge to my yard, and the water filtrates into the ground. And I don't live in the flood zone, and my property is not sending water into a county drainage system. That raises an important question for me. If my property is already managing its own stormwater on site, why should I be charged? Like everyone else in here. We're potentially being penalized to live under a roof and having structure on our property. Homeowners are being asked to pay this fee without necessarily receiving any additional stormwater infrastructure or improvements on their individual properties, while rainwater will continue to occur from the sky. I question whether it is fair to impose this tax based on the assumption that my property is creating a stormwater problem where no additional stormwater infrastructure is being placed on my property. I also ask that the county consider whether properties that manage their stormwater entirely on site should receive a meaningful mitigation credit or be exempt from this. And I'm also asking you to consider veterans, the elderly, and all homeowners that continue daily to contribute to this county as hard workers and taxpayers for this county, supporting the community. Some residents are on a fixed income and have budget for everyday living to make ends meet. This tax will significantly burden them and their families that are asked to give money to the county with basic cost of living needs continuing to rise. I ask that you make sure no homeowner is assessed based on inaccurate, impervious area measurements, and that homeowners have a clear and reasonable opportunity to challenge this tax that does not accurately reflect their property's stormwater impact. I ask that you actively listen to each homeowner that's getting up here tonight, proud to make a decision to pass this tax because it will have a negative impact on all of us if passed. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak, and I vote no on this, and I'll also vote no on public hearing number 23. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Hudgens. All right, after Dr. Hudgens is Patricia Bailey and Bruce McKinney. Clifford Ayer. Beth Cleary.
Good evening. I'm Charles Hudgens. First off, I just want to say I am very proud and impressed by the neighbors and the people that are here, the ones that have really done their homework, done a lot of facts, brought out a lot, and then the ones that are here to stand up for their rights. Have the commissioners, instead of paying these consultants millions of dollars for doing a study, you have engineers. Have you identified where the problems are with the rainwater or the stormwater? I've lived in Clay County for over 62 years, and I don't really remember a lot of areas of stormwater except when Dora came through in 64 and Irma. I know the county is developing so fast that by 3 o'clock, the traffic coming into Green Cove is backed up past the Black Creek Bridge. Do you take that kind of growth into consideration when you approve all these residential areas? Do you hold the developers accountable for the infrastructure, for the drainage? You know, I don't know whether there's so much influence from that or not. I'm raising my grandson, and I'm raising 2 foster kids. Money's a little bit tight, and I've been apolitical for a long time. And then my wife said, we got this thing saying they're going to tax the rain that comes off the roof of my house. And I kind of laughed and said, yeah, right. She said, no, they are. They're going to tax the rain coming off the roof of the house. And they're going to do it by the size of the roof. And if I've got a little shed in the yard, they're going to do it by that too. And I said, no way. So I don't know what's going on. You're taxing rain from the roof. I live next to Peters Creek. You know, the rain runs right off. The only time we've had the issues when the hurricanes come through. And why would you pay $1 million to consultants when you've got engineers that work for the county? Can they not identify where rainwater is collecting, where stormwater? Can the engineers not figure out a way to correct it? It just seems like the use of the money is just not going where it's supposed to. And you guys have been elected to control that, to keep things under control and find solutions for these minor problems. And why not address them when they're minor problems? I don't know, I've been along here a long time. Like I say, graduated from Orange Park when there were only 2 high schools in the county.
Thank you, sir. Is Patrick Bailey here? Bruce McKinney? Patrick Bailey, Bruce McKinney, Clifford Ayer, Beth Cleary. What's that?
I'm Patricia Bailey.
Great, okay. Bruce McKinney.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen and commissioners. My name's Bruce McKinney, and I live at 4580 Santa Clara Road in Middleburg. I've lived there, or I owned the property for the past 40 years. I bought it for $64,000 40 years ago, and now it's worth $284,000, and they're taxing me more for my insurance, and the house is already paid off. These assessments, and they are taxes, whether you call them an assessment, a fee, or whatever, there is still a tax, because if they can confiscate my house that I worked for the past 40 years, then something's wrong with this. I'm a 22-year disabled 100% veteran, taught high school for my second career, and now I come here and I can take the chance of losing my house because I don't pay this assessment. There is something seriously wrong with what is happening in this county. Totally unacceptable. And I vote definitely no, or hope you vote definitely no for this assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Clifford Air here? Clifford Air? And you're Beth Cleary?
What?
Uh-oh.
My name is Patricia Bailey,
Did I call her?
and you have my address on file. I'm an affected Clay County property owner by this non-ad valorem stormwater tax. No one's identified what stormwater improvements this fee currently provides or will provide that specifically benefits my property. Stormwater from my property isn't collected, treated, or mitigated by a county-operated stormwater system, to my knowledge. County hasn't identified the path taken by runoff from my property or county infrastructure that manages it. There hasn't been adequate demonstration that proposed ERU methodology fairly measures stormwater burden or what benefit my property will receive. Impervious surfaces alone may not account for differences in soil absorption, topography, natural drainage, and the effect of runoff. There hasn't been adequate explanation of how proposed assessment distinguishes between properties served by county infrastructure and properties relying on natural drainage, private HOA, or owner-maintained drainage. What portion of the 9.2 million does the county expect to collect the first year will actually be spent in rural, unincorporated Clay? Not much. Without a reduction or reallocation of existing funding, the county hasn't demonstrated that property owners won't be charged through existing taxes and the new tax for overlapping stormwater expenses. Before imposing an assessment that will appear on property tax bill and may become a lien if unpaid, the county should provide parcel-specific evidence of special benefit and a clear explanation showing that the amount assessed is fairly and reasonably assessed. For these reasons, I request the board not impose the proposed tax on my property unless and until it demonstrates the special benefit provided to my property fairly apportions the assessment according to that benefit and answers the funding and service questions stated here. Vote no. Do your job.
Clifford Air, Beth Cleary. Anybody? Rona Copeland. Stacy, I'm sorry? Okay. Stacy Archer? Here? After Stacy is Kathy Akers, I believe, Charles, and Buddy Griffin.
Oh, no,
No, you're after her.
Yeah.
You're after.
Are we ready? Okay. Most of the stuff I was gonna say has already been said. The only two things, the one that was brought up by listening to everybody, one and the other is something that we went through. We've lived in Middleburg. You're my commissioner. Blue Jay, I don't know if many people in Middleburg know what it is. It's a road. It used to be real bad. Dirt road. You drive, everybody, hey, you live on Blue Jay? You know what I'm saying? They don't want to come down your road to visit. So the county, the people that lived on Blue Jay came together. They decided, went to the county and said, hey, you put this much property taxes, they said, for 5 years and we'll pave it for you. Because it's a private road. It was a private road. I think it still is. But none of the side roads were paved, just the main roads so people could get back and forth without ruining their vehicles. We live off of one of those roads off of Blue Jay. Now, the tax was only supposed to be on for 5 years to pay off the paving that you guys provided. So that shows me that, one, you can pick and choose who pays for what services they need. You made us pay. There's also other roads that have been offered the same deal, where they can come in and you pay for everybody on this road. If y'all all agree to have this much, pay us this much money to the county on property taxes, we'll do it for you. What they didn't do was take it off. It's been over 20 years, almost 30. They still haven't taken that tax off. We've well overpaid for that road. They don't maintain the side roads. They don't maintain it anymore. They just paved it for us. That's it. The second thing that I noticed is that private roads, you guys, the county tells us, oh, we can't help you. It's a private road. We can't help you with your ditches or your culverts. These people are paying for their own storm drainage systems. So you're wanting us to pay you to the people that you will help, the developments, the incorporated areas, the areas that you'll already do. Help. If they call you, you'll go help them. But we call just to say, hey, my road floods out every single time we get a real bad rain. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a private road. We can't help you. You have to deal with it yourself. You chose to live there. And you're correct. We chose to live in a rural community, not surrounded by concrete. Y'all decided to put the concrete in, and I believe you should make them pay for it. You wanted the concrete, we didn't. We chose to move to Middleburg for the sole purpose of living in a rural community. We did not move out there for any other reason. We wanted land and peace and quiet. And you were ruining it, and now you're making us pay for people who do want to live that way. We got Orange Park for those people. Some parts of Green Cove, you can live there and live in a city. But don't come out to rural areas, concrete them, and then tell us it's our fault and we have to pay for it. That is absolutely unconscionable, and you should be ashamed of yourselves for even considering doing something like that. Thank you.
Buddy Griffin?
Oh, well, it's been a long wait. And I'm a lot older than when I sat up there. My name is Buddy Griffin. I live at 542 Clinton Drive, Orange Park, Florida. And I wanted to come out for two reasons. I've had people call me and ask me what I thought about it. And I've had other people call me and say, what can we do about it? And it's kind of like big politics. You can only vote them out or vote them in. And I'm in hopes that what y'all have done here tonight and the number of people you've heard with very good ideas that are a lot of them researched, I hope you listen to them and vote no to it. It's not right. I can tell you it's not right. And I believe in right and wrong. I'll tell you a story to tell you how deep politics go. It was 4-1 against Buddy Griffin when he sat up there where Miss Compierre sat. And matter of fact, you're to be complimented. You hadn't moved tonight. Your eyes and ears has been working. I've seen them. And you're to be praised. Go ahead, yeah, give her praise. They can't run you out of here. You bought and paid for this building. We'll evict them. And that's the truth. You have to do it at the polls, unfortunately. But when I was a county commissioner, they tried to keep me in the dark. I had my own little room there in the back. And when I'd walk the hallways, I'd see 4 commissioners sitting in one person's office. I even heard it said, well, he didn't vote for you. He said, well, he won't get my vote next time. Matter of fact, he can try for his zoning 4 times and he's not going to get it until I have to. Okay, I see this machine's told me I've got 1 minute left. I hadn't heard anybody tell y'all that you've got 1 minute left or 5 minutes. That's not right. That's not right. People will sit here all night to talk to you, and then when the red light goes on, you got to sit down. I don't like that system. But what they did to me was they went to Tallahassee and talked about what they were going to do about the roads over on 21, overcrowded roads. They came up with a plan to fool Tallahassee, but they didn't fool me. And I called them and told them what their plan was, and they said if we'd have known it, we'd have stopped it. Well, they kept a good secret from me, and I can tell some of y'all how they did it, but my red light's fixing to come on, so I'll just sit down early and say, please listen to these people tonight. They're got sense.
Thank you. Kathy Akers here. Kathy Akers, Daniel Kent or Deborah Kent. Mary Hess. Patricia Graff. William Ratliff. John Keene. Mark Akers Jr. Mark Akers Sr. Cecilia Giuliano. Wayne Tomberg. Louis Hardenbrook. Mark Williman. Erlene Paget. Oh, Mark Williman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Mark Williman. I live at 2016 Knowles Road. I'm here to oppose Clay County residents to pay an additional stormwater tax for drainage problems that should have been addressed and planned years ago. My main concern is accountability. Before asking taxpayers for more money, I believe the residents deserve a clear explanation of where our existing tax dollars are going. Since 2017, we have paid additional fuel taxes that was intended for road and infrastructure improvements. Also, we also know the state has invested millions of dollars in projects throughout Clay County, including US 17, State Road 21, and State Road 16 improvements. So my question is simple. If drainage infrastructure is now such an urgent problem, why wasn't it addressed with funding that was already been collected for investing over the years? My second concern is fairness. Proposed stormwater tax would apply to residents in uncooperated Clay County, while residents in Orange Park, Green Coast Springs, Keystone Heights, and Penny Farms are exempt. Why should only part of the county bear the burden of paying the tax? My third concern is growth and development. Clay County has approved significant growth and taxpayers, tens of millions of dollars spent on major projects, including Cathedral Oaks Parkway. Yet we are being told that there's not enough money for drainage and infrastructure. I understand developers pay impact fees, but growth creates demands on roads, drainage systems, and ensures infrastructure is in place before approving development. Not come back later asking the residents to cover the cost. Growth should pay for growth. Before creating another tax, I asked the county to show residents how much taxes and revenues has been collected.
Thank you. Erlene Paget. Darren Carr. Samuel Lee. Jacob What's your name?
Samuel.
Thank you.
Samuel Lee.
Okay.
Amen. Glad to be here. To the commissioners, county commissioners. I am Reverend Samuel Lee. I'm the pastor of St. Mark Missionary Baptist Church in Middleburg, Florida. They're in the Hilltop community.
Pull your microphone up, sir.
Oh, okay. Pastor Samuel S. Lee, pastor of St. Mark Missionary Baptist Church in Middleburg, Florida. And I'm here to stand for the people, the congregation, and also for that whole community. I converse with the pastors there and also other members that's not members of my church, but that's the community. And the storm, no one is in favor of this stormwater drainage runoff in that area. This is in the Hilltop area. How does this affect the Hilltop area? Why would they want to pay more money for something that haven't even been done already? There are many things that we've been requested to be done, but ain't nothing getting done. And so now that this is something else that's said, and that we won't get done either. And then, but we want to pay more money. So no, it's not good. This neighborhood is an elderly neighborhood. A lot of the people here, we have many that is homebound, home-written. People have to come out and run errands for them. They're a retired neighborhood. So they don't have a whole lot. And then they're trying to hold on to the property that they was left with or they acquired through their ancestors. So it's a good, quiet community. People don't have no problem. They don't come out because they don't like disturbance. But as their representative, who I come out and speak on their behalf. So I hope that you'll listen to all the other people who were before me, the people who were behind me, and even if the crowd that was here earlier today, if you got to see the crowd, it was a lot of people out here want to come out here and see and speak on this behalf. So I just pray that you all think about this. One day you're gonna get old. You don't know what kind of situation you're gonna be in. And when you look at these decisions today, think about your own parents and grandparents, and think about your children, kind of future that they're gonna have. And are you taking from it, or are you giving towards it? Thank you all. My vote is no.
Is Teresa Tedder here? Oh. What's your name? Jacob. Okay, great. Teresa Tedder and Gail Perry, if they're here next.
Jacob Allison, I'm sure my address is on file. I'm actually here representing my mother. She's 85 years old. She lives in a community with a CDD. They manage their own stormwater, and she lives on a fixed income, and she doesn't need this added expense, especially when she's already taken care of it through her CDD. So it's a double dip. So she's not buying into your scam. It's got a real stench.
Thank you. Teresa Tedder, are they here? Gail Perry? Joseph Cunningham?
Good evening. My name is Joseph Cunningham of Middleburg. My address is definitely on file because this county sent me a letter to demand an additional tax under the threat of taking action against the title of my home. I opposed this new tax assessment in writing and requested specific details on just how the county calculated what I will owe them for this tax. Not surprisingly, I did not receive a reply, and I'm here tonight to oppose this measure in person. So let's start by getting down to what this really is. This tax in this hearing tonight is an attempt to punish the taxpayer for the failures of its elected and appointed government, past and present. This county has and continues to champion and celebrate a position that large areas of natural drainage can be clear-cut and overdeveloped. So long as a small retention pond has been provided, we've been promised there are minimal environmental impacts or effects to existing residents. This current crisis is the direct result of 25 years of irresponsible growth and inadequate planning. The time has now come to reap the consequences of these actions, and this board here tonight, rather than address the root cause of these issues, would rather residents reach into their pockets so that these destructive patterns can continue indefinitely. Nobody here tonight is arguing that county infrastructure does not need major improvements. But why now, after decades of ignoring these problems, are we deciding to address this? and finally create a dedicated source of funding to address the stormwater drainage. It is unacceptable that this burden of systemic failure is being shifted entirely onto the residents. This county consistently claims that there's no money in the budget for these improvements. This claim can easily be contradicted by the county's own spending priorities. According to public county records, this county in the last 5 years allocated just under $1.4 million to the sheriff's office for flock cameras. And in the same time period, the county also spent several $100,000 of taxpayer dollars to construct and now maintain a large soccer park that to this day still does not allow the taxpayer full access to use. We anticipate the counter argument for these projects is that they were funded by state and local grants, state and federal grants. Grants are not free money. They are taxpayer dollars that often require county matching funds. Grant money is a supplement, not a substitute for responsible budgeting. County records indicate that in this fiscal year alone, $1 million in grant funding was directed towards roads and sidewalks. This raises a critical question tonight. Why was that funding not prioritized for the urgent drainage issues we're discussing tonight? This board has a choice. This board can implement a tax that penalizes the residents of Clay County for the results of poor leadership and planning, or this board can hold accountable those who created these storm drainage issues. We the people tonight, we didn't come out here to beg you to give us tax relief. We've come out here to demand that this government before us, before implementing tax increases, will solve for the real underlying issues.
Thank you. Patrick Faulkner, Charlotte Gibson, Angela Adams, Don Price, Ronald Singletary, Sean Burchard, Robert Ludwig, Dottie Baker, Joseph Shalek,
Good evening. Much like many of the people here, especially many of the elderly and many of my fellow veterans, they have been here a very long time. I have not. I moved here a year ago. So less, in fact, that you were still going to charge me with somebody else's name. And if I would not have received this on accident by my kids ripping open the mail, I would have never known about this. Now, my name is on file here because I just put my name and address down. But what am I to do when you put a lien on my house because I don't pay something that never came to me? Not to mention, this stormwater assessment, Article 1, Section 20-1, intent and purposes, subparagraph D. The meaning of it is that the money collected directly funds things that help my property, not myself, specifically my property, to manage the heavy rains, including maintaining storm drains, clearing ditches, or building retention ponds. That being said, I do that myself. I work 90 hours a week to keep my wife and my kids at home so they don't have to. I come home on the weekends, which, by the way, I have to come here, which y'all are keeping me from my kids. I left work early, which also takes away from myself and my kids. To fight this, and y'all want to charge me for something that I already paid taxes on in the first place when I bought the house. Apparently, by the way this looks, I should be charging you for taking care of my own ditches. So where do I send that invoice? I maintain the road. My 70-year-old neighbor maintains the road. And again, I help him with it. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. Section 20-5, subparagraph 4. In order to get charged for this, increase safety and improved access to developed property through the management of stormwater on public right-of-ways, roadways, and other public infrastructure. Paragraph D, Section 5. Alleviation of the burdens caused by stormwater runoff and accumulation attendant with the use of developed property, including flood control. I ain't seen y'all out once, other than to get the FCC truck out of the culvert. And y'all didn't even repair the damage that did. I'm at a loss. What do I do? What do I do here? Y'all want to charge me for what God's putting on this earth. Excuse me and my profanity, but I am a sailor till the day I die.
Thank you, sir. Michael Seeger, Tommy Childress, Diana Patterson, Jamie Blue,
You don't have to answer to us. Jesus is king. Y'all all are going to have to answer to him one day. Every knee will bow and every tongue will confess. And I hope that y'all can answer for the choices y'all make, every single one of y'all. We voted you guys in, and we made the choice to vote each and every one of you in, regardless. So y'all's words meant something to us back then when we voted for y'all. So y'all stick to y'all's word and y'all stand up for us. That's what we want. You've heard every single person in here. You see all these older people in here, they shouldn't have to come out here and fight you guys for what's right. Y'all should know what's right. Y'all know right from wrong. Mom and Daddy didn't have to teach you that. It's something that you can, common sense, right from wrong. You've heard everybody speak in here. Are we the only ones that know right from wrong? No. Y'all should know right from wrong. And that's all I've got to say. Make the right choice.
Wanda Dubé. Wanda Dubé.
My name is Wanda Dubé. I live on Indian Trail. Betsy, you are my commissioner. And she always gets back with me when I call or when I message her. And I don't like speaking, so here we go. I live on a road that is maintained by the county, but it's not a county road. We pay that MS whatever thing, and they put it on my thing every year. I don't have a ditch. We don't have culverts. We don't have any of that. Our ditch is kind of self-made. When it rains, it goes across our road, and then the buses won't come down it. I don't feel that asking me to pay for a stormwater assessment is fair. And out of curiosity, I have one question. If you all get this money, is it going to be like the 218 road? Has anybody been down the road on 218 where the road sits 1.5 inches to 2 inches below the storm drains? I'd like to know how they're going to collect the storm water. But I just want you to know I'm opposed. And Betsy, please vote no.
Charles Grant, Barbara Caponegro, Kathy Monroe, Max Mahler, all right, he went.
How y'all doing? Max Muller. I'm from the Pimple on the Rump of Clay County. Keystone Heights, really the crown jewel of Clay County. Thank you, Betsy. First off, I just want to say thank you to Commissioners Renninger, Compere, and Condon. Your attention to the people speaking to you shows that you have a genuine concern and you take what you do very seriously. So thank you for doing that. It's been a long night for you. I'm here. I mean, it's a small fee, right? And if it is for the greater good, we can all get behind that. We just don't have a lot of transparency on it right now. And I think that's a big part of why everybody's here tonight. You know, the community showed up for you guys tonight, and I think you need to show up for the community and do what's right. This $80 fee that everybody's getting imposed or more, you know, they could go and buy a rain barrel, right? And help the problem. It's not a problem. Florida's been getting rained on for thousands of years, right? The problem is the irresponsible development that's been happening. I work with a lot of billionaires, and they're all building in Florida right now, right? And these guys have plenty of money. They should be paying for this. It should not be on the backs of the people in the rural communities of your county, right? We're not putting water down the roads in these communities. It's getting absorbed into our properties. We're not the problem. We're not the ones that should be paying and footing the bill for it. It's wrong. It really is, genuinely. I think that you guys are all intelligent people, and I know you'll make the right decision. I understand balancing a budget is very, very tough. I know you can find the money elsewhere. I heard some of the, spending that was going on. Keep our police and our firemen well-funded. But there's, when I drive down the road and I see 10 people standing on the side of the road holding a shovel and nobody working and all of them getting a salary for it, and you guys are coming to the people in these rural communities that don't have a lot and asking for more money, right? Every time I go to the bait shop or the gas station or talk with a neighbor for the last 2 weeks, it's all been about this. And the community does not feel that this is right. And you guys need to do what you feel is right for your community. We all put you there. We all want to keep you there. Just make a good decision. Get a good night's sleep yourself. All right? Thank you for staying late and hearing all of us tonight. Betsy, Keystone's the best place in Clay County. So thank you for your time, everybody.
Morgan Trailer, Carol Sundberg.
But Rex Brown that came in here spoke about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. My name's Carol Sundberg. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband Wally back there. We're owners of the property located at 6225 Kingsley Lake Drive in unincorporated Clay County. And we're speaking to formally object to the adoption of the proposed stormwater assessment for our property and for all of those in the Kingsley Lake community. We are disappointed that on July the 28th, the BCC adopted establishment of Chapter 20 of the Clay County Code, Stormwater, Utility, and Assessments. That's already been approved, apparently, by unanimous vote. If the proposed assessment, which is what we're talking about, just how much, is approved, how is the utility going to spend the annual income of $9.2 million? Nothing in the ordinance or the resolution that were attachments that were available online indicated what was going to be spent on. To date, we are unaware of any stormwater management services being provided by the county to our parcel or any of the parcels in the Kingsley Lake community. Section 20.5R states that the county has the authority to assess and underline and in bold all or part of the unincorporated area. Doesn't have to be all of the unincorporated area. Article 3, Section 20-14B states each stormwater assessment area shall encompass only that property specially benefited. I'll repeat, only that property specially benefited by the stormwater improvements. We request, if the assessment is approved, that the entire Kingsley Lake community, but most specifically 6225 Kingsley Lake Drive, be removed from the stormwater assessment area until and unless the parcels within this community will specially benefit from the projects or improvements to manage stormwater. The phrase specially benefit appears, or benefited properties appears at least 22 times within those documents. It's clear that it was intended for just those areas that are specially benefited. Should Kingsley Lake community continue to be included in the assessed parcels, we request a review of whether the assessments assigned to these properties are properly apportioned based on the stormwater benefit attributed to the properties. Section 20.50 references improvements and enhancements as part of the comprehensive plan.
Thank you. Keith Hedberg. Keith Hedberg here. Stephen Carroll. Antonio Emmons. And then Mark is after.
Okay, I oppose the principles and manner in which you plan to address what seems to be decades of neglect and the fact that the document is so vague regarding the scope of work, timeline, and total cost that it screams what's going on here. What's missing? How much intergovernmental funds are going to this project? How will our current taxes be applied to this project? How about cooperations with developers whose business destroys our natural tributary systems? And will this problem even, will make this problem worse? What about cooperation with manufacturing, industrial, and other companies whose ponds and potential toxic runoffs need to be closely monitored? Cooperations with the building department to place a building moratorium for probably 5 or 10 years to enable the county to catch up on the maintenance that has fallen way behind. And I'll repeat that, a building moratorium. That means the things you haven't approved yet, just stop the growth. The taxes we already pay go directly to the general fund, the unincorporated services, and the St. Johns River water management. And all of these play a role in stormwater maintenance, especially the Public Works Department, which rightly claims on the website to be in charge of stormwater drainage. And the St. Johns River water management, which has been coordinating with Clay County in making improvements in the stormwater management. The extensive list of unstarted work orders totaled tens of millions of dollars is negligence. And again, now you want us to pay for this because somehow our roof's runoff caused it. The plan is so vague, I can't tell if the capital improvements are for the construction of pumping stations or just an office to add even more overhead expenses to this problem. A separate department is not necessary. It should be housed within the Public Works Department, which should save considerable money that can be diverted to actual maintenance work. There's a lot on this. You have it in your files. But if you insist on continuing, there are a lot of mitigating things that you have not considered. The fact that we have the natural systems, our St. Johns River, anybody who lives on the river or near the river has not a problem with this, okay? It's the water, they should be exempted from any kind of added assessment. The pine forests, they totally absorb all of the extra runoff. The unpaved roads extend the parcel sizes. Our drainage, our sandy soils, of course, everybody knows as soon as it rains, you can go back out and kick the dirt and it's white. Our soil takes care of most of this. You do have some problems apparently in certain older areas of the county. But you have a Public Works Department. Work within the people you already have employed.
Thank you. Mr. Emmons? Roy Johnson after that, if he's here.
Have to push a button?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. My name's Mark Emmons, and I've been listening to a lot of people here tonight. I oppose this for a lot of different reasons, like where we live high and dry, and we're backed right up to water management, and all of our water that, if any, comes off our property goes there. Because I got in like German drains in my yard where it spreads out in my yard. Well, I don't have a water problem. I never had a water problem. And you hire consultants to do this. And I worked for the Army Corps of Engineers for almost 25 years on and off. And we never sent consultants to solve a water problem. You need somebody who knows water and how the natural flow of water, it erodes. The water is the most powerful thing on earth. Beyond fire, everything. So you need somebody that knows water and how to direct water to get it to flow right. And like with the overbuilding, and they talking about the culverts caving in underneath the roads, that's because they use cheap materials. They put that metal under it and it rusts away. Of course, the road's gonna collapse. You know, it should be concrete pipe. There's a lot of things that are done on the cheap where you could actually, if you spend a little more money in the beginning, save you on the back end. You know, if that makes sense. You know, I'm just telling you from experience of what I know. You know, like where we live, we don't have no drainage problems. We never have. We've been there 15 years. You know, more than anything, we have a sand problem. Like my neighbor was having a heart attack one time and an ambulance got stuck in the road. You know, so they had to call another ambulance to come down while these guys huffing this guy up through there on a gurney to put him in the other ambulance so they could go to tow the old one out. I mean, the one that got stuck out. You know, if you die of a heart attack, you want the man there to help you. You know, so the roads are more important to me, you know, even if it is a private road, then, you know, ask me if I'd rather have a hard road or water drainage, give me the hard road any day. You know what I mean? There's certain things part of Clay County needs that the others don't. You know, not everybody needs the exact same thing, you know? And the people that have the parking lots should pay for the drainage if it goes to a pumping station, or it should naturally flow out to the river on stormwater. And thank you.
Thanks, sir. Roy Johnson?
Hello, my name is Roy Johnson. I own property on Lake Brooklyn in Keystone Heights. I worked for the St. Johns River Water Management District for 23 years as a hydrologic specialist. My area of expertise was data collection and data management. The county manager asked the representatives from Jones and Edsman where they got their data from for this report. And they said they got it from remote areas such as satellite photos and county records. Well, this letter that I got saying that I was going to be an assessment for stormwater was addressed to a deceased person. So there you go. There's your county records, how good they are. As far as mitigation is concerned, there already exists an area, retention pond area on my road that collects stormwater. It requires very little maintenance since it percolates in the ground almost instantly and is dry 99.9% of the time. So there's no maintenance required there. We recently had a rainfall amount. We got like 3 inches of rain in a matter of a couple hours on my property. And I have lakefront property on Lake Brooklyn. None of that water ever made it to the lake. That's because the land I live on in most of Keystone Heights and the Sand Hill area on the Trail Ridge is designated a high recharge site, which is the whole reason why they built that pipeline. There is no areas that have a net, impervious area. There is no net impervious area on my property. So how can you tax me for that when it doesn't exist? And why should I pay for something I don't need and will never get? According to the study, they should be exemptions and credits applied to the property. Let me ask you, let me ask a question to Jones Ezra. Have you done any ground truth on this data that you base this report on? Have you been to Keystone Heights? Have you seen Lake Brooklyn? I think I'm saying that this whole report that you base this taxation on is bogus. Everybody knows, all these homesteaders know, that the whole reason you spent probably $1 million of our taxpayers' money on this is just so you can generate income because you're worried about what's going to happen in November when the property tax bill comes top on for vote. So this is just basically a scam. And if you want to keep your jobs, you need to vote no on this.
Thank you. Steve Ray?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Steve Ray.
You pull the microphone up, they're saying they can't hear you, please.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Steve Ray. We live on Flaming Island, right around the corner from Fire Station 22. Private road, 13, 14 people on the road. When we were seeking out that property, I was doing everything I could to find a value-added property and save money. That included topographical reviews, understanding what the property looked like, making sure I did not have to pay flood insurance. So we did that. Everybody on our property maintains our roads. The topography, everything like that is a runoff. We have no public utilities out there. The stormwater assessment tax that is being proposed right here is totally invalid. I speak for 15 people and a community of probably 200 more in our neighborhood. When the letter came to me on, August the 10th, 11 days after it was published, give me, 15 days to come to this meeting here, quick purview and survey about what was going on. The tax that is proposed here, $9 million, represents 1.1% of the budget that this community has under your tutelage to manage properly, to make sure it's imposed correctly. Quick review also was about 31% of the counties or cities in the state of Florida are utilizing this methodology of the ad valorem tax to implement different aspects of this cost value money generator. So I agree. Totally phenomenal display for the people that are here to show their commitment to generating the truth, pursuing the things that are right. My appeal is that you vote no, and there's plenty of evidence, plenty of support to believe that I'm not even sure how this got on the board for review. It is totally unsupported. I don't see how it even made it this far. So that's my appeal. Appreciate your time. Thanks for listening. Look forward to the next round of information exchange. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another Charles Griffin? Troy Warren? Joe Tubbs? And Daniel Cook. I think he's here, right? Daniel. Didn't you already speak on this, or was that another?
That was under
Another
public,
item, okay.
that was under public comments. I wasn't planning to speak on this, but after hearing the community come together and voice, everybody's individual concerns, I figure I should speak mine too. So I have a question. Is this an issue of the costs of overdevelopment? Is this an issue of taxation dressed up as something else? Or is this an issue of the foundational American principle of government by consent? I grew up on Fleming Island back when it was rural, before it got overdeveloped. I saw it transform through the 90s and the 2000s, but I want to actually share a little different story. Back when I moved out of Clay County in 2007, I moved down to Naples, Florida. And in Naples, it used to be a small fishing town until it got overdeveloped because the county commissioners and the local government paved the way for endless growth and development. And one of the reasons why I left Naples and came back here was because the rents got too high. And so the reason why I bring that up is because I see a lot of similarities in the way the local government there paved the way for growth and development, didn't listen to the people when the people came together and voiced their concerns. And I see the same thing happening here. So I just wanted to say I oppose this, this tax, and want to. I hope that Clay County can stay like a small town. When I moved back here recently, I was shocked and very surprised at how much of a small town feel it still had after being away for 20 years. And that's one of the things that I really appreciated, and I hope that it stays that way. Definitely opposed to taxation, and I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Is there anybody we missed? Nope. If you haven't gone, that's fine.
Sorry about that. My feet are asleep. Probably more of me is asleep too, and I just don't know it yet. My name is Karen Coon. I live at 1006 Leno Road, on the south end of the county, southeast. My concern is that I was here for the last county commissioner meeting, and this ordinance was pushed through so fast. It was an item on the agenda. It was read off the agenda, and then as soon as it was read, it was stated, does anybody have any public comments on this? And then they said, going once, going twice, going three. No, we're done. All right. So I went home and I looked up this meeting because we were told all of this is public records. But before I came to the meeting last month, I tried to get this agenda the day before, and I was told that the agenda wasn't available. So they said, come back tomorrow and they'll have the agenda at the meeting. Well, if we don't know what you're going to be talking about in a meeting beforehand, how do we know to come to speak about this? And the only way we know about it is if you read the Clay County Crescent, which will be posted in there, okay? Which this was actually posted in January, this ordinance was originally. And it didn't come until July. So I don't know the big difference there or why it's there. But my concern really is that I'm not going to benefit anything from this. I do oppose it, but I feel that, yes, there are areas that probably do need stormwater management. My area, I'm never going to get it. I didn't get the culverts that we wanted to replace for the last 50 years until FP&L came out and put a solar field across the road from me. And FP&L volunteered to flip the bill to get the new culverts put in because they knew that their heavy equipment that they were bringing in were not going to stand up on that road. All right.
Thank you. Anyone else? Just hand in the card before, could you get the card? Okay. All right, anyone else? Before I close public comment. All right, I'm closing public comment and bringing it back to the board. Anybody? Go first, you wanna go first?
Well, I sat here for over 5 hours, listening to everyone speak. Now you're gonna listen for.
We don't need anyone else to speak, okay?
You're gonna
Everyone
listen.
can leave okay, and we'll finish the meeting by ourselves, okay? We've listened, please have a respect. Let us finish now.
I want to compliment everyone that came out and spoke tonight because I learned a few things that I didn't know. I want to compliment Jones Edmonds, Mark, and Brent for being here tonight, which is all part of the process here. But I prepared a little statement, and I'm going to read it here. In matters of grave and consequential impact, I've always relied on professionals to give me information on areas I'm not well versed on. Whether it's in the air, land, or at sea, there are professionals who make their business by making solid professional advice. Now, it could be traffic, it could be development, it could be healthcare, it could be e-bikes, it could be insurance, it could be investment, maintenance, or legal advice. There's always a professional that I can touch and get some information from. You know, we have all kinds of conflicting problems up here. And Buddy, you know what it was like to sit up here. We have data centers. You've heard us talk about data centers. You certainly heard a lot about LPRs tonight. Recycling, you've heard about that tonight. But you haven't heard about potable water, gray water, wastewater, biosolids, and stormwater is what we're talking about tonight. You know, we live on a peninsula with names such as Clay County, which although it received its name from Henry Clay, the soil here is made up of sand and clay. I was on the Salvation Army board when we built the facility on 220, and we couldn't build with the ground that was there because it had something called sponge clay. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it's a weird clay. We couldn't build on there. It's impervious. It just holds the water. The water doesn't drain at all. So we had to bring in a bunch of good ground. It had to be dug out, and then we built the facility. So surface water is a real problem in Clay. Now I represent the third district in Clay County, where infrastructure is some of the oldest, and where frequent failures are constant disruptions and evident. Just ask the residents of Aquarius Concourse. I mean, that place, the surface water would ooze down the topography. It would coat the sidewalks. It would linger there, and you'd have algae and slippery. You could barely walk on the sidewalks. Ask Powell about the standing water problems at Walter Odom Park. Almost made to feel unusable. Ask Moody Road residents how they liked the 3-month detour when we closed Moody because the culverts collapsed. It failed. Luckily, we didn't lose a car or lose any people. But we rode that facility to failure. Ask the residents of Alder Drive how they like their backyard slipping into the 20-foot ditch that carries water from Orange Park to Duval County line. Many of the unfunded projects lie in my district. We heard that a couple times tonight, and it's true. You know, but what you didn't hear is and I heard a lot about, I don't know what projects you're gonna do. We have about $60 million worth of projects, whether they be maintenance or capital projects, that are unfunded. We just don't know how. Some of those you're gonna hear about, well, you know, even though I'm a District 3 commissioner, I'm really a Clay County commissioner. I'm responsible for problems throughout the whole county. We have all sorts of unmet needs and risks such as the dams in Lake Asbury. They've been rated as very close to failure. Now that's a dam, but it's still, and it's private property. But I'm telling you, the residents there don't have the resources to fix that kind of thing. Have you ever driven on County Road 220? You know, we just replaced a bridge there. We are in the process of replacing a bridge. That's all stormwater type stuff. So people say, I don't really get any benefit out of it. If you've driven on kind of 209, 217, 220, you get benefit out of it. 217, just for your information, is down Clay Hill area. It has a bridge that basically is underrated for the traffic that's driving across it. And it's used as a bypass for 301. And we've been sweating that for a long time. And I think we cobbled together a lot of different funds to get that project going. I talk about we and the big we. The big we, when you talk about federal, state, local, and residents, the big we paid for a pipeline that goes down to Keystone. $181 million was spent on that pipeline. So, and all it does is take water out of Black Creek, which doesn't percolate, so the geologists or whoever the water guys are say it doesn't percolate down to the aquifer. So we take surface water and we pump it down to Keystone. $181 million. So, which we just had a failure there. A brand new pipe just failed. We had to get rid of 7 miles of a 30-inch water main. We had to get rid of 7 miles of water. Once the pipe broke, then it became stormwater. We had to get rid of all that water. We teamed here with Jones Edmonds, and I'm going to brag on them a little bit because I think they're the experts in water management. We used them in Orange Park when I was on Orange Park Town Council, and the product they presented 15 years ago was exceptional in my opinion. So I want to thank you guys for all the work you've done. Tell Brian I patted you guys on the back there. Through that study, you know, we've had a stormwater fee in Orange Park for a long time. I'm going to say 18 years, long time, and it's not $85 a month. It's $280. Green Cove Springs paying $300. So it boils down to, do you want to ride on bald tires till they fail? Do you want to fly in a jet until the engine conks out on you? Do you want to tell me that pain in your left shoulder is indigestion? You got to do your research. You got to do, you know, embrace the facts, but you know, get a professional assessment, which we've done, and the time is now. We should have done it. People say, I didn't know about this. Well, the whole county in 2017, long before I got here, was talking about, I think it was 2017, 18, 19. The county was talking about stormwater. And we just now are bringing it up again. So anyway, the time's now for action, for me anyway. Thank you.
You can leave, sir. Not, that's it, it's your warning. Anyone else? Do you need to be escorted out? That's it, okay? He's been warned. Please escort out if he has to say anything else. Anyone else want to say anything right now?
I'll go ahead, Madam Chair. So, first of all, thank you for everybody for coming out tonight and taking the time out of your schedule and staying here late with us, and we recognize that for sure. We have residents come to the podium that advocate for all kinds of things. We've had students come advocate for student programs. We've had some people advocate for libraries. We have people advocate for recreational opportunities. But at zoning hearings, the number one thing that I've heard the past 2 years is residents advocate for stormwater. And our residents expect that that's going to be taken care of. And the reality, as many of you have stated tonight, is that past commissions have not taken care of it. And the can had been kicked and kicked and kicked down the road. And like what Commissioner Renninger has said, we have no road left to kick it on. And we've seen some examples of that. One of the things I think that was really interesting to me tonight is how diverse our county is. I was keeping notes as every public speaker was stating their address, and I was looking at the cards of the addresses. Over 90% of tonight's public speakers are from Commissioner Condon's district, which says a lot. And I think that's something that I'm wrestling with on this fee, is to how to make it as fair as possible. And the five of us have tough decisions, because there is not a single decision where everyone is going to be happy about, simply because we did have some residents tonight that recognized drainage problems. So without funding fixing those drainage problems, they're left in their same situation. As a commissioner, I've heard you loud and clear, Clay County, that you want development to pay for itself. And one of the things that I want to tell you, if this is the first commission meeting you've been at, this board is doing everything in their power to make that happen. We have maximized mobility fees to the fullest extent of Florida state law. And that's the most we can do. One of the things I would advise you to do, lobby your state legislature. Let them know that you do not like the Florida state law that limits mobility and impact fee increases to 50%, because that's what the state law is right now. And it goes back to the fact of many commissions before not keeping up with the growth. But this commission right here is doing that. And I commend my fellow commissioners in terms of maximizing what levers we do have to pull. Another thing I wanted to say about the stormwater assessment is that it was important to me when I was meeting with staff on this that homeowners contributed the least amount of money towards these improvements. So for some example about growth, Home Depot will be spending $8,000 annually. Walmart, $12,000 annually. Target, $7,200 annually. And Academy Sports, $10,000 annually as it pertains to this. When I chose to run for office in 2023 and I went down there and filed, I didn't do it to become popular. I look back at the times that I've had in this county, starting in 1995 when I was playing Little League Baseball in Green Cove, going to Patterson Elementary off Pine Avenue, playing baseball at Orange Park Athletic Association, meeting my now wife on Fleming Island, and buying our first home in Lake Asbury. I ran for office to protect the community that created me, and that's what I plan to do. And through that, in this chair, sometimes you have to make really, really tough decisions. I think that none of us, if we went back to 2018, would have thought that we would be dealing with the inflation that we are still dealing with in 2026. Whether you're buying a chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A, you go to the gas pump, you go to the grocery store, everyone is feeling the pinch, including the county commission. It pained me to approve. We had to do a $2.1 million budget transfer out of reserves for fuel. And that's fuel for police cars, that's fuel for fire trucks, and things that everyone expects. There's three things that when I decided to do this that I said I was going to do. One was fully fund public safety, which we're doing that. So your property taxes for this coming year, the 26-27 budget, will bring in $181 million. Our public safety budget for Clay County is $205 million. So we are doing that. The second thing was I wanted to be smart and strategic with growth and infrastructure. And then the third thing was supporting our veterans. To me, supporting a self-sustaining fund for over $50 million of critical water infrastructure is keeping the promise that I made to the voters and being smart and strategic with infrastructure. If you don't keep up with maintenance, and we have seen this, and Commissioner Renninger mentioned Moody Avenue, if you don't keep up with maintenance, it's going to cost the taxpayers 3 times the amount on the back end. That Moody Road failure was almost $1 million to fix, which would have not costed that much if we were proactive. I want to share one short story about a resident that reached out to me that lives in my district off of Swimming Pin Creek right near Whitey's Fish Camp. He sent me an email and said, "Commissioner, my house is about to cave in." And this was about the third or fourth week that I had been in office. And the first thing I thought to myself was, this guy's just making this up. And I said, "Hey, can you be a little bit more specific?" And then he took a picture and emailed it to me and said, "My house is about to cave in." And I said, "Oh my goodness." So I drove to his house, and when I got there, I saw him standing in the yard, and I immediately called the county manager and the public works director and said, "I need you guys to meet me at this location." So they came out and met me. There was a 3-foot, and I don't know if he's still here, there was a guy that spoke about, he knew a lot about stormwater because he mentioned concrete pipes and not corrugated metal, and he's totally right. This pipe was a 3-foot corrugated pipe that took the neighborhood runoff from Swimming Pin and dumped it into Black Creek. Well, in 2018, when this homeowner was not at the residence at the time, somebody approved a variance that allowed this 3-foot pipe this house to be built 5 to 8 feet from this 3-foot pipe. The pipe had been there for almost 30 years. The corrugated metal had failed, and the stormwater was then washing out all of the dirt. So when you stood next to the pipe, you could see his slab. At the time, I said, hey, we've got to fix this. And what they told me, and the staff has always been very transparent and upfront with me, they said, you're going to need to tell him he's got to do a homeowner's insurance claim. And I said, a homeowner's insurance claim, that's our pipe. And for me, personally, to put my head on the pillow every night, I would be doing a disservice to the people that I serve if I just tell people, we can't afford it, file your homeowners and then move about my business. I don't roll that way. This isn't a shiny thing to fund. It's the safety of our community. And if you want someone to be a politician that's gonna duck and dive and avoid every tough topic, I'm not your guy. I voted against the utility tax last year because that money goes into the general fund, and that's not a good use of taxpayer dollars. And I have some questions for staff after, Madam Chair, but this fund is locked in to go straight to stormwater stuff. And whenever everyone else is done, I'd have some questions, but that's all I have.
You want to talk now, or you want to do the questions?
I have a few comments. I want to thank overwhelmingly District 4 for coming out tonight. I was a little bit disappointed in people, a lot of District 4 who call me a lot, and people didn't call me about this. So that was disappointing to me, but this has been talked about with staff since last fall, and we've talked about it at meetings, and everyone has been has known that I have been against it from the beginning. I did vote to send the letters to you, and you can fault me for that. Why did I do that? Because I wanted to hear from you. I wanted the public to be able to come out. And so, at any rate, a lot of ugly things have been said, and I want to say that I have complete respect for my fellow commissioners, and someone who I thought was a friend who does not live in my district, former law enforcement officer actually, said this is the worst commission, this is the most damaging commission or something of that effect ever in Clay County. Nothing could be further from the truth. This commission is trying their hardest to fix things that have been wrong in our county for a long, long time. This commission has not hid behind people like just saying we don't want to raise taxes. We found out at one of our budget workshops we're 60th out of 67 counties in tax rate, but we're the 23rd largest county. So we enjoy low taxes in Clay County. We enjoy heavily homesteaded, and I love that because I was born in Clay County. Well, my parents lived in Clay County. I wasn't born here. I was born in Gainesville before Shands was complete, so you can do the math and figure out I'm really pretty old. But at any rate, my parents were in graduate school at the University of Florida. I'm a native Floridian, probably 7 or 8 generations. I have a certificate that says I'm an original Florida cracker. If you don't know what that is, it's not an offensive term. But at any rate, I love our home. And the gentleman who spoke earlier about Keystone Heights is the crown jewel, in my opinion, of Clay County. But it's where I live, but I love representing District 4. And I'm grateful for the people who've reached out. It's been clear to me through this, I've listened to things. I remember before Commissioner Compere was elected, I believe, or maybe when she was just first elected, we had a stormwater failure in Pine Ridge. I think it was Pine Ridge. And it was very, very costly. And we had to close a road down because someone's house was going to fall or could fall in. And it was right when school was getting out. It was a mess and very expensive. Moody Avenue, I get it. But then I looked at so we do have $60 million of unfunded projects. And I looked at the list of projects, and I'm pretty sure maybe I would have a different opinion if I sat in one of the other seats up here. But I sit in the seat that I sit in, elected by the people of District 4, and there's less than $5 million of projects in District 4 that are on this list. And that's because we really just pretty much don't have stormwater, but we do have ditches, we have the roads. We heard a lot tonight about private roads. So in its current draft, I can't support the assessment ordinance, and I won't. And if it needs to pass, and I'm not I'm not suggesting, but if it needs to pass, if it could stay in the areas, because I think we did hear there is a need. And this is one of the things, I've been your commissioner for, November will be 6 years in District 4. And if you're doing the math, I can serve 10 years because I served the first 2 years as a special election. So I won't hit the 8-year term limit until midway through the next term. And I was just reelected, and I appreciate that. So, and I lost that train of thought. That was not a good thing. I wanted to tell you something. Oh, it was that there are a lot of needs in our district about roads. I have worked really hard, and these 4 commissioners have supported. We have done more road work in District 4 than has ever been done by any other commission. And this, and Commissioner Burke and Reniger were elected the same time I was, almost 6 years ago. At that time, there was $3 million a year in Clay County being put towards road work completely. That's all it was. Now we're up over $11 million. And yes, we've had a huge price increase since COVID has happened, but we have new staff, and our county engineer is not new now, but he was at the time, a new public works director. And they under their leadership, they really have committed to getting our roads and our infrastructure right in the county. But we can't go back in time. None of us have a time machine. And sir, thank you for your service on our commission. Gary was here, McIntyre. Things were very different when you all were commissioners. I don't think there were term limits, and a lot of different things were different back then. It was a different world. So, if we could keep the money in District 4, I might be willing to consider it, to do some of these things that people have brought up tonight, but in the current state, I won't support it. But I do want you all to know that I have complete respect for you. The ugly things that have been said, accusations about how none of us care and about how we're lining our pockets, none of that's true. And so I respect you as human beings. I respect you as fellow elected officials, and I respect that your constituents elected you to sit in your seats and make the decisions here. And I just wanted you to know, the 4 of you to know, that I really appreciate you and staff, all the work that has gone into this. Our county manager, county attorney, and other staff have had really horrible things said about them. And and they're just trying to do their job. And it's not right. And we've talked a lot about tonight about things that weren't right, and I don't think that is right either. So at any rate, that's what I had to say, ma'am.
You want to speak now, or you want to wait? Okay. Do you want to start with your questions first? I have some too, but you can go ahead. Okay. I'd like to have Jones Adams, if y'all could come back up, and we've heard over and over our constituents do not feel like they understand why it's necessary. So could you explain that? And then also I would like to see the projects, and I'm going to be bringing up Eric and Richard for that.
So the first part of the question was, excuse me, why the fee is necessary?
Why imposing a stormwater fee would be necessary to our county, in your eyes, from the study that you did?
Well, I can say the reason that pretty much everyone that has done a fee, one of the reasons or probably 2 reasons they've done it. One is it's a reliable source of funding. As you're probably painfully aware, when stormwater is funded out of the general fund, it doesn't get the same priority every year. Other things happen, and so you just don't have a way of guaranteeing that what needs to get done is going to get done. It's just not going to be in the budget. The other issue is that if it is general fund, it isn't necessarily as equitable. So it's based on, the property value as opposed to your contribution to the system. So it's a fairer way to fund, it's a fairer way to fund what needs to be done and to provide something that's reliable. I mean, those are the reasons that it's typically done, and I'd say that's what we would also say for this one.
And I might add maybe the MPDS MS4. So the county has an unfunded mandate in some respects for your stormwater permit, and that's not an option you have. If you've had challenges with that, and Troy, maybe you can speak to that, but I mean, that permit process is required. It requires your Public Works Department to do maintenance work and other activities, and unfortunately, those aren't options that you have, and you can get into regulatory trouble if you don't fund those activities. And so this is just one of the many mechanisms that local government use to ensure that they have the funds to continue to be able to comply with the unfunded mandates that they have from the MTS MS4 permit.
Hey, can you give us some of your experience that you have with water? Since that was questioned.
With water, like our
Yeah,
experience?
your experience, what is your background?
So I have a bachelor's and master's degree in environmental engineering. Within my master's was a specialization in water resources, and I have practiced in this field for about 40 years. And I'm a past president of Florida Stormwater Association, and I'm actually one of the co-authors of the manual that is used to develop stormwater utilities.
And I have a bachelor's and master's degree in civil engineering from the University of Florida. I've worked with our firm for about 30 years. Brett and I have actually worked together on stormwater utilities for 20 some odd years. We worked on Marion counties and city of Palm Coast and several others. And so this is something that we've done, and this guy's actually one of the most well-respected person in the industry in stormwater in the state of Florida.
Yeah, and I would be remiss if not mentioning that Raftellus was a partner with this on this project, and they've probably done more of these throughout the country than maybe any other firm. So highly experienced.
Great. Troy, on that regard, whenever the stormwater permit, whenever work is done, and it has been in the past, we haven't had a stormwater fee, so can you let us know how that's been paid for in the past?
So you paid for, I guess I would want to break, if it's permissible to the board, break that into a couple of different segments. So maintenance, your day-to-day maintenance has been paid for either out of the transportation trust, but your transportation trust is not self-sustaining. So you've been transferring general fund dollars to the transportation trust to pay for maintenance of stormwater. The day-to-day, cleaning the ditch, vac-conning the culvert, everything else that Eric's team does. Capital funding, the major projects have been paid for out of CIP, and I think several of the members of the public said you had about $400,000. I don't think that's an element of, that's all the needs you have. That's all the funds that have been allocated toward that. And then you've got the middle ground, which is those pipe relinings and things like that. And a lot of that has been where we can find the funding and where the board can allocate it from other projects. We've done that. We did spend close to $10 million, if I'm not mistaken, out of ARPA to try to solve some of those problems. This board said, hey, I'm going to take $10 million out of our ARPA funding to try to catch up on some of those. So 2 years, that's where you spent a lot of your money was out of ARPA to make that happen. Does that answer your question, ma'am? And I did bring the project list up since you asked.
What is ARPA funding for the public?
ARPA funding was the money that came out of COVID from the federal government. So to the gentleman that was speaking about grants, it was basically a federal grant that they gave the county. There was no match to it. But that's money's all gone. That's dried up. So we don't have that revenue stream anymore. We did use that to try to catch up on some of the need, but of course not all the need was.
And we were very fortunate to get that, as far as I'm concerned. I mean.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And I did bring the list up that you'd asked for.
Yes. And along with this list, Eric and Richard, can y'all go ahead and come on up? I was told and, definitely, I understand, all the District 4 concerns, with private roads and everything, but is it not true that there is more roads in District 4 than possibly my district, or?
I think that, and I would refer to Eric and Richard on the specifics, but again, I think there's three segments you have to put this into. There's the $4 to $5 million in day-to-day maintenance, which is spread across everything that goes through Eric's shop. I don't know that breakdown. That would be more of an Eric thing. Then there's, on the other side, there's the capital projects that came out of your stormwater master plan. That's these 15, 16 projects that you're seeing on the screen right now are those major projects that have to have capacity improvement, those capital CIP type projects. And then below that, and this is on the website on the FAQ page, then below that is a list of another 3 pages of projects that are more your middle maintenance projects. They don't qualify for capital because they're not increasing capacity, but they're not day-to-day maintenance. They're the things that are in the process of failing, as, I don't know if that's the right way to say it, Eric. I'll leave it to you to explain.
Really, they just come over, I'm sorry, Madam Chair and Board, Eric Pope, Public Works. The piece there goes to repair and rehabilitation. So they're not doing any changing in capacity, they're just replacing them in kind, or we're aligning them, is really what they come. And all these right here, there's actually 88 on those 4 pages, broken up from all the different districts are a part of that. These are things that we have found over the years, that either through, now I'd like to say we're proactive, but we're only proactive in a couple items. Everything else is service requested based or request based type of operation. So whenever we get a service request from the public, we go out there and we actually check to see what's going on. And this is a result of those type of inspections that we do. We have 2 VACCON trucks and a camera truck. And when they go out there, they'll actually go into the systems and then see what kind of a rating each one of them get. And if it's to the point where it needs to be either completely replaced or it can be lined, and hopefully that's where we are, then it goes onto this list. Before, I've only fortunate to be with the county here for 3 years, and for the past 2 years, we really, or my first 2 years here, we didn't really have any budget, as to Mr. Nagel was saying. The only funds that we were able to get were through our O&M, our operations and maintenance funds that we had each year. And a lot of those we really try to do those were only when they were at failure. From that, this last year is the first year we actually received 1.6 million, and we actually completed 30 projects. But again, they're all inside of the repair and rehabilitation.
And I'm sure you would agree that there's many projects probably that are not on that list that you haven't even found yet. And unfortunately, we probably won't find it till something bad happens, I would think. Would you agree?
Absolutely, ma'am. We find them all the time. This list is actually, it's a little, we actually have about 27 more projects that we've identified in the last couple of weeks that would go on here. There's actually one, it was not even a couple weeks ago, actually, one of the projects that we're talking about, 220 in the bridge. When they were going through and putting in the new infrastructure under drainage in that area, they had to actually pump down pump down the pond that's located there. And when they did, they found out that most of the structures that are going from Nightbox to 220 were completely filled with sedimentation and were not working, were failing. To the point where in this particular instance, FDOT was actually able to provide money for those, but my shop was actually able to clean out of them, and we found quite a bit of pieces that have been not working for a very long time. I think that's indicative probably throughout the county. One of the major problems that we see pretty regularly is a lot of the pipes that we do camera or go into are CMP. And corrugated metal pipes, and those really the lifespan of those are between 25 and 30 years, depending on a couple different environmental factors.
Richard, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, Richard Smith, County Engineer. Just one of the things that happened on that 220 project, while Eric was finding that problem within the work zone, it discovered another problem 1,500 feet east of there, outside of the work zone, and that was about a $350,000 repair that Florida DOT funded. We had to come up with the same 60-inch pipe. You can imagine 5-foot diameter pipe, up to your neck, full of dirt, full of mud from probably 30, 40 years of, it was a poor design that had failed. The pipes had come apart. We found that and we had to fix that. We, the county, had to pay for that. This all took place in about the last 8 weeks. So those are what I'm concerned about. Yeah, we got a list. We got a list on, Immokalee. We got a list on Begonia. We're gonna get in there, we'll find something else. We know we will. On a Begonia, we already identified a $4 million project that's not on the list. And that was identified in 2019 by the previous county engineer who, again, explained to me when we kind of crossed paths that, this didn't pass and this didn't pass in 2019 by that board and it really put the county behind. So,
Right. Which would have been a $65 fee across the board, and we definitely would not be in the spot right now that we're at
correct.
if we had not kicked the can down the road.
And we always
Once
talk
again,
across the board. You gotta remember, that Academy, that Home Depot, two Home Depots, couple of Walmarts, Publix is all over. That's where, those are the big muscle movers when it comes to this. Yeah, they've got detention ponds, but they're also got a 600 space parking lot out front. So they're paying, multiple times what someone on a half acre, 2,000 square foot home pays. So you wanna make sure that they are given their fair share too. Because even though they do treat it, it does put a burden transferring it from their property to the eventual WOTS, Waters of the United States, which is where Black Creek and the river and ultimately the ocean come in.
Right, and then, growth is something that I ran on, whenever I became a commissioner. That is definitely something that I came on trying to fight as soon as I got here. You can ask county attorney here. And we did have a moratorium in District 5 for 3 years, 4 years, but it was for increased density. We couldn't just totally cut off building and development, unfortunately, because we would get sued and we would lose. I mean, that is the facts. We can't just stop growth and development. We cannot stop people from selling their properties. And I had major landowners on Sand Ridge Road that sold their property and they sold it to developers and they were allowed to build. We could not do a thing about it. We never even had to see their faces. They never even had to come to our board. So can you touch on, yes, I think you might have said something like, we might have approved maybe 24 homes, possibly single homes here and there being approved on this board. We did approve, since I've been on the board, the Agricola property south of Green Cove. They promised us they wouldn't develop for 15 years. Yes, they lied to us. Yes, I learned a very valuable lesson on that one. But that is it. And so, yes, I have been fighting growth. And Richard, if you could touch on that, since I know we've talked about that before. Yeah, I mean, I heard it over and over again. Our developers should be footing the bill. Developers should be paying for all this stormwater. Can you please touch on that for us?
Well, one of the things I'll touch on is the developers didn't make that culvert under Russell Road 70 years old. It's 70 years old because that's when it was built. The guardrail, so when we replace the guardrail on continuously, because the culvert does not meet any type of current specifications. What is happening then if you want to take the silver lining from really dark cloud, the rules now, the water management rules have been in effect. Mark can correct me, just in the last 12 months, I think they went into effect in January of 26, are significantly stronger. The stuff that the developers have to do now to put in the next phase of Saratoga Springs or the first or second phase of Governor's Park is tremendously more stringent than it was even 4 years ago. So when we say, can we start doing better? The rules have gotten to where they have to. Now, I'm not saying that they're building, impervious driveways out of Grasscrete and stuff like that, where you'll have grass growing, but they are doing, the treatment of the water when it comes out is much higher, is cleaner than it ever was for any site, any new stuff. We're seeing a lot of preservation. We're seeing, people, I'd never live on a quarter acre lot. Some folks like that. My mom's not 82. She's not real good at pushing a lawnmower. She's got 13 acres to mow over in Stark. she'd probably do good in a 5,000 square foot lot. But when you do that, you preserve maybe 80 acres of wetlands or green space or wildlife, and you put the same number of houses. That proposal came up recently on the Long Bay project. They were gonna preserve all this land and just focus on a small area. So still got the same density that they wanted to be profitable, but, so I'm not saying it's great to build small lots, but that's what a lot of people want, and we can't take these property rights away from folks. I tell folks, even if we're trying to get the right of way, I believe we get the right of way to make some of these private roads public before we can get their guns first. You know, they really hold on to their land. Their property rights in Florida are extremely sacred. So,
we've said that, we haven't added up in each district how much is that where. Commissioner Condon said there was 5 million in District 4. No matter what the study says, that we were 30 million, something like that, behind. And then we needed to be able to do 5 million per year in maintenance. So no matter what is in each district, we're still gonna have maintenance after this year, after the first year. I mean, maintenance has to be done. So, no matter where, we all drive these roads, we all use all the roads in Clay County, whenever we're going through or going to work, whatever. So, that's, I just wanted to make sure that was reiterated, that the 5 million is still something that has to be looked at every year, and we haven't been doing it because we haven't had the funds. We've had to get it wherever we possibly could. And, it hasn't been nice. And, I wish, personally, I wish that at 2019 that we could have gone ahead and taken care of it, but we didn't, and we're here,
the unfunded mandate you mentioned earlier about the MS4, or it was mentioned, what that stands for is, Eric Steam has to inspect every outfall that comes, whether it's a ditch, a concrete ditch, a grass ditch, a pipe, anything that dumps into a creek or a waterway, and I'm talking like, I learned every creek name here. We have a Sugar House Creek. We have a Dillberry Branch. We've got all these names. Well, going to those creeks on the county roads, there's culverts. Everybody that lives in a county road with a culvert, they got a lifetime guarantee, because we got to make sure that drainage in that ditch, the state mandates that water flow properly. One, for obvious reasons, that it doesn't damage your upstream neighbor. So your culvert fails, or if you just moved there and it was a culvert put in 1940, a metal pipe that's rotted away, that's and those aren't free. That's a $4,000 or $5,000 replacement for your normal citizen if they're going out there doing it. Now, we don't build new culverts for new development or new homes, but once that culvert is in the ground, it is a lifetime guaranteed, and that's got to come somewhere, I guess, out of your rehabilitation budget, which is where our MS4 comes out too. If there's a problem at the end of that, if we find some sort of an illicit discharge or erosion, the state doesn't send us a dump truck full of riprap. We got to go do it ourselves. So, and they don't pay us. I don't think we get a check every year, do we, Troy? So we don't get that funded.
My last question for you, Richard.
Yes.
They wanted to know why you didn't do the study.
That's a big head on the top of Mark's shoulders, and mine isn't that big head. So it's the study we do is based a lot on the phone calls we get. We get someone saying, "Hey, take a look at this," and we go look at it and say, "Yeah, that's a problem. Let's put it on the list." We got the Pine Ridge issue. That wasn't a 70, 80-year-old pipe. That was a 20-year-old pipe in a relatively new subdivision. Yeah. And it wasn't our fault. I mean, I say our fault. County didn't build that pipe. Y'all haven't asked me to nail one shingle or hang one piece of sheetrock or paint a house here. So I haven't built a single one of these houses that come through. So, and that developer they built a road, and we got a bill of goods on that one. As it is now, every road that's built in a subdivision, there's a special box in their taxes where they pay. The homeowners pay for the maintenance of that road And there's also calculated where they can get that road resurfaced every 20 years. So we didn't have that then. Well, we bore that, and it was a very, very expensive, very difficult. When it was over, we had to close roads, and they had to go down a dirt road, buggy whip. When it was over, the contractor was so grateful to the, I never told you guys this story. He was so grateful to the citizens because they cooperated. They had to, at Thanksgiving, they didn't have a driveway. They literally had a place to park and walk. He gave them like all $100 gift certificates to Publix. So we didn't pay for that, by the way. So it was he was just thankful that, and those people were thankful too because their houses were caving in. So,
Well, and along those lines, as far as why Richard would not do a study, we are dealing with less employees now than we had in 2006.
correct.
We have, and talk about a lean budget. I remember, since most of y'all are from District 4, Commissioner Condon last meeting announced to her constituents that anytime you want to come sit and look at her budget, she was welcoming you. I mean, it's there. I mean, we have a huge book if you want to see it, but I'm not going to do it right yet, but
And Commissioner Burke, that engineers isn't plural in Clay County.
there we go.
I'm the only one.
Yes, and Richard is going
Yeah.
nonstop, and I can tell you, I am calling him regularly. So, and I'm sure everyone else here does too.
Yeah.
So just to kind of go into that, I know you have more questions, but this is the right time to say this. Living in our means, cutting our budget, trimming the budget, whatever you want to call it, we've done it. And yes, we were $40 million in deficit. We were, and that's a normal budget process. I have MJ here that deals with the budget. That's her job. And that is a normal part of a budget. The departments turn in everything they want. All those great, I think you call it bright, shiny things. They didn't get that. Then you trim the budget, and all of these departments, our Parks and Rec, our libraries, every single one of the departments trim their budget in a major way. So if you want to see it, you can see it at any time. But I'll go through some of the ones. We have library hotspots were cut, $12,000. Parks programs operationally only $20,000. Library lockers, $22,000. LexiPoll, which is a program, software, $36,000. Reduced training and certification, $65,000. Phase out employee opt out, $90,000. And this is affecting our employees. I mean, we have to cut everywhere. It's not, oh no, I don't want you to cut my area. Let's trim the budget, but oh God, don't cut UFIFAS. Don't cut this. Don't cut that. Everyone is subject. You can't just say I'm just going to cut at certain places. We are buying a property for the supervisor of elections to save a lot of money. Delay filling commission auditor, $150,000, as well as two full-time. We have 2 full-time people per 1,000 people here. Again, less than we had in 2006. 2 positions were cut at UFIFAS. We have 6 people in grants now instead of 8. And I heard someone saying something not really nice too about our assistant county managers. We have 3 now. And yes, they might have left, but we're not filling it again. They're not filling it again. Anytime a position opens and comes, county manager freezes the position and they have to prove to him why we need to fill that position, okay? Municipal PSAPs, $200,000 cut. Land management planning for Veterans Park, $300,000. Reduced JTA funding, $500,000. COLA, our employees are getting a straight $1,000 raise. That's it. That's all they get. Whatever, it doesn't matter what their salary is or what their pay is. That's $500,000. Retiree opt-out program, they're also suffering, $540,000. Reduced veteran exhibition, $750,000. Park and Recs projects, $1.175 million. Okay, so all of you that call me and say our parks aren't being taken care of, I'm sorry, you're going to call me and I'm going to say, what do you want me to do? Okay, you told us to trim the budget. You told us to live within our means. And a lot of families use our parks, and we want them to be able to. It's very important. FTE reduction, $3.3 million. That's 33 positions. And again, we are having to prove if we possibly need another employee to come on with the county. So please don't say we're not living within our means. We are. And we've been doing it the whole time I've been on the board. So wasteful spending, that's not in this vocabulary, okay? I did work hard for what I have from a very, not having much at all when I was in college. And I'm sure everyone else here too, and we know I know how to budget. And I came on this board to make this county better. And it means a lot to me. It means a lot to my family. And so whenever I hear comments like that, I take great offense. And hopefully that you would want a commissioner like that, that does care. Hopefully they'll find one in my position next time when I'm out of here. So if you have more questions, you can go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question, and Richard, you might be able to answer this. Our code in Clay County, corrugated metal pipe, CMP versus concrete, does the code spell out what they have to put in regarding stormwater?
Oh, CMP's not accepted.
Okay, so that's,
what
so if
is-
we find those, they're very old, is what
Oh,
you're
yeah, they are.
They don't even do that anymore.
What you
Okay.
use now is called HDP, which is a high-density polyethylene plastic pipe, and that's pretty much what's used throughout. The corrugated metal or the concrete pipe will come in like on shallow cover, because it is expensive.
Gotcha.
But we know how long it lasts. It lasts about 100 years.
And
The PVC, the HDPE, we don't know.
Yeah. Well, my
Thousands.
question is I'm trying to look proactively to prevent future commissions from being in this situation. Do we have the ability to put in the code, it has to be concrete pipe, or it has to be?
In our right of way, we have that. We can't stop someone from building their barn and whatever.
Sure.
Using metal pipe. But Eric, do you guys use very much metal pipe anymore?
We still use culverts or metal. The real reasoning is the cost, right? So it's about a quarter of the cost.
So, but we would, typically when a homeowner, new person comes in, we want them to go to the polyethylene, to the high density polyethylene.
Gotcha. Next questions for Troy. This is a fully protected assessment. It has to be spent on stormwater, correct?
Yes, sir. This goes into a restricted fund. Anything that's generated off of this has to be used and stay in that fund. It cannot be transferred out of that fund.
Okay. This is for the county manager. For me personally, I'd like to see a lot of transparent accountability with this program in terms of what projects have been completed, what projects are scheduled, the timeline of those projects. I think that's going to be very, very important. I had a note because Miss Watson was here from Old Hard Road, and she had mentioned that she didn't have an issue, but there was a $450,000 project right in front of her house, which maybe she didn't know. One of the things that I'm still kind of struggling with is, it'll be $9 million annually. We've talked about $5 million for maintenance and $4 million to tackle the capital projects. I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on what happens when we catch up. I probably, because of term limits, I won't be on the commission at that point, but I do think it would be fiscally responsible to have a dial back, and maybe Jones Edmonds can answer something like that if you've seen other governmental entities have the ability to set it up that way.
I'm not sure that I've actually seen a dial back, and not saying that you couldn't, but typically when the first utilities went in, which was about in the late 80s, and it took a while for them to evolve, most of them were pretty underfunded. So they funded a certain portion of it, and they still had to use general funds for other things. So even if they accomplished, got some CIP items off the list, they probably still they couldn't justify a dial back. But again, I don't know why you couldn't. There shouldn't be anything that would prevent you from doing that.
Okay. And then, go ahead.
On that note, you as a board set the rate every year. That is a part of your rate, so theoretically, any board could dial it back at any time because that is a board voted assessment.
Got it. Okay, good. And then the last thing that I have, Madam Chair, is our next item of tonight's agenda is reducing the veterans solid waste exemption, which I can't support. I'm totally not in favor of doing that. And hearing the community tonight, people are hurting. I mean, there are definitely residents that even if they're at the lowest tier, this is going to be, you know, tough on their budgets. I would ask the commission to with the stormwater assessment, to consider doing a 50% veteran exemption and 100% hardship exemption, that if residents qualify for those, their stormwater assessment would be adjusted accordingly. That's something that I'm in favor of. I feel like that's a fair compromise. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
What's your thoughts on that, Troy? Are we able to do that?
I'm gonna defer to legal counsel on the ability to do it, and then I can talk the financial side of it.
Yes, what we would do is just bring back, at the next board meeting, a resolution that just implements that. So the ordinance that you enacted, setting up the utility provides the authority for you to do that.
But then I would just give you two caveats on it. One, because of the timeline that you're in right now, my recommendation would be that that resolution has some tie to the solid waste veteran. The people that have qualified under veterans for solid waste or hardship for solid waste would be the ones that we would implement this. You don't have enough time to open up a whole new application process, is my point. So I would say the people that have already qualified under solid waste would be the ones that you would do for stormwater. That would be my recommendation to the board. And then the second thing is, in transparency to the board, that means you're gonna have to move that money out of the general fund, because you can't legally exempt somebody holistically. It has to come from somewhere, and it would have to come from your general fund. I think based on that,
750, is that what it was?
I don't think it would be that high, because you've got to remember this fee is lower than what your solid waste one is. I would say it's probably no more than 500,000, but we'd have to run the numbers before the next board meeting so that you have full transparency, but I would think it'd be less than 500,000 based on what you just said, if that's what the board's desire would be.
All right, and then my other wish for there would be to obey a max of 110 instead of 121, whatever it was.
You're talking about the maximum assessment where it's 85
So not 41%, but
down to 110 instead of 120. And I don't think from a staff perspective, we would have an issue with that. I think 110 is what we showed it happening over the next 10 years. So I don't have a problem from a staff perspective supporting that.
okay.
I have two questions, clarification. One's for Richard, I think. There was
Thank y'all.
a comment about these stormwater projects being in municipalities.
In what?
In municipalities.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
Are there any in municipalities?
No, there's not. A municipality isn't, a place with curb and gutter. There are specific lines. The town limit line for Orange Park, for instance, is the CSX rail line from, I guess, the Duval County line south to somewhere around Gano. And we have a project called the Dudley Creek one that was identified in the stormwater study. The ditch runs on the county side of the tracks. So I would, and again, it's important to note that the projects you saw out of the stormwater master plan that Jones Edmonds came through, those are the big ones. Those are the ones when we say, when Hurricane Dora comes back or Irma, that's what they're looking at. We're looking at the day-to-day stuff, getting to the grocery store, making sure that culvert doesn't fail like it did on Moody, getting to school. So that's what we're concerned about at the county level.
Through the chair, if I may, can I expand on that a little bit? Not only do those projects you legally would not be able to spend your money from your fund on a project in the municipality.
Right.
That's not, if it was a project that benefited both the municipality and the county, you as the board would have to enter in some kind of agreement with the municipality to pay their fair share. You would not be able to expend these dollars in a municipality.
Correct.
So just put that on the record.
The second question may not be yours, maybe Sharice, but a prior commission suspended impact fees in the county, I think.
2006 or
For
so.
how many years?
All the way until 2017.
So we had 10 years
And that's how we got behind
of
this.
a moratorium on impact fees. Put us way behind.
Thank you, Grace.
So before we all got here, we were behind the power curve.
And when we reinstated them, we cannot go up to, we can't just go back to what we missed out on. We have to slowly go up.
And we had developers in here, builders
Because of
in
state
here
law.
plenty when we reinstituted impact fees.
Yeah.
They weren't happy with us, so just for clarification.
Does anybody have a question for Richard? Anybody? I'm trying to stop the musical chairs. I have a question for Courtney. Can you explain why it's a fee, not a tax?
Basically, the statute, which many of the constituents here have cited, it's under statute 403.0893. The Florida legislature provided for a stormwater utility to be formed and specifically provides for it to be an assessment and or a fee, not a tax, and allows you to collect it through the non-ad valorem method, which is what you followed in this case.
Right.
Madam Chair, if Courtney could you also expand upon why it doesn't go to the voters, or maybe what does go to the voters, or if Troy wants to address it? Because I think there's a misnomer out there that if it's a tax, we have to go to the voters, and that's not true. I know we can raise the ad valorem.
Right.
We chose not to, by the way. We chose not to raise the ad valorem. If your property value went up, that's the property appraisers, not ours. But can you maybe address?
The only two things that I know that have to go to the voters by statute, Courtney, correct me if I'm wrong, are TDC and sales tax.
I know the sales tax, and I'm not sure if all of the TDC
Well, I don't know
taxes
if it's
have
all,
to.
but I know
Right.
some of it does have to go to the voters by statute.
Oh, the conservation, the voters voted on the conservation.
But as far as the other taxes, those are the only ones that I know that are statutorily go to the voters by, by process. I think that was your question.
And I will say also, yes, garbage fee did go up because we were at the end of our contract. We were stuck. We didn't know, we had to do one way or the other. And so, but other than that, we have not raised anything. And I kept on hearing that we are assessing fees every year, and we just haven't. In 5 years, nothing has changed as far as that, except for the garbage fee. So, property values did go up. I know mine went up a little bit. I'm hearing that from a lot of people. So, whenever you got your property tax bill to this past week. So, any other questions? Staff, Jones, Edmonds, anybody? Okay. Allison, do you want to go now? Or compare? Sure.
So I've just been sitting here throughout the meeting wondering how we even got here, decisions that we faced and have made, and in earnest, I regret any and every decision that I have made that may have contributed to getting to this point. Any and all, if any, mismanagement of your resources. And really, I thank you all for coming out tonight.
Okay. I would like to say, off topic a little bit, I dodged being the chair for 5 years, okay? I looked the other way when they were voting. I'm chair this year, okay? Somebody has to be in charge. I'm a mom, so I'm pretty good at, directing traffic and all that kind of stuff. But, nobody wants to be in a meeting with everybody yelling and everything, so I do apologize if I had to come off harsh. I just try to do my best. That's it, and that's my goal. That's what I try to teach my kids. So again, sorry, I do apologize, but I felt like overall it was a good meeting, and I do appreciate also everyone. I had patients here and church people here, and just it's nice to see the community come out, and And we do appreciate it, and no matter what, you know, no matter what we face, it is nice to have the community actually care enough to come up here in the rain and having to be downstairs. Since before I became a commissioner, sir, we're not in public comment.
I know that. I asked a question of you. I gave a letter to the board, and I asked for a receipt. If you would please read that.
No.
That's not
No,
how
You-
this
you-
works.
Sir, you can talk to us after the meeting, though. We'll talk about your
Madam,
letter.
May I make a comment on the legality?
No, you can't.
It's just not
You can't.
public comment. We're
I'm sorry.
The commission's deliberating right
And
now.
I'm going to finish my statement. Since I became a commissioner, before I became a commissioner, I heard there's no infrastructure here. There's not enough roads. There's no planning. And I think everyone that has listened to this meeting can tell that's what we're trying to do. I mean, we are trying to make sure our kids and our grandkids and all of your families, our plan is for their future. And so we can't neglect it. You know, we just can't do that anymore. It should have been addressed years ago, but it wasn't again. So, I just want to make sure I've said everything I want to say, but we have aging infrastructure we're having to deal with. We know some of it's 30 years and more old. So anyway, that's all I have, and I'll entertain a motion, or if anybody else would like to speak.
I'll make a motion, what do we make a motion? We adopt the final stormwater assessment resolution and the interlocal agreement for reimbursement to the tax collector.
Are you gonna add what,
Yeah, are you
what Commissioner
amenable to
Furlong-
the $110 max, the
Oh, yeah.
50%?
Okay, modify the max to be $110, and what are we doing with the other?
50% veteran
veterans.
exemption and 100% hardship exemption.
That too.
Okay, that's your motion?
That's my motion.
And we're doing interlocal separate, or?
Correct. And then just to be clear, so the final resolution that you are proposing to adopt would have the 110 max. The exemptions we would bring back at the next board meeting for you to incorporate as part before it gets sent to the tax collector.
Okay.
That's my motion.
I'll second the motion.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, and if there's no discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2. All right, and we will move, oh no, sorry, interlocal agreement for tax collector reimbursement?
And property appraiser.
Oh, we're gonna do both
You
at
can
once,
do
okay.
both together.
I'll make a motion, we approve the interlocal agreement to the tax collector and property appraiser.
I'll second.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Passes 3-2. All right, and we will move on to number 23, public hearing to consider the adoption of ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Clay County, Florida, amending Article 4 solid waste disposal assessment and Article 5 solid waste collection of Chapter 10 garbage and trash of the Clay County Code. Who's doing this? Oh, Courtney. Okay.
As, just in following up with the consensus direction through the couple of budget workshops, we're just bringing back to you the reduction for, it's only the veterans exemption, to reduce it by 50% for the solid waste. And it's both the disposal and the collection.
All right, any discussion? If not, I'll take a
Public hearing.
Public hearing.
public hearing. What now?
Just public hearing.
Can I speak on this?
Okay.
Just a minute. Charlie, wait just a minute. She'll open the public hearing.
Open the public hearing.
All right, my name's on file. I got a card in that stack for the other one. My name's Charlie Steele. I have veterans in my family. I love me some veterans. And from my understanding, they have a 100% discount now on their trash. We're talking about our disabled vets that have to roll the can down to the road now. and we're gonna try to charge them 50%? Let's vote no to this. Y'all got a stormwater thing, let's vote no to let's take care of the vets.
All right, thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Have a card for me.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Meadows, hold on.
I don't have a card. My name is Bruce Nelson. I live in Middleburg. You're my commissioner.
Can you pull it up? They're saying they can't hear you, sir.
My statement here has nothing to do with the validity of the needs of the county. It has everything to do with the validity of the statute you wish to impose this with. Because the mechanism requires a special benefit demonstrated, not a general benefit. And the overwhelming majority of the stuff you said was for a general benefit of the county.
Are you talking about this item, or are you talking about the last?
I'm talking about the water assessment.
Yeah, we moved on.
Okay, well, now you heard my piece.
Okay.
That you have to demonstrate, the burden is on you to demonstrate a special benefit for the specific people you wish to impose this on.
Okay,
By
it's
law.
already been voted on, sir, but thank you.
By law.
Thank you. Mr. Meadows, you can come on up.
Have none of you the honor, the integrity, the minimal bit of respect for the men and women, some of them here, who signed a contract to put their life on the line for this nation. And yet, when they're injured to the point they're disabled and discharged, they're sent to the VA for care because the armed forces does not. And yet you, each one of you, there's a veteran, maybe, you will take from that veteran who suffers from disability for serving his country, and now you're going to charge him when most of them have limited capability to work and have the funds to pay for this. Where is your honor, your integrity, and the respect for the people that put their lives on the line for every one of you?
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? All right,
I hope that, Helena Cormier, my address is on file. I hope that y'all will vote against this and not reduce their tax burden.
Anyone else?
Increase it. Yeah, don't increase it. Yes, increase, sorry.
I wrote that this would not touch the hardship. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so hardship still gets 100%.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you are a disabled veteran who has not applied for the hardship, you can apply for the hardship and would receive the 100%.
So, which is the same pretty much that we just voted on for stormwater, correct?
Right.
Yes,
It's the exact same thing.
yeah. Debbie, you're a veteran. I've been told that there are no other counties that we know of that does do this.
There are very few counties that do this, so.
Yes,
I
and
mean,
unfortunately, this is just one of the things we're having to look at.
What I understand is this was, waiver and reduction was done before the statute on property tax, so.
It was to give them relief before they got 100%
Right.
property tax
Right.
exemption.
Right.
Okay? Any discussion, any other discussion?
Madam Chair, I just would like to say thank you for Commissioner Reniger's service to our nation, Vietnam veteran, and our county manager. My son is a veteran, saw combat, so I don't want anybody to think that whatever the votes are tonight, that we aren't grateful. Very, very grateful. And that just didn't sit well with me. I'm very grateful for both our county manager and Commissioner Reniger and their service.
I actually have the honor of treating veterans pretty much all day long at my office. So the VA sends them to me. And so that is a big honor for me, and of course, I love all of my veterans, and I appreciate every bit of service and what they did for our country. Anyway, that is, I don't have a motion yet. Do I? I'll take a motion.
Hold a public hearing already?
We did.
We did, okay. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the ordinance of the board for fees, what are you talking? Solid waste fees, assessments, solid collection, garbage trash of Clay County. And do we need to modify it to include, no?
No.
That's what's in here now.
It is, this solely deals with the veterans exemption, reducing it to 50%. The hardship remains at
That's in there
100.
now, okay. I'll make a motion to approve it.
I'll second it.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Passes 3-2. All right. We have our second public comment. Anybody else like to speak? Public comment? Are you coming up, Mr. Meadows? Yes, ma'am. Great. Thank you.
I am absolutely amazed at the fact that you would grub money from a few veterans, and there's about 22,000 veterans, I understand, in this county, and a bunch of them are disabled, but you'd grub that money from them and not help them. And then you also passed this resolution for the non-ad valorem tax on wastewater, when you're grubbing that money from the people, because every one of you are afraid of standing up to this sheriff and their overstaffed department. And I understand that not one of you will ask for a line-by-line budget for that sheriff. My survey shows she has about 70 people that do nothing but absorb money. Are you proud of that? Can you answer the question?
We will not.
Keep it up. Maybe we'll all find you recalled.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Is this like open?
Yes.
Taking my hat off for you. I'm a little bit more together now than I was earlier. I finally got to the point in my life where I could buy an acre of land. It's actually an acre and a half. I grew up out here. As I stated before, one of the first ones to graduate from Middleburg. So I've been out here for a while. I built a house. It's on a sand hill on a private road. I have no runoff. It goes right into the ground. I get a $161 bill. I mean, for what? You get money, all these new houses. I had to pay an impact fee. I didn't impact nothing. I grew up here. Same truck, running down the same roads. What did I impact? Nothing. I had to pay for that. Now you're gonna throw this other tax. I mean, are we turning this into Massachusetts? Are we becoming a northern state? This guy looks like he's asleep on your phone. I don't know what you're doing. Half the time you've been on your phone when
Sir, I
people are
don't have to
talking.
answer to you on my phone, okay? You have no idea
I'm making
what
a
I'm doing.
statement. I didn't,
No.
this is
No,
my
you're
time.
not going to degrade me or him.
It's not degrading, it's a
Yes,
fact.
it is. Speak about anything else besides us. Thank you.
Well, I'm just saying, we're up here talking, we don't have your attention.
I can listen to you without looking at you, okay?
Looking at your phone. But anyway. Am I on a timer?
No, go ahead.
Oh. Well, where is the money? All this, what's the impact fee is 18,000 now? Where's all that money going? All these new houses, you got all these new taxes. I understand paying for this guy in the fire department, but you got all this money, where's it going? I dang sure don't, flock cameras, come on. That had to get approved here, I believe. I'm not sure. But like I said, this gentleman's salary, no problem. The fire and rescue, no problem.
Now you're done.
Am I done?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anyone else?
Your undivided attention.
You're welcome.
I live in Fleming Island. You're my commissioner. And I've been very active in state politics, national politics, Clay County politics, under the cover, through meetings, school advisory councils, board meetings. I'm very disappointed, aside from a couple of you, only from the fact that I don't think you recognize or you appreciate the impact of the local citizens that appeared today. I don't know if you even realize how many people were out downstairs by the elevators, packed, out in the parking lot. We're talking about the citizens of Clay County that came through a thunderstorm from all areas of Clay County to come and speak to you. And that's what's on my heart tonight, is the fact that they came to speak to you. So in person, not just an email or a text. In person, that's important. That's valuable as a elected official. That's valuable because that shows that your constituents, they didn't come to complain. Not all of them came to complain. They came to share their life experiences with you because you represent them. That's an honor. When you choose to serve your local county, you're doing it for a reason. I don't understand, Mr. Reniger, how you could actually vote to reduce a veteran's percentage on the garbage tax. How any of you could vote on that. They should be clear. And the attorney stating that they can file a hardship, you know how much paperwork that is for, and how hard it is. Think about how hard it is. It should be automatic. They're automatic exempt. But you're requiring them to file. You're requiring a disabled veteran to file more paperwork in order to receive the benefit. How many people actually do that? How many elderly people can actually think to do that? They should be automatically exempt. And the assessment is a tax. And I'm very disappointed as a citizen of 40 years.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. County Attorney? Are you coming up now? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Karen Kuhn. got my card. I do appreciate the time that y'all have spent here and you have listened. I think that a lot of the people who have complained about the ordinance is the way it's presented. And I hope in the future that you will see how this ordinance was presented and come up with a better way to achieve what you need. I understand that the county provides much needed services to everyone. The fire, the police, the road system, everything. It's not free. We have to all pitch in something, but not everyone can afford what you're asking them to pitch in, or that they do not see the reasoning for that amount because they don't feel that they have been assessed equally. And all of these, any of these ordinances affect all of us in the county one way or another. Whether it not be you personally, it could be your neighbor. I live in a neighborhood in a little bitty square that is going to be ate up by development that has already been approved, and there's nothing we can do about it. But on the same token, everyone in my development are on a fixed income. And if they are not, I have one family that lives next to me who is a single father with 4 children. All right. I hope and I pray that he can afford this additional tax. Last year, he sold his car to pay his county taxes, his wife's car. What is he going to have to sell this year? But it's a drop because it's all of a sudden. It's not going, you're not forewarning us that this is going to be applied to us next year. Okay, to give us a year to save that extra money. It's all of a sudden we get a notice in the mail and now we're going to be charged this excess of charge. I, for one, it's going to be hard for me to make it, but I'm going to be able to make it because I save for the things that you hope never happen. But I'm a pessimistic and I know things are going to happen.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Again, my name is Steve Ray. So on
Mike.
on the tax ad valorem assessment, I read in the letter that there was a way to approach or apply for a mitigation credit, correct?
With the CDD, or are you talking about?
Are you talking
So
about
I am
the-
unincorporated Clay County, unincorporated Clay County. John, you are my representative over by
Your neighborhood's not in a CDD though, correct? It's on a private road.
private road. That's correct. Mitigation credit application process.
I think he's actually talking
That is
about
actually still available? That was
Reason
to
for the
be,
mitigation credit, if someone lives in a CDD and they have already paid for stormwater in there, that's what that mitigation credit was for. So,
then the
Okay, so
letter
what-
totally misrepresented the intention of that.
do you know what he's talking about, Courtney?
I know what you're
I
talking
had
about.
20 days after today
Yeah.
to submit for a mitigation credit so that my family can seek relief
It's the
from this
appeal.
additional tax.
It's not the mitigation credit. You're talking about the appeal process.
The appeal process occurs after today.
Well,
The appeal process was not the one It was 20 days after your July 31st letter.
Right. If you want to specifically object to your personal for your property,
Correct.
as provided in your notice, you have the 20 days. You actually have an actual 10 extra days under the ordinance. If you want to appeal the validity, and that just comes to us, that comes to the county.
Yes,
If you
ma'am.
want to appeal the actual validity of the final resolution, that is something that you file over at the circuit court. And the ordinance provides for that opportunity as well. But that's the entire process.
How clear is that to the average citizen to do?
It's very clear. It's laid out in the ordinance and the resolution.
Is it in the single letter that I received?
Yes.
On how to do that?
It specifically provides that, I mean, we received numerous objections that we've
I
responded to.
understand. So there's 20 days plus 10. There's 30 days from today.
No, sir. In your letter, it's 20 days from the mailing of your notice.
No, it's not 20 days from the mailing of my notice, it's 20 days from today.
No, sir. And it's by Florida statute. I can
So
give you
that
the
is
statute number.
extremely confusing. I talked to Mr. Troy Nagel, excuse me, but thank you. In the letter that I have, it articulates 20 days from today.
Mr. Nagel, he's right here. He'll talk to you outside. He said if you would like to, he'll go over it with you if you'd like. He can answer your question. So just because that'll help you and get the answer to it. So you don't have to worry about calling or anything. He's right in the back.
That's very helpful.
Great.
Hopefully there is an out to appeal something where I don't even qualify for a personalized benefit of the tax. So we'll see how that goes. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
Funny, I filed an appeal about 2-3
Didn't
weeks
Harry
ago
speak?
to live from Wanamaker's office on a Friday afternoon.
Well, you already spoke and you already spoke, sir. All right. So nobody else? No. Okay, county attorney?
Yes, I just wanted to quickly follow up. As you are aware, we were one of the 33 counties that were included in the federal court action that was filed by the Florida Action Committee, challenging the sexual predator regulations within the county. We have furnished the defense or our defense is currently being covered by our insurance. They also have other counties that they are providing the defense for as well. Our response to the action will be due mid-October. So right now, it's really just getting everybody together on a joint defense stand front. But if you have any questions, just let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, hold on, Howard. All right, county manager?
Ma'am, nothing for the board unless there's any questions.
All right, Mr. Ranger, you want to start? You good? You
Yeah,
good?
I just want to make clear, I served 26 years in the Navy, okay, and I'm disabled right now, but I claim 0 disability. And the reason I do that is because I had an experience, and I had an individual on a board that was 100% totally and permanently disabled, flying for FedEx, earning $400,000 a year, getting a physical every 6 months to maintain his qualification. The VA ignored veterans for many, many years, and the pendulum has swung back to the other extreme. Congress is looking at VA 100% totally and permanently disabled categorization. So I really don't want my residents paying for someone who, in my opinion, flying for FedEx, earning $400,000 a year, can afford their garbage fee. Okay, so I'm a little bit sensitive to that because you look at some of the DV license plates and you know $300,000 RVs, and you'll see, if you look at it, you'll see it. But until you serve 26 years in the Navy, I don't want to hear from you. Thank you.
Commissioner Compare?
No comments tonight, thank you.
All right. You want to start, Commissioner Kern?
Yes, Madam Chair, I just have 3 things I wanted to address. I
I wanted to address some of our residents ask about why we don't have a moratorium. And the answer is because it's not legal, and it's not legal because of state law. Which brings me to my second comment, and that is, it's quite remarkable to me. I don't disparage our governor at all. I think he's been a great governor for us. But it is remarkable to me the number of people who say, we have a wonderful governor. They speak so highly of our Republican legislature, and they bash local government. Well, developers are going to the state to seek relief because they haven't gotten development approved at the local level. And so, if you have, Commissioner Scrumalow, I believe, mentioned earlier about if you have issues, you should take them up at the state level. Our hands at the local level are very tied as far as what we can restrict. If someone owns a piece of property and comes in for a building permit, we have to issue it if they have their zoning and land use. And we only see them if they need a zoning or land use change. And then there's all kinds of other statutes that have been passed that are very pro-development in Tallahassee. So, and then the other thing I wanted to address is, because there's been a lot of comments, not just our gentleman tonight, but I feel like I would like to give you an answer about impact fees. People ask where all the money is. Well, impact fees are very specified on what we can use them for. So for instance, we have a sheriff's impact fee, we have a fire impact fee, and we have the school impact fee. Well, the school one is pretty self-explanatory, except that our school district, which we do not govern at all, our school district has to use that to build additional capacity in schools. They cannot use it to renovate a current existing school. We cannot use the sheriff's impact fee. We have to add either deputies or infrastructure that has to do with deputies. We actually can't pay the deputy with the impact fee. You have to add their car, or you can add office locations or things like that. Same with fire. We can add trucks, we can add equipment, we can build new stations, but impact fees are very specified. They have to add capacity. That was passed at the state level. And the only follow-up I would add to that is that a gentleman said tonight he had to pay $13,000 in Keystone Heights before he got his building permit. That's his impact fee. Well, because of the way the state statute is written today about impact fees, you can't assess an impact fee in only part of the county. I am working with our Representative Judson. He's my representative, Judson Sapp. I don't think any of the rest of you live in his district, but he's my state rep, and he and I are in the preliminary stages of working on a revision for the state statute about impact fees to protect legacy homeowners, and so that landowners, so that you could either give your child a piece of land or build on your land that you've owned for years and not have to pay those impact fees. But the way that the state statute is written today, everyone has to pay them across the whole county. So assessing the new growth affected legacy landowners with undeveloped land in Clay County. So I just wanted to hopefully clear up a few things that were still hanging out there that I had made a few notes about, and I appreciate the privilege, Madam Chair, and I want to say have a good night. And I guess since it's actually tomorrow, which is, it's my oldest son's birthday, so happy birthday.
Yeah, good morning. Happy Wednesday. Listen, I just think that the thing that's on my heart right now is how grateful I am for Clay County and for every single resident that took the time to come and speak. That's exactly how democracy is supposed to work. And these are tough decisions. I was speaking with former Commissioner Mike Sella a few weeks ago, and I said, this is my second budget cycle of really, really sharpening the pencil and diving deep. And I said, how many times did you have to make cuts in 8 years? And he laughed. He said, not many, if any at all, considering of the way that things have gone. So I'm very thankful, though, for everyone that came and tonight and voiced their opinion. The other thing I'm very thankful for is these 4 individuals that are sitting next to me up on this dais. And I'm very thankful for the fact that we have enough respect for each other to vote with our heart, and there's never any personal feelings about that. And I appreciate that. And that's how we move this county forward. The veteran thing's a big deal to me. My grandfather was a F-14 fuel line mechanic. My dad was an MP in the Marine Corps. My wife's grandfather was a 2-star general in the Air Force. It's very important to our family, and I just appreciate all of our veterans in our community. And to the point of we're the only ones that do it, I'm pretty proud of that, and I'm okay with finding ways to make it work. So, other than that, thank you.
All right, I don't really have much to say. I think we've already said it all. I will say we have to make tough decisions, and definitely ones that are unpopular, and sometimes we get bullied and all those things on Facebook, and we just have to do what we think is right in our heart, and that's what I stand for. And I can pretty much assure you that's what all 4 of the other 4 do also, from what I've seen in the past 6 years. So everyone have a good night and good morning and great happy hump day Wednesday. Meeting adjourned.